Hello, hello. Hope everyone's doing well. Sorry for the late start. I really needed to catch up on sleep. um, I went to bed at like maybe 6 in the morning. My mom woke up at like 2 to like ask me something, and then we just ended up talking until like 6 in the morning. So it's been like shit the last couple of days. So need to catch up. But I'm just getting catched up. Am I to understand that Nemesis 3-0'd Optic? Is that what I'm understanding? That's fucking crazy.
But then after the Slays came through in killing spree and killing frenzy fashion, it's a 218 to 78 match.
Seems like I got on a good time though. Mindfreak versus TSM.
They could. I don't think it's gonna be a trip cap, but at least a double here. Rice gonna be able to burn the camo out. That's one less.
Looking a little bit rough for Mindfreak though.
Back into map position. Now Druk
ASMR.
is outputting so much damage on every person. A great use of the plasma pistol though from Sways, utilizing the items on the map to his advantage. Misses that one, so he's gonna exit from the situation. Goes for the skill jump, but he's gonna miss the clamber. And he's right back into the fight. Should be able to get another.
Oh no! It curves around the backside, but Soul Snipe still finds a way to earn the assist.
Oh!
Mindfreak are back in the mix.
That was a huge reversal.
Took over the game in those open bracket matches that we witnessed. When he gets into that flow state, this team is so difficult to beat. Can they hold on to it though? TSM have built a pretty massive lead.
Mindfreak looking like a kitty cat on the outside of a couch, hanging on to this one. Scoobmeister trying to stay alive on the half wall.
I love Mikowski.
Soulsnipe wins a crucial one. It felt like those battles previously were going to Mind Freak, but now 3 go down for MF. And that might just spell trouble for them. TSM
Motherfucker.
25 seconds to secure the match and the series.
Rice takes a lot of grenade damage here. That's going to slow him down, and they don't have much time to work with. At this point, TSM just playing gatekeeper to the different zones. They're able to brute force their way into A and close out a couple slays. Should be able to convert it. They're also half feet in B. Looks like A actually did not fully complete just yet. TSM trying to slow him down.
Druck looking to put the end game moments together. As we'll hop on board here with Talik. He's got his teammate support below him down in the White Hall, so they're going to try a high-low attempt, but they have the side flank, does Mind Freak. They get the first shots in the battle, but Soulsnipe could clean up here. Gets one, shoots down the Shroud screen. He'll get his shields back. No, that's huge. Rice doesn't allow it.
Oh.
And somehow Soulsnipe still finds a way to get the slay. A sticky comes through. Another sticky comes through in the feed. Sways takes down Cherish with it. And despite it being 240 to 138, this could still be an opportunity for Mind Freak to control the map. And they do.
They get control, but for how long? Druck has the camo. He's got a route. He's outputting lots of damage. Talik finds the first opening break slate. Soulsnipe finds another, and that might just be the curtain. Should they be able to flip B? Druck goes for that jab step. Sways with the clutch double. Can he make it a triple?
Going for it. They're both down to 1 HP. Cherish, though, cleans up onto Sways. Huge slay from the tower.
Oh,
but it's Mind Freak with a trip cap.
Perfect nade there as well.
Oh my
Cherish
god.
could have gotten that kill and then flip C, which would have completely changed this, but Predictionary Grenade is good. Druck now taking a fight with Scoobmeister at the bottom of the elevator. Scoob unable to land many shots.
Huge double out of Druck there, dude. Holy shit.
Hard to imagine where TSM would be if Druck hadn't gotten that. They still lost a lot of resources in that gunfight, despite the nasty last shot double kill there from Druck. And it's Mind Freak coming out on top in another situation. Like the kitty cat hanging on to the outside of a couch. They're clinging to this one.
Mikowski loves that fucking analogy, bro.
Claws, man. Knock them off. They are clawing their way back into this one. Here we go. Sways with
It's crazy TSM's letting it get this close, dude.
And the slays are
Oh my god, bro. They're just trading zones.
Open the A spawns. They're content to take C, now looking to collapse on elevator where all members of TSM should reside.
Oh my god.
This is looking very good for Mind Freak. They need to get this opening slay here and not overheat.
It was Sways with the S7 in the open bracket that helped Mind Freak secure their way here, but he can't clutch up like we saw with the UNSC version of it. 4 go down for Mind Freak, and that should secure it for TSM. They will have a little bit of a chance off of spawn, but we're talking about a 1.
Oh, they got tripped. Oh, that's scam, dude. Damn.
TSM take the series.
I kind of
They almost brought it back.
Overheated a bit. They could have just kind of held their prey, stuck in A, but I think moved a little bit too fast on that spawn rotation. And got
Flexity versus Ether now.
But they built some momentum going into game 4. But switching gears here over to Complexity versus Ether, we're still tied 1-1 in the series and tied 1-1 in the King of the Hill. This could go either way.
I'm having a deja vu again. How close has the Halo been this weekend? Multiple times we swap into a series. It's 1-1 in the series, 1-1 in the King of the Hill, and on that specific hill, it's tied in that as well. All across the board, you cannot find any separation between the top teams in Halo, but for now, Complexity find 3 down, make it a team wipe, and that should give them control of hill number 3, and this is where Ether, I expect them to play for next.
Yeah, Drift has a QT activated, maybe predicting a potential big door push instead. Chooses to push sandbags when nobody shows up. Now just playing his life back green. This is an important position to hold. And as he stays alive with that slay, that big 4. Oh, no, nice use of the QT, but quick reaction time from Precision to find his target once again.
Precision, I think he spotted the unicorn dust of the QT, alerting him to that location of the newly location QT user, as he'll take advantage of that. Mental, though, going down, so the hill possession going to go back to Ether here. Huss looking to wrap around the backside of the mud. Sniper in the possession of Ether, and it's going to maintain that way. 4 go down for Complexity, and Ether should go on a run here.
Yeah, Ether should get a lot of hill time. Mental stuck just waiting for his teammates to come up.
Oh, good shot.
Wow. Huge snipe headshot coming in from tapping buttons. That's going to really slow down the next push of Complexity. Almost from that one snipe, they might actually decide to give up the rest of this hill, because if they stagger out, this could be disaster for the next rotation as well.
Precision using the geometry there. You could barely spot him, but wow. The assist comes through, so Precision goes down, and then tapping buttons takes down Mental for the spree. 4 go down back to back, and that'll secure hill number 4 for Ether. We're tied 2-all.
Felt like might have been a time to say go to the next hill, and now they might suffer the consequences. They continue to stagger out. Ether have firm control of the C side of the map, which everyone knows is the best side for this top center hill. What's Acid going to do with this camo? I think he's waiting for his moment in time to wrap around the backside of the Complexity push.
That's how Ether got here to this moment, Eli. They played for next when Complexity tried to get 2 and press their advantage. Acid with 2 back smacks potentially, but he doesn't get either. 3 go down for Ether, and now Complexity is starting to push off of their front foot.
That could have been such a nasty double.
On this crucial hill number 5 to split the tie.
How's the break? Are they going to send multiple out big door? They want to push through Nest and top center simultaneously. Going to use the QT. I don't know if they've seen this player. How did he walk right past this player?
No. Oh my god.
It's the melee, but that FOV must be smaller than the observer. Because
that's 70 FOV if I've ever seen it right there. Drift.
That old man FOV. Playing Halo 2.
That Ryanu FOV as Drift works his way through the middle of the map. Hill neutral for now, but now it lights up in blue. As Complexity, that was impressive. Ether got the first bit of time on this one, but Complexity double up on it there at about the 80-85% mark. Ether crossing the 50% threshold. How do they play this here? They want the snipe tower control, which whether the hill is on C or in bottom mid, top mid, excuse me, this is the location you want, but Huss takes it instead, and they take all 4 down. Ether are gonna lose their possession and lose their chance to take this hill. 3-2 Complexity. Man, this King of the Hill's been fast-paced.
And did you see that Huss? If he had gotten the first shot on player back, oh, never mind. He just gets obliterated by grenades. Never mind.
All right, let's see the dumpster fire on Twitter.
Able to win that fight. A little sloppy on Leor, but it doesn't matter.
Team Nemesis defeats Optic 3-1. They only dropped 1 game. Wow.
Huss looking to deny entry with the charged plasma pistol, but I don't think anybody's coming through the tunnel. Acid was lining up a dummy door push, but he's going to rethink that as Huss repositions himself to go down again for Ether.
I'm glad getting fucked like mid-series yesterday didn't
minute and a half.
Okay, Precision finds
stump him.
You know what he likes to do with this. Hit some shots for us.
Oh!
That was disgusting.
He was angling to slide off the map, so the resource was gone, but instead it's the life sucked out of Ether as Precision lands a no-scope.
Sliding diagonal flick shot, headshot. That's one of the hardest shots to land, by the way, and he just makes it look easy. And that might have just secured this hill in this game. Precision popping off. Complexity needed.
5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, Complexity go 3 down, so Ether are going to have a chance here, but Complexity are so close. All it takes is 1 break, 1 push, so don't expect Huss to push here. He's going to wait for his teammates to spawn up collectively. You do not want to try to 1v4 this, so that's why Huss is playing a little bit more passive than we're used to seeing, and now with all 4 members up for Complexity, it's time to make their move.
What's the call here? Huss gets the opening break, Slay. The call is now to go, so that's 2 dead. Complexity just need to hold forward here, and I think they make this one happen. It will be a Complexity W in game number 3. Well executed push.
GG's.
That was first try, immediate success.
And why? Because Huss,
Dude, last shot got a kill tech on main stage.
You know he was chomping at the bit to
Fuck,
clean
dude.
up on some of the weak opponents for Ether, but I'm sure somebody, maybe even Coach Asher said, Huss, hold the line. Hold that line of scrimmage. Let us spawn. We'll push up. You'll still get your slay, buddy. Just give it 10 seconds. And who got the opening break slay? It was Huss. So big ups to the process being played there from Complexity as we once again switch gears. It's a tension convention inside Arlington as we are coming at you quick with all sorts of Halo action. You can hardly keep up as Infamous go up 2-1 with 1:17 left on the clock.
Another highly consequential series here, I believe. Infamous, they already be 0-2 in their pool, so must-win situation here to stay alive in the tournament. If they were to lose this series, would fall in top 16. Dark Inside, fresh out of the open bracket, played with a little bit of fire.
Oh, good peek pop.
Oh my god, Collect. Holy shit.
Double kill. Only made sure when he had an opportunity to do damage, it was when he was out in the open and then using that wall there to protect his shields and his life. We hop on board here with Descendant, one of my favorites to watch here in the HCS, but he'll go down. Ezo, another young up-and-coming player. really pairs well with the Descendant. And I think Lethal's in a good spot as the veteran. Reminds me a lot of LG's composition. Now, they didn't have a great weekend, but one veteran, 3 absolute fragger run and gun, young up-and-coming players. That's what Infamous looks like. And they're looking good here so far, up 2-1 in game 1.
I think the value Lethal provides is to kind of rein in these guys that might play a little bit too aggressive at times. As looks like Dark Inside have a good flag run on the move here. Again, and they might just tie this up with 1 second on the clock. We're going to overtime.
Not a second to spare, and it gives us a little bit of free bonus.
I probably just sneezed in your ears, dude, and then just muted my mic. My bad. Still waking up, clearly. Last second cap, though, was crazy.
And the sniper duel could lead to a quick cap as a perfect double kill from Lido. They're going to get the overshield. Lido goes down, but Sylvanic, oh my god, snipe shots from Descendant.
That did nothing with that OS. God damn.
Very poorly for Infamous, but they hold it down.
Now with 2 snipers on this map, sometimes that overshield gets absolutely melted. As Descendant earns the body shot, quick scope takes down Morgan, who had the snipe for Dark Inside. Repulsor going to send Descendant off to the gallows.
He's going to White Run at the bottom of this map from Skyrim.
White Run, bruh.
You can look outside the map. You can literally see a village down there. Anyways, Descendant's done buying some new armor from the merchants. Gonna respawn and see what he can do in the next battle.
Morgan, oh my god, the underneath shot, no scope melee. As he looks to line up another one. For now, just staying alive in the Infamous base. Lethal calls for the bait and switch here, so Ezzo's going to take the front line, attention, and Collect is going to clean him up. Great communication, great teamwork there for Infamous to push out of their base.
Okay, Nasty with the slay, but not able to do much else. Last player alive now, and his location is known. You got to imagine he's going to be hunted down. The good news about what Kanasi is doing, though, is he pulled Infamous back to their base while his teammates were dead. So now Infamous still have to take the 50-yard line. That kind of nullified the 3 dead from getting any value for Infamous.
Lethal, modern day Halo GOAT, staying alive in the mid-ring, now dropping down to clean up Lido. Lido's, man, making it tough. Needed the help from Collect. Collect did a great job. I've noticed at Eli. A lot of times when a player for Infamous needs help, needs someone to help pay attention to who they're shooting out, it's Collect who's cleaning up a lot of those slays. As Esso earns the last shot slay onto Morgan. Infamous seem to have won back the 50-yard line, and if they get a couple more slays here, they should be able to penetrate the base.
Should be able to get this overshield as well, which could be another tool in their kit. Collect holding forward as he should with this overshield. He's going to get this flag immediately on the move. You know his movement's clean. He's going to hit that G-slide flag grab every time, but holy, was he just melted. What overshield, and now the grenade damage as well.
Wow.
Absolutely nuked was Collect.
Both teams have done a great job at just, like, shutting down the OS.
Morgan can secure the extended slide. He does, but he still goes down, so that's a clutch slay there by Collect again, I believe. So he has been Johnny on the spot when Infamous needs him most. He's securing the one that matters most. And now they need to secure that reset. Oh, double kill, though. You'll take that. Collect. Popping off here. 34, 13, and 22. Have yourself a game 1.
He doesn't even have the most. Descendant's got 37. God. A dynamic duo. These guys are like
Jesus.
2 SMGs on the front line in a Call of Duty match.
My God.
They're just holding forward. Nice grenade kill.
Run that shit.
Probably has more flag holes than anyone in the server. And he's gotten past the 50. One of his teammates have gone down. Lethal gets a kill as well. This looks like it should go home. Morgan, the last player that could possibly do it. I love this route from Collect just to guarantee he gets his shields back. Oh, grab the flag though, buddy. There it is.
Get flagged though, buddy.
With a huge game 1 victory.
I love the decision there by Collect. He traded off the G-slide extended flag run to strong side and stay alive. So while he's strong side, it took down the physics of being able to hit that execution with the extended slide. He instead stays alive, gets the score.
Time does mainstream come back on?
Let's go up 1-0. We're back on board here with Complexity and Ether. And while Ether are up 13-0, they go 4 down, so Complexity should be able to match that.
Yeah.
It'll be an interesting one to me. I feel like the NA scene and the top teams are so good at this game type now. They've played it since literally day 1. The meta has developed. It's been in every scrim, every single day. I think these guys are playing.
Hey, Simone, how you doing?
So,
Good to see you.
How Ether can step up in this moment. You know that Ashes, coach of Complexity, was likely up late studying the habits of Ether, what breaks they like to go for, so that Complexity can counter it. I feel like this might be a difficult one for Ether.
Us in a tough fight on the B rail, but he trades out with Drift. 3 go down for Ether once again, so it's going to allow Complexity here to double up on the lead. Fractos takes Sparty down to 1 HP, but the flank coming through the commando, so there is somebody in position to clean up on that damage. Sparty's still down to 1 shot. Now he's even lower. His shields have been beeping for what feels like a minute.
Click your teammate. Okay, we're good. Gets the melee on Leor as well.
Oh.
Repulses the player back to try to get his shields back, but I mean,
He's just trying to stay alive for so long, bro.
Work for that kill. Sparty has been so good at playing his life this weekend.
4 down. Trading blows back and forth.
It's happening. 10, 1, and 4.
Wow. Yeah, that's incredible. Luor doing some assist work, though. He needs to keep his death sounds a little bit. A little too involved in the action. He needs to find a way to play a little bit more, I don't want to say conservative, but at least safe, at the very least. Drift will go down. 3 go down for Ether, so that gives the oddball possession right back to Complexity after getting reset on the palm trees. The quick vacation, round trip, back to C.
Excellent break from Complexity. I mean, Ether only had control for a few seconds, it felt, before they're back.
Yeah, damn.
Sparty just being a force of nature on the map. Bouncing the grenade off the ATM machine. Seeing if he
Holy fuck, dude. I'm still trying to wake up.
Unfortunately, he gets taken down. Ether have a chance to push here, but it's a 2v3 situation. Oddball player might be a good target.
Oh, did you see precision here? Oh,
Man, so HCS said they were gonna make an announcement at like 10 in the morning, like, you know, about the status of the power outage yesterday.
Let me Sinbad myself.
I woke up at 10:30, saw that the stream was on, and I'm just like, man. 'Cause I just like, I barely slept. I'm so glad I actually took that extra time to sleep.
Have to imagine if he can start getting into his groove, that's when this team could start coming back. But right now, they are coming back a bit. Acid on the ball, rotating towards his spawning teammates on the PD and arcade side of the map. Typically, you get those mirrored spawns from the opposition, so they know that based off of that spawn, there should be enemies on the opposite side. That's why they drop the ball here to fight as the enemies are coming in.
Yeah, you can see Acid sort of questioning with his body language where he wanted to take that oddball, but once Leor spawned on the stickies in B, he knew that the push needed to push through that location. And look at this, they clear all the way through B into PD. Phenomenal rotation of the oddball. That's gonna get them back on top.
Said phenomenal, like tools, channel tools for
Yeah, it's phenomenal. He's rubbing off on me.
Hey, yo. Anyways, rotating here. Sparty with the sidekick. Looking like the main character channeling some why not be casting. Shout out to the GOAT. Tapping buttons though, last player alive for Ether, and Complexity have stolen the setup.
Spartan at the desk. No paperwork needed here. He's a mercenary. He's not supposed to be behind the desk, so he's going to work his way out of PD. Coffee and the oddball in hand for Mental. As Spartan goes down, Drift breaks through, so too does Tapping Buttons, the duo, like a SWAT team breaking down the door. And now the Seesaw lead is going to go back into Ether. How many lead changes have we seen in this oddball, Eli? This feels like 6 or 7.
Yeah, these teams are actually so close to one another right now. Any game could go either way. Leor with the camo grab and the peek and pop shots.
Jiggle peeking makes me. Jiggle peeking just racks my brain, dude. It racks my brain so bad.
So going on a bit of a spree since then.
This is it. Just like that, Complexity have been in the mix and in the fight, but they're looking at one more collective team of 4 push up the map, or Ether are going to take this round, 2 down on each side, but the collective respawns are coming through a little bit faster for Ether. Leor on the oddball with 1:02 left on the clock, needing just 15 seconds to secure round 1.
Drift, last player alive. That might be bad news for Ether. They're a little bit staggered. Probably need to play a little bit slow here, but don't have a ton of time to work with. As Complexity crossed that 70-second mark. 52 seconds in regulation time, but Ether need to make this push and get these kills.
I think Huss felt compelled to hold on to that oddball a little bit longer than he should have, with 2 going down and him holding the oddball. It's essentially just Sparty against all 4 for Ether. But that's what you afford yourself when you take advantage, when you take the lead, you force the other team to chase a little bit. And I think
1 sec, guys. I gotta go blow out my nose.
Complexity as Ether and Drift, they're gonna play a little keep away. It looks like they only have a 12-second lead. There's double, triple that left on the clock. Now, hey, they're going to make their stand and stick to their guns.
Risky play call, but I kind of like it. If they just get a few slays here, they leave the ball purposefully.
It
out in the
reset.
open. Yeah, they left it there for long enough for it to reset. Now 18 seconds on the clock. As the longer this fight goes on, the better it is for Ether. But it looks like Complexity are kind of brute forcing their way through. I like this. Precision runs past the oddball to play the front line. If he can land a slay here, it's massive for Complexity. He's forced to grab the ball while one shot drops the ball to get a kill.
Dropped it and got it. Mental does too. Huss gets a slay as well. 3 go down for Ether. It's just Acid left alive, but he's got the stalker and a frag in his back pocket. 2-1.
The frag did it.
Ether take it by 6 seconds. Unbelievable round 1.
Perfect frag grenade placement from Acid. He's fighting a player in his face and just
skipping rocks.
Yeah, skipping a rock on the lake.
Dude, I don't know why.
To the perfect location.
When I take allergy meds, it somehow makes me end up feeling worse.
Excellently executed.
Don't understand how that works at all.
Ball's delivered my favorite moments of the tournament weekend so far, as we've seen routine final seconds ticking away in regulation and
I literally do not understand that.
Single digits, but it's going to take one more round win for Ether to secure that game 5, and they're looking good. 3 go down. Sparty, the last Spartan standing. He has the stalker once again, like we saw previously, but it might not be enough. No, Sparty drops as well. 20 and rolling. They're going to hit the 30-second threshold here, Eli.
Look at the awareness from Acid. He understood that based on the positioning of his teammates and their
Hey, Astro, what's
there
up?
was likely a spawner of Complexity in PD. He purposefully baits that player to chase him towards the backside and calls him out. Ether then rotates to get the kill. They're playing flawless Halo right now on Streets Oddball. Acid's going to get a ton of time.
Tapping buttons. He's not on your screen. He's actually on the respawn screen. All 4 are for Ether, but I got to highlight this. This is why I think Ether is a legitimate threat to place top 8 all season. Tapping buttons.
Happy you're doing good, bro.
Before. So they've got a guy that they can look across the aisle and say, hey, man, if he's been there, done that, maybe I can too.
They've also got the new up-and-coming star, Leor, who was on that alpha roster that was making waves. And he's been a great addition to this squad. Of course, this game, we've talked about him maybe taking a little bit to start the engine, but once he's up and running, this squad is dangerous.
Yeah, I'm tapping with the most kills in the lobby. Now it's Precision, though, tying him at 23. Precision's really been playing his heart out here, even in that endgame scenario where it didn't work out for Complexity. He was doing all he could. Tapping buttons now on the Cafe, looking to stay alive. Huss, contested shots, but the cavalry arrives. 3-push Cafe. Huss goes down. The numbers are too strong.
Got your Boba Fett coding, so now you're making a Spartan. Nice.
To have the awareness to know a grenade's coming, he waits and then dodges the grenade. Most people sit behind the pillar and die to that grenade, but he's been in this situation so many times, he knows when to dodge it. Huss, last player alive, gets a couple of kills. It's pretty massive for Complexity's chances as they come off spawn here. Gonna get in this tricky.
Yeah, I don't think I've actually gotten any drops yet for this weekend.
Triangulated by the forces of Ether, he's gonna be taken down.
And it looked like Tapping Buttons makes it away with the camo, and you can see him playing the recon role, pinging in the feed, double tap, as he's looking to gather intel, gather the back of a couple of opponents, which is, I think is what he's lining up here. He drops the oddball out towards PT, so that oddball is like an invisible hand, pulling Complexity in right into the trap, but they handle it pretty well. 2 down on each side as we hop on board here with Acid, looking to spew Venom, gets the slay onto Huss, nice use of the sidekick, as he now turns around the corner. I don't expect there to be an opponent somewhere nearby, but I think they might have just slayed it out. He's looking for the same thing I am, but with nobody pressuring, he's going to grab more time.
I think a member of Complexity is lurking.
They are still at A.
Sparty was lurking, so his Spidey senses were correct, but wasn't able to find him in time. Now Sparty's going to be a thorn in their side as the rest of Complexity push through. Really well played by Sparty, but it might not matter.
In a double.
Oh my god.
Chucks the Nux and takes down 2 and doubles up on the lead.
Wow.
Good double.
Still coming off spawn with a big pick though. But this is this lead is growing for Ether, and they recognize where the push is coming from. They're now rotating to the opposite side of A. Got control of PD and the Cafe side. Drift with a trade in the kill feed. It's having it back up. Leor somehow finds it. Oh, Leor had the wrap. I think he might have got a spawn in C and gets all the way behind for the pinch. 3 go down. This would be all 4. Sparty's pushing him by himself, so he's guaranteed to go into a 1v2. And Acid takes down 2. Double kill, more time, and Ether might just send us to a crucial game 5 where your life hangs in the balance of the winners and lower bracket. I think that's it. The first player dies. That's 2 dead already. 4 Complexity. Make it 3. Make it all 4. And they will take this round.
Wow.
Gonna have to wait out these next 10 seconds as the members of Complexity spawn up. I don't know if they're even gonna move their Spartans.
No.
Might not even be a reason to. Huss is gonna find a sight, but it's not gonna matter.
No. It was all said and done when all 4 went down. as Ether battle back to force a Game 5. And again, the consequence of this series determines who starts and winners.
Gen G versus SWAT let him.
Complexity probably felt like they had done that.
Dude, they're on mainstream already. Why is the mainstream not on? I don't... Oh, now it's on, motherfucker.
Think about the fact that they still will play SSG.
Yeah.
And I don't think SSG is going to be happy that they have to play Ether.
What if? Man.
Oh, my boy Sousa's on the screen. Let's go. And Driven knows 9. That's a gamer tag.
Well, you know me and Eli get excited for moments like this. It was 20 years ago, practically to the day, that we both linked up in a Walshy FFA lobby. A couple of montage kids getting their chance, and that's what we're seeing here as we are ramping up towards the finals of your free-for-all here live from Arlington. A tradition unlike any other, Eli. I think that's one of the things I look forward to the most on Saturday nights, me and you doing the FFA.
It's always a good time. Throws me back to my golden age, back in Halo 2 on midship. I miss midship. When are we getting it back? Anyways, this is probably a early rounds. I see some solid players. Adjacency, one of the collegiate Halo players that does pretty well. Can't remember the school he goes to right now, but certainly a force in that. And then we've got Driven Nose 9.
Oh, this is FFAs. I'm just like, what the fuck is going on?
The admins ring out over the microphone and the loudspeakers announcing individuals to step to their stations. It looks like we are in Heat 2. The early goings of the free-for-all. We're going to take it down to the top 8 and then host the finals here live on
Free-for-alls are fun, dude.
You definitely want to make sure you tune into that, Eli, because we're going to show you who's up next. Recall, it was Last Shot in Season 1 that absolutely tore up the free-for-alls, won the Halo World Championship free-for-all, and now look at what he's doing.
You know who's going to be in this FFA?
Goober.
And Gunplexion.
I thought Goober told us he retired. He was going out on top last year. But again, that's been the story this weekend, bro. How many times have we said it's just too hard to put down?
I think he lives close to here, so there's like no reason to go pick up some free money. He's like guaranteed to get top 2, I feel like. Any of these.
Hey Shay, how you doing, bro?
Gunplexion's team. Unfortunately, short in the open bracket. Gunny.
Man.
If anyone beats Goober, it's Gunplexion typically, right?
Well,
it's like those two.
So Bohm, Haynes, Suspector, these are all guys at the top of the Halo hierarchy that didn't make it out of open and will now have the chance to compete in the free-for-all. I would not be surprised if your lobby was Goober, Gunplexion, Suspector, Haynes, Bohm.
Think about LG. LG got eliminated, so Avicii.
Oh, bro. Dude.
Mortally.
Oh, Mortally will be in it. Yeah, so Mortally.
Finals.
And that leaves 2 spots. My God. I don't know if we've ever seen so many professional competitors theoretically in the grand finals, but this could be the weekend for it.
Yeah, I think Mortally has, when we did that online, like, off-season FFA circuit, he made the grand finals every single week.
Even on LAN.
Yeah.
Even on LAN. He's a routine LAN top 8 finisher.
So it's going to be a stacked final for sure. This is just the early goings. We get to see some players that we don't typically see. So this is fun to watch.
Nose to the grindstone, and for now the camo as he inserts it into his suit and now has the cloaked invisibility to try to get the jump on an individual player. Melee goes in first, but it's not enough.
I wonder if his name is Driven Nose because a ghost in Halo looks like a nose. Have you seen that?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
You know, the wings of it are like the nostrils?
The schnoz.
Yeah, the schnoz.
The schnoz. What is going on with there, dude?
I'd rather him just make that his gamer tag.
Is he driving a nose? Imagine if they had skins for the ghost.
Oh,
and
my
you
God.
could have a nose-skinned ghost.
Or like a nose ring on the panel.
People would buy that.
Like the bowl ring in the middle, and then like a nose ring on the left flap, the left bumper.
Any big team battle players in chat, would you buy a nose skin for your ghost?
Or just plain,
just a straight up
skin
nose.
The flesh skin.
I mean, otherwise it's just a randomly generated tag. But hey, it could have some.
Well, I'll tell you, Microsoft came up with some weird stuff back in the day with those auto-generated tags. So, and we have met a couple players throughout the years that have used auto-generated tags and make their way to a finals in the free-for-all. So, whether you're making a name for yourself with something you came up with or something Microsoft AI chatbot generator in 2008 did, hey, you're here.
I remember when I first used the Xbox
Movement's fucking crazy.
tag that it first suggested to me was fungal kinkajou. A kinkajou is like a rare animal species from like New Zealand or something. Madagascar, maybe.
What?
Fungal kinkajou. Like, bro, what?
Wow. Well, I'm glad you didn't go with that. I think Eli the Ninja is much more fitting.
Yeah.
As-
Z10.
The notorious fungal kinkajou.
Z10 versus Mind
I'm
Freak,
glad
dude. This
you
is gonna be
didn't make
fucking
it far,
crazy.
'cause I would not have been able to say that word without stumbling through it. As we hop back into pool play, making our way towards the championship bracket, as Zero Tenacity and Mind Freak line up in an international affair.
Yeah, this is interesting. Number 1 Aussie versus number 2 EU. Which region is stronger? They are fighting for bragging rights. But no matter what, both these teams going to be, I think, happy with their performance so far this tournament. They've got a lot to be happy about. Zero Tenacity.
Oh, good
TSM,
shots.
If you'll recall earlier today in a thrilling Game 5.
50-49.
Yeah, 50-49 Game 5. TSM probably still hurting after that one.
As close as it gets. That's the way the action is unfolded here in Arlington this weekend. 4 go down, and Chick is going to earn the reset. Jimbo on the other side of the map is going to put the first score in.
Okay. Strong start for Zero Tenacity. Probably the favorites in this series overall. Mind Freak on the uptick, but Zero Tenacity historically top 6 or top 12 team, depending on the weekends. Chick, nice overshield proc. That's going to lead to a double kill. That might lead to a flagpole as well.
Oh man, Tenacity, full Tenacity. Don't you want Tenacity? Why are they Zero Tenacity? Anyways.
We'll save that for another day.
Yeah, it's food for thought. But for now, they're showing plenty of it. Let's be honest, it's 100 Tenacity in my eyes, as they are back in the base of Mind Freak with another run. And Mind Freak haven't really found their footing. Again, eating their soup with the fork. What is it about Fortress CTF that makes one team look so strong and one look so weak, Eli?
I am a very analytical brained person, and I still can't figure out what the fuck you're talking about when you say eat your soup with a fork. Can you explain it a little bit?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Fork into the soup,
That's crazy.
and you pulled it to your mouth. What do you have?
Like a little bit of soup?
None.
I mean, it depends how viscous the soup is, correct?
Well, yeah, I guess if it was more like a broccoli cheddar, you might get maybe a piece of cheddar that sticks in between the sporks and then has some cheese gathering onto it. But this is
What are these comms, man?
Zero Tenacity showing all of the understanding of Fortress CTF, while Mind Freak don't seem to have it figured out just yet. That's exactly what we saw previously, where we saw another speed run occur.
So it's an analogy for doing something wrong.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to eat your soup with a fork.
Well,
and you wouldn't want to get skunked in a CTF on Fortress. So that's the comparison as we are moving on here. Complexity versus Ether. Game number 5 to determine who makes it to the winner's bracket, who starts in lower. And it's a hot start here for Complexity, up 5-2.
Okay, this is going to be an intense one. I have a feeling this might slow down to a crawl if it's close around the 35 mark. If it's like a 35, 33, we might see. This actually has overtime potential. I think this.
Ooh,
I really
this is
think
one of those games.
Yeah, this is one of those games that could absolutely turn into an overtime. It's already slowing down, as you see, kind of that spread through both A, Needles, and Top Gold. Complexity deciding to kind of strong arm one side. It's not working out though. Ether tying it up and kind of.
Oh, good live.
But how do Ether play this? Do they go back to A to try to block those spawns? Doesn't look like they're not going to have the choice as they go down.
Yeah, I'm peering into my crystal ball, and I'm seeing a 46-46.
Oh, you didn't get the trade.
Type of game here. 10-7 though, so Complexity does have a little bit of an advantage, but not enough to where you feel like you are strongly in control. As Hustle go down, so too will Acid. So an even 3v3 gunfight precision. Going for the remote detonation, but I don't think anybody's pushing from the C platform. They are not. Instead, he's got teammates to his right. Everybody for Ether pushing through the long haul. He finally spots him out, does precision, and he's setting up a flank.
Okay, Complexity builds some separation, now up by 4. They continue this run. At this point, because they're staggering the spawns, I expect them to keep the foot on the gas. No reason to slow down right now. Precision does go down, but the upper hand in both the scoreline and the map control right now in favor of Complexity. At this point, there's no chance they slow the game down. They do not want to give up their advantage state.
I think in a game 5, Eli, this is where the experience is really going to be one of those added benefits to Complexity, right? Ether, they've made it out of the open bracket routinely, but they've had a tough time taking down top 6, 7, 8, and better teams, right? They've plays top 12, but that seems to kind of be their ceiling right now. So this is one of those stepping stone moments for Ether where they could break through, but you're going up against 4 guys who have been there, done that. They've got plenty of Game 5 experience on LAN. So I think that's the difference maker so far in the early goings. Complexity are now up by double digits, back down to 9. Ether can't let this get too out of control. So while you can't win a game early, you can't lose it. That's kind of what it's looking like now. But instead, they do get the 3 down they need. A +3, no one dies for Ether. And then now they're back within striking distance.
Wow, look at this. I don't know who chucks this Shroud, but it's going to open the door for Acid to grab it. Acid absolutely deadly. We had Rice and Scoob on our cast yesterday. They said that the entire Latin American region are overpowered with this shock rifle. Let's see if Acid can show you what he's talking about.
Acid playing patiently, standing atop the bat ledge like he's Batman, and he's got what he needs. He's got his toolkit. Shock goes out. Sparty goes down. Acid stays alive. It's going to be crucial. I think if Ether to make this comeback, Eli, you got to hold on to the shock. Hush off screen gets a remote detonation, and it looks like Acid knows the push is coming.
Okay. Interesting play from Leor here, kind of going out in the open just to get this angle to help his teammate, but he's going to be taken down shortly thereafter. A little bit of a risky play. That's a situation where you're extremely likely to trade out. And at this point in the game, they don't really want trades unless it leads to maybe a better map.
25-19 here as Complexity have maintained a 6 or better advantage, but now it's starting to get cut into a little bit. Trades go out in the feed, and now a +1, +2, potentially no.
Ooh.
Drift brings it back to a 6.
Not the double melee, bruh.
Where's their jump going to come from? Where are they going to close the gap and ultimately make this a much tighter game heading into the 30s, Eli?
I mean, right here is a very crucial part of the game. If Complexity maintain their lead and win this next team fight, it's going to be a lot more difficult for Ether to come out. But if Ether can get maybe 3 down and not trade out, get some separation, be good. But every single kill trading so far, 7-kill advantage, still in favor of Complexity.
My God, it's now an 8-kill game. As 2 go down for Ether. Huss, looky what I found. A hidden treasure.
Oh.
It's above ground, no need to dig. Instead, he's digging the grave of Acid instead.
Us trying to show why he needs to be talked about. I swear this guy doesn't get nearly the recognition he deserves. He's a phenomenal player.
And he gets the sticky.
Grenade. Let's see if he can land the headshot as well. Even Ashes himself say that Huss is the least appreciated, most talented player. Unfortunately, does get taken down. It's going to take the entire squad of Ether to shut down that push. What do they do with this opening?
Tapping. Sliding through on the needle side. 2 players pushing through the long haul. You got 1 up top, Gold. 2 on the platform now of C, making their way through the mid-bridge. And again, more kills filling up the feed for Complexity.
Wow.
Mental wins a 1v1 on Drift.
Oh, this is going to slow down to a crawl, potentially.
That's that championship gameplay out of Precision and Mental. These guys have won on LAN many times in Gears of War. They're not afraid of the stage, especially at this stage of the tournament. They know what they need to do to win. Secure themselves in position. It's not over yet, but it feels like the speed Complexity's playing at might be too much to overcome, especially when they're landing every shot.
Everybody holding left forward on the joystick. Everybody clicking it and sticking to the sprint. As it's unrelented aggression here, and I don't think Ether can keep up, man. And when you got Sparty on the run and everybody's following suit, holding hands together, pushing out as a team of 4, the numbers are too strong. The aggression is too strong. It's almost got Ether a little scrambled, it looks like, and we haven't seen that from them all weekend.
Yeah, and I love what I just saw from Complexity as well. Mental was on an island, goes down. Sparty and his teammate push in, but now they actually turn back and go back towards Elevator after the callouts are made. They're totally fine trading out kills until the end of the game. That is obviously their game plan. They just want to trade this one to the finish line.
This could be GG's.
Complexity on the verge of taking their
They're just
trip
being hunted now.
to the championship bracket from the winner's side. Ether would drop to the losers as they're staring at a 9-kill deficit. 3 kills, now 2 kills needed for Complexity. It's all a technicality at the end of the day. Add a couple more damage, kills, and assists.
Jeez.
His Mental does just that. Knick, knack, patty, whack with the shock rifle as Complexity take game 5 in the series.
Mac?
Impressive clutch from Complexity. Their poise and just
The
ability to
fuck?
clutch up. I mean, what did Mental say on the couch yesterday? He said, I feel like my team's very clutch. If we end up in a situation where we have to ice up, I am very confident that my team will do exactly that. And they played lights out in that entire Slayer.
Yeah, clean. an impressive a building block, if you will, for Complexity, because they came into this tournament without as much confidence, you could argue, without other teams. But they've got it all back in blood here on LAN as they're looking like one of the teams to beat. I expect them to make a deep run and potentially even on Sunday. We'll have to see about that. For now, we take our sights to Pool C. Tenacity versus Mind Freak. Tenacity, after an absolute throttling 3-0 win on Fortress CTF, are up 3 in Game 2.
Yeah, this is looking great for Z10. I'm going to start calling him.
I like that better.
Yeah, Z10 is their tagline. I don't know what to call it. Regardless, Chick with the rockets. First one does some body shot damage. Second one gets the kill.
Oh!
Maintain the lead.
Oh!
Do it. Oh. Plasma doesn't want to be on the highlight reel.
I was about to say the same thing. You can see from his body language, his Spartan was dripping with fear.
Z Mighties, you fucking animal, dude.
Sniper exchanges hands like a hot potato, but both players, it feels like, have been hot with it. 28-26. This one's still close.
Okay, Sways has been disgusting with the precision weapons all weekend long. Can he bring his team back into this? I feel like a couple headshots. Mind Freak are right back in this. Looks like he doesn't need to so far as 2 go down from his teammates.
Yeah, again, you could make the argument Sways and Mind Freak are here in pool play because of his clutch plays with the S7 in the open bracket, saving Mind Freak in that oddball. Still one of the most iconic moments from the open bracket and this whole weekend. As he lines up the quick scope, no scope lands on the body, but it's not enough, as Mighties will take him down instead. No sniper left to work with, so you don't lose that resource, you just lose your life. 32-31, this one's still too close to call.
Mighty's kind of in an awkward position. You sometimes go bottom center to get a kill, but you don't want to stay there very long. He ends up overstaying his welcome, gets taken down by the likes of Mind Freak. They brought this back. They're only down by 1 now.
34-33 as Scoop Meister.
Ooh.
That M&K, dude.
The M&K strong side, otherwise he goes down. That was nasty.
It's kind of freaky. You ever play a player in matchmaking, you shoot him in the back and he just instantly turns up. You're like, what the?
I wasn't expecting that.
Like whiplash. I feel like a lot of these players experience that when they play against players like Scoob, Rice, and Woodham.
These MNK players, they just throw the ultimate rusty wrench into the game plans of everybody on controller, because the timing, the pacing, and the flow is completely disrupted when you can instantaneously switch.
Scoob and Woodham are MNK. I think they said maybe Rice.
Uncapped when you're on mouse and keyboard, and Scoobmeister continues to show the skill ceiling with it. Mind Freak up 5, looking to tie up the series.
It just breaks
There's a
your
few.
perception of how you expect the play to play out. You start shooting someone.
There was a couple in open bracket yesterday.
But no, after a single shot, these guys are snapping onto your forehead. Exactly what Mind Freak have done, but
huge.
Good plays here from Z10, bringing it back to within 3.
38-41. Tenacity, showing a lot of it. Down by just 3 kills.
But every time I see Scoob on the feed, dude, it's just like always a good time. Just seeing him whip around. It like hurts my brain, dude. I'm not used to a player like whipping so fast.
But the 2v1 is too strong for Mind Freak. They'll extend on their lead up 4.
Mind Freak are earning the respect of these professional teams.
Oh my god, they brought it in, dude.
They're so good at Slayers. It's impressive.
They took the lead. I didn't even fucking realize. Holy shit.
Who was it earlier? TSM?
Yep.
TSM in the Slayer before ultimately losing the series, but man, are they strong. They're now only 2 kills away from securing a W here.
Jimbo knows that Sways is above him. Sways with the sniper.
That was not a sticky, bro.
Jimbo wins it, though, and that's massive. No, but not massive enough.
That's massive.
That's that South Park episode, and it's gone.
Exactly.
So, too bad for Jimbo there. He made a great play, and I'm sure for a moment he felt the butterflies in his stomach, like, I could do this. Yeah, I believe. Like, skipping through the meadows, and then he gets shot in the back of the head by a sniper, and that's it. GG's no re. 29-22 here in Game 2 between
LG and Optic Pack. That's crazy, bro.
Makes his way on the elbow thruster. Not enough as he'll get taken down by Kid.
Dude, yeah, I was pretty surprised to hear that they got 3-1 by Nemesis. I wasn't too surprised because Nemesis is like one of those like really strong up and coming like underrated teams. And after they just got 2-0'd last night, like I'm not too surprised at the same time.
33-29. select goes down.
I'm glad that the power outage yesterday didn't, like, you know, fuck him over the day before, day after.
He perfectly times it. The process being played so well for a guy who's never been here before.
If they had lost, dude, like, you know, I can only imagine, like, you know, what if.
Twitchy POV, kind of a twitchy human being as well, if I'm being honest.
You got green tea.
He was
Very nice, sir. Very nice.
mogging, I think they call it. It probably sounds so old.
What's mogging?
You like point to your chin and like make a weird face. I don't know, man. These zoomers are. It just looks like brain rot if you ask me personally. But hey, man, makes them happy.
Morgan with the snipe. And Dark Inside have stolen the lead. 35-36, just like that. They're right back in the fight, and they might just be.
I just said Carson Lutz loves to mog the camera. Yo, Bot Ref, what's up? Good to see you.
Let's be honest. Between Infamous and Dark Inside,
Welcome back.
But Dark Inside with the slingshot and a sharp stone have a chance.
Okay. 1 kill. Now, Dark Inside with the lead.
Actually, speaking of green tea, dude, I'm kind of curious on my advance order. I don't think I'm gonna get it this weekend, because obviously, the business week's over.
Could be your ticket to a win.
But I wonder if they got an expected date yet.
41-40. It's a 1 kill advantage now, 2. As things reset, we essentially start 0-0 at the 40 kill mark, and it's been all Infamous ever since then. 3 unanswered. Dark Inside need to find one here because it's getting tight.
Okay. This is a pretty big lead out of nowhere for Infamous, but maybe nothing's a big lead anymore. So as soon as I say that, they get 3 in a row. And
Well, they packed my order.
Never mind. No lead.
44-44. Lido with the sniper in his hands. He takes 2 players down to 1 HP.
Green tea ice cream? Yeah, I agree. That's so good.
Of Lethal here, but Lethal's actually going to get trapped in the coffin corner and goes down, and he doesn't trade out.
Green tea mochi, dude. Mochi ice cream, or just mochi in general. So good. Would recommend. Dude, it's actually fucking how crazy. It's literally neck and neck. This is crazy. Oh. My god. Neck and neck, dude. My god.
Clean 5-shot, using that high ground advantage, keeping his opponent out of scope. They've tied it up. This tournament is so close, Hunter.
Bro. Oh, here we go. I like
Gunny
this.
and Goober in the same lobby already? Oh no.
And he too?
Yeah, this is kind of unfortunate, I think, for both Gunny and Deputy, Mr. Goober.
SSG and
they don't follow through all
the hell is it?
End, right? Like they'll swap around because that would be crazy if starting in Heat 2, Gunplexion and Goober had to duke it out all the way through.
The SSG and Gen G.
It depends.
Wow.
I've seen them
They're about to play.
where top 4 continue on together and join a different top 4. But like,
Strange Rich is nasty. Dilly Donut, we've seen him pop off on LBT before. Yeah, this lobby is pretty stacked for just being
SSG versus Ether. HCS
Donut,
Blue.
my best student.
Pull the stream up, man. Pull it up. Hey, Lars, how you doing? Good to see you, bro.
Like
Hope you're having a good day.
Guy is ascended mouse and keyboard player as well, so hopefully we get to see some of his POV.
measurable growth. As we hop on board here with Goober, Tops in the lobby, and you get to see in real time why. Lining up the overkill, and he gets it, and he makes it look easy too.
Goober's sense of timing and just rotating around the map to find kills and third parties is flawless. It's so hard to play against. Unfortunately, he's going to get 2 assists probably out of those shots before being taken down, but he's pretty much a lock to win this one, assuming he stays at any reasonable pace. Already at 48 kills, and we're pretty early.
Chasing around a cat to give him medicine. Love that for you, bro. Love that for you.
Which can happen a lot quicker than you think.
I wish you luck.
But man, when things are moving as fast and frenetic as they do in a free-for-all, you can find 6 pretty quick.
Is SSG versus Ether like happening now?
Goober has to continue his pace, otherwise Gunplexion's going to catch him.
They don't care.
Yeah.
All they care about is getting top 4. No need. There's no benefit to winning.
Would you actually, in this instance, maybe pull off the gas just to save your energy for later?
What do you mean? Oh, it hasn't started yet. Oh, we have that.
Drops as well. So if you are a fellow player, you get to have the best looking things in the game. Skins, charms, emblems, everything, you name it. Looking so good. We've got Tony the Dinosaur.
Forgot I wasn't even on the wrong scene. Fuck.
Is that what we're naming him?
Tony the Dinosaur.
Sorry.
Kind of looks like you.
That's what he said yesterday. Can you believe that?
Tony the Dinosaur is crazy.
So it's now Tony the
That's
Dinosaur.
my goat.
If you want to rock Tony the Dinosaur, make sure you are
I'm
watching.
gonna rock Tony the
I am
Dinosaur when
too,
I get
actually.
home.
I'm going to be doing that, exactly that. So make sure you're tuning in all weekend long. Keep a tab open if you're out and you're shopping, doing your groceries. Make sure you pick up all those incredible Twitch drops as well. Now, where to watch? You have a couple of different options as well. You can watch either on Twitch, YouTube. Make sure you're tuning in to catch all of your favorite teams and all of the action for that one. So you guys are covered completely. Well, pools, where are we? That is the big question. I certainly want to know where on earth we are in the pool updates because so much has been going on. I barely even open my eyes and things were happening this morning. So let's see where we're at. All right, here we go. Top of the pools here, we've got Shopify Rebellion 3-0, looking great. And it's a great start for them coming into day number 2. Might not be a great start to their day though, meeting unfortunately a very big powerhouse later on. Despite what happened to them yesterday, Optic Gaming, they might rebound back this morning, and they might also be meeting Shopify Rebellion.
I sure hope so.
I sure hope so too. Pool B though, Nemesis. This is the big one here, right? This is the big upset. Nemesis 3-0, right at the top of the chart there on Pool B, and things not looking fantastic for a couple of the other teams who may not have expected the rise of this European roster. When you're looking at Pool D though, Wes, what's going through your head?
I'm thinking
Yeah,
Piggy and his tweets
Nemesis is crazy, dude.
More main stage action and screen time for the 5th seed coming into the tournament. Well, you went 0-3, and guess what? The easiest way as a player to get main stage experience and your games commentated is to win games and win series. You did not do any of that this weekend, and therefore we're going to say goodbye to Luminosity very early.
Damn, that's kind of harsh.
Knocked out in pools. I'm not quite sure the last time that's happened, if it's ever happened throughout Infinite.
Did not step up to the plate here in Arlington, unfortunately, so we do say goodbye to them. But
Sag.
saying goodbye is something I also have to do to you two gentlemen in just a moment, because I want to head on over to two of my favorite human beings in this arena.
I mean,
two beings sitting here.
Sures is a being.
He's the best guy.
I was not expecting Wes to turn Piggy into bacon this morning. He's also coming at me, so...
Well, it sounds like a great breakfast, to be perfectly honest. Beans, bacon, you name it, all of it. And maybe a couple of dubs on the main stage, lads. How you
Just
feeling?
kick them when they're down, right? See,
I think SWAT Latam
like,
have not gone according
I'm
to
not
plan.
saying
I think for Optic,
he's entirely wrong, but like, fuck, dude, that's harsh as fuck.
both these teams have some work to do.
All right, well, I'll leave it in your capable hands. Can't wait to hear your dulcet tones in this arena. Lads, it's over to you.
Thank you so much. Looking forward to jump into this one, Dan.
Poor
Optic
Piggy,
Gaming,
bro.
like I said, it didn't go too
Piggy's
bad
my
last
goat.
night. Again, this morning, didn't wake up and get any better, so they have a lot of work to do.
It did not get any better, sadly. They were able to take one game at least, and, it was close. I was thinking against Nemesis, maybe we're going to see that reverse sweep from Optic Gaming, but actually, a rare thing that happens from European sides, there was a bit of ice. Sometimes it just goes complete opposite way in these tournaments. But alas, less about Nemesis, more about Optic Gaming. Can they solidify themselves going 2-1 in this pool by taking down SWAT Latam? If you have been watching some of the stream, you may have been watching SWAT Latam going against the likes of Nemesis. They were taken down. They also lost to Gen G as well. So Optic, heavy favorites coming into this, and also looking at this series layout, Shurs, that is the perfect series layout for an Optic Gaming side. They are typically not that great at the newer maps and modes, but these are some of the old heavy hitters.
Let's set the table, though. Let's say SWAT Latam can pull off the win. We get a 3-way tie. What does that mean for them? Can they still progress here?
How you doing,
Lot of
Sieg?
math being done in the back. It means that I'm going cross-eyed, as are you.
Hope you're having a good night, bro.
SWAT Latam just have to play what's in front of them. If they 3-0 Optic Gaming, they give themselves a chance to progress, and then you just let the math do the rest of it. You've got to take on what is in front of you, and that will be the Green Wall, who are going to have a point to prove here after a disappointing performance so far against Nemesis.
It's time to tie a little bow on Pool B. It shields up.
Got Pizza and just running some BTV. Love that for you, bro.
Already driving forward towards the tower.
It could be the perfect series.
I actually don't know what I'm gonna eat today.
Back on the saddle as well. They're going to be so disappointed with how they were against Nemesis, but if they can have a solid game here, go into championship bracket with a little bit.
Friday and Monday are national holidays in the UK. It's a super long weekend. Hell yeah, dude. Love that for you.
And that's the thing. you talk about jeopardy. What does it mean to lose an Nemesis? Of course, their seed is thrown up in the air. But if they match against Rebellion, they would have had to
Where
play
should you
Rebellion
get
against the
food
Enemy,
from?
so there's
Some
not
place
that
that
much hard
supplies
on
food?
themselves.
I think
Maybe.
everyone else in the tournament will be a little bit more annoyed, to be honest, because it's going to be the bracket in the elimination side. It's going to be very messed up by all these seed changes. You can have an Optic Gaming, maybe, or a Shopify, maybe, dropping down to that elimination bracket and having to face a team for, like, what, top 12, which is going to be ridiculous. But we'll get there when it arrives. For now, though, it's been SWAT Latam in the early stages. ANC in control and taking B now, and Optic a little bit of a slow start.
You speak about Optic falling off the horse. Perhaps this is the perfect series to get back on it. But at the moment, it's SWAT Latam in the ascendance. 43 points in climbing. Renegade down to no shields. He pushes forward. Teammates not really there. Formal.
Dude, Strikey is hitting some crazy shots.
Legends picked up a double kill elsewhere.
Oh my god.
Make this a difficult hold for Strikey. As try as he might, he is going to fall. 3 members of Latam do hit the deck.
And there are some familiar names on these.
Yeah, the new shotgun looks great, dude. I'm really looking forward to it. Spending some time with it.
From the region, but Roche and Strikey have apparently been the two that have really been stepping up.
Obviously, there's been that unfinished version in the
main reasons why they find themselves here in pool
in like some custom games. Pretty fun to play with, but I'm interested to see like what differences they made with that now that it's finished.
We also won from the ANZ with Mind Freak, so congratulations to all of them for making it to this point, but all of them will have ambitions and of pushing even further.
Yeah, and it's always tough because the pool play game is going to be a far different experience, but SWAT Latam, they've had 2 games to warm up. Essentially now they've been able to take down 2 other squads, and now they have to do arguably an even more difficult task, go against the Green Wall on the main stage. And at least they're getting back into it now though, are Optic. 26 points on the board, and they are starting to pick up a few kills here or there.
Growing back into it. Strikey's gonna have to try and clear out. Bound over towards the tower. He has no idea he's there. An elbow to the spine's good enough for the kill. Camouflage has popped up. Strikey's got eyes on it as well. Formal's gonna be there. Legends picked up another double kill though. Formal will get away with the camouflage. Down to no shields, but nobody on the side of SWAT Latam there to put him in the grave. He can now push forward towards sandbags. This is good for Optic Gaming. A and B in control, and now it's SWAT Latam to have to fight for the back foot.
I think Optic just don't need to overthink this. I think if they just play the game and start to focus on actually just their fragging power, they should be able to overpower this SWAT Latam roster. But if you start to overthink things and try and work out, you know, why are SWAT Latam doing this? This is a little bit different to what we've done against other teams.
Oh, they get stuck? Wow.
A little bit more difficult. Just focus on your raw skill. Go back to the basics a little bit here for the Green Wall.
Renegade with snipe. Looking towards big door. Nobody there.
My goat.
Always a great place to hold. A foundation for your team. The anchor point. They now take the lead. B and C in full control.
God damn the green wall.
See what SWAT Latam can do. Can they break this setup? 2 down. Formal and bound. An opening, but 4 go down for Latam as quick as you like. And Renegade can continue to rotate and hold B.
And this is where you would expect Optic to be at their best, when they do have control, but it was something that in that oddball game against Nemesis earlier on today, they had that control, they had that setup. Alas, Nemesis were able to break it, which was even more impressive, because breaking an Optic setup is not an easy thing to achieve. And I think that's what SWAT Latam are going to experience right about now. They need to have a plan in action, either do a 3-1 split or a full 4 send, and they do get the opening onto 4.
How deep is the playbook for Latam? And will it even matter with how much firepower is in the team? As I say that, Bounds picked up a double kill. He's died over towards tower though. Renegade's in hot pursuit. Roar's trying to desperately stay alive. Renegade
Good
will
kill.
not let him do it so
Avoiding the nade with the
well.
QT too.
To help the quantum translocator. Noble.
This dude's big
over towards
brain.
Mud. He's being spotted out as well. Renegade knows exactly where he's going and will train his crosshairs appropriately. 2 members to contend with. Backs away. Clever from Renegade.
Yeah, shame really that there was so many eyes on him.
Good trip cap.
To escape into Melbourne. Keep that sniper rifle on the side of
Yeah, they
Optic.
seem to find their stride a little bit.
All the rest of the team have been able to do the job, and it means that Formal gets to go with the headshot machine.
Camo's about to pop. Legends over there. Formal will provide some cover fire. Roar's the last man standing for his team. He is trying to evade the attentions. He has been hunted down. It's going to be a 2v1 over towards A. Roar's probably just needs to try and stay alive as long as he can to help his teammates pop back up again. Formal will get the kill. Two members top middle position for SWAT Latam. Camouflage still for Formal to play with, and a couple of bullets, a sniper to play. It's all to do here for SWAT Latam. Easy streak
Ooh,
right
good
now
shot.
for Formal.
I think too much to do for SWAT Latam now. You can't allow Optic to have a lead like this. It was looking promising in the early stages when you had a 50-point lead, but once Optic get in this groove,
Ow.
many teams can come back from it. And especially a squad that is still going to be trying to get those pieces together.
Yeah, I think they're waking up a little bit now.
Try as they might, though, they haven't been able to get A, but of course you're going to get the quick conversion over to
Dude,
B.
oh my god.
Responding very well, but now the battle at B is going to be even more important. But
Oh!
it doesn't matter 'cause
Oh,
Legend has the
Legend.
challenge.
Oh my god, Legend's just putting down so much damn. They're at 4 dead now.
I
Wow.
think this game may be dead and buried already.
Dude, looking at the chairs they're sitting in, though, hurts my back, bro. Like,
Striking top tower gets Legend down to no shields.
get my boys some actual gaming chairs.
Steps. Formal though still has that snipe, but will fall. But a triple cap is locked in, and it's locked in tight. And a Latam about to tap out here. Points continue to climb. 3 dead for Latam. And for Optic Gaming,
Jeez.
they recover from the Nemesis blunder. Map 1 in the books.
250 to 67. Bear in mind, SWAT Latam took a 50-point lead right at the start of that game, so it might have been slow out of the blocks for Optic Gaming, but they demonstrate why that does not matter. They are a team that can definitely respond and get back into things regardless of how they start, and I think they needed it. They needed to focus up a little bit, get back on that saddle as we were alluding to, and maybe now they can begin their run, not just through these pool play matches, but start to think about what could be awaiting them in the championship bracket as well. Early days though, only the first map.
His
of
palms
the
are
series.
sweaty.
SWAT Latam, I think they just got a piece of the green wall.
Yeah, dude, that's one thing I don't miss about controller, bro. I don't know, I feel like it's a lot easier to get sweaty palms with a controller. I don't-
This championship contender roster, and I think as good as Optic Gaming are, as good as the green wall are, if you don't perform, if you're underperforming, they can get on your back very quickly, and that's something that Legend and Bound and Renegade to a certain extent will find out very quickly. If things don't go their way, if they don't start building championships with them.
And of course, that's no disrespect to the green wall. I think that's any major fan base. You are always going to want to see success for your team, so you are naturally going to be looking at why that might be going wrong. But Legend responding to maybe some performances that he wasn't happy with yesterday, with 17 kills on the board here in Game 1 on Saturday here in HCS Arlington. And this is going to be a case where moving into Game 2 for Slayer Aquarius, I think the fact that Optic have now been able to calm themselves down a little bit, it's going to be them focusing on just trying to breeze through this one. You want a nice, easy 3-0. Otherwise, then again, you're still going to see people scratching their heads a little bit, saying, you know, where's that Optic Gaming that was going toe-to-toe with Shopify Rebellion back at the Invitational? Where is that second seed that we expect?
Still using your trusty
You know the
PS4
communication
controller.
after the Nemesis series, okay, reset, reset, reset. Because
All reliable,
there was a
bruh.
part of me when the electricity went last night, Nemesis were 2 to the good, you thought this is the perfect time for an Optic Gaming reverse sweep. They go back to the hotel, they do some VOD review, they figure out what Nemesis were doing and they start to counter it. But actually they couldn't figure it out. Nemesis remained on top. But now that reset has seemed to come to fruition. Game 1 was pretty easy, and Slayer Aquarius looks like it could be the same if they continue to gun the way they were.
And there's always, you know, the conversation of looking at the series layout. Was it a bad one for Optic Gaming? Yes. Was it a good one for Nemesis? Yes, but at the same time, you could change that 1 to 5, 10 different times, and you can only play what's in front of you at the end of the day. And Optic are just going to have to work with that as they move forward in this tournament. And as they
Really,
move forward in the
Sieg?
series, you mentioned it, Slayer Aquarius is where we go. I love watching Optic on Aquarius. You look at all 4 of these players on the team.
Dude.
They're all the kind of players
The
that
Xbox
just
One
go
controller
straight
that
round
came
and
with
score,
my,
challenge you,
like,
take
Xbox
those
One,
fights and also punish you
I
throughout
used
the
for
position.
like 5 years straight, didn't get stick drift until like
the perfect team to have in a Slayer. So aggressive, so in your face.
my last year of
Got
like playing on
Renegade, who made
Xbox.
a name for himself, sliding, pushing, ruthless aggression. And you've got Bound and Legend who done the exact same thing on Space Station. Formal has got a real Slayer team here.
Well, I mean, a lot of people say that championships are won through these Slayer game types, and if you look back even at the Invitational that happened those weeks ago, Optic were able to get a lot of Slayers under their belt against Shopify Rebellion, and I think that is why they are the Slayer team that you were talking about, because they are just...
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any
together, they
experience
find
with the
that
series
balance,
controllers
they
because
find when it's been done as well. And now you
I have the Infinite Xbox controller and I don't want to really use that because I don't want to like, you know, depreciate it. So it's literally just sitting in a display case. It's like never been used.
You want to start putting some people on notice, putting some people on blast, performing well. although you might not do too well here, something to build upon. Maybe you do something better at DreamHack. These reps are so valuable to teams like SWAT Latam.
I mean, seeing their player cam, seeing them on the main stage, they seem all smiles, they seem pretty happy, maybe just enjoying the occasion of being on the main stage. You heard what Wes had to say towards Piggy, making him bacon. They didn't even get that chance on the main stage. Not everyone does, so enjoy the moment, try and have fun, and also see if you can pull off maybe a map victory or two, as Noble will take down Legend to kick things off here.
Bound's got camo, Formal's got a kill. Patrolling the front base, getting information for his team. Doesn't have to push in just yet. A little poke of damage, trying to initiate a gunfight. Grenade goes up the stairs, Noble sitting back base. Bound's alone for now, needs help from his teammates, and it comes, Renegade. They put 2 in the grave, make it 4, all 4 go down. Rorsch will spawn over towards P1. And he has to try and stay alive as long as he possibly can.
Very simple thing there from Bound. He had camouflage, and a lot of players would have just walked on into the base and tried to stay hidden. But Bound says, you know, I've got my utility, I've got my grenades. Happy to give up his position just because the grenade does more than just him walking in. They allow the team to clean up the kill. 12-3 now, and the Optic train is really starting to roll here on Aquarius.
Killing spree for Renegade. Bound yet to die as well. Both 5-0 and 3-0 respectively. Formal picks up another one, and this is what you don't want for LATAM. Don't let this game spiral out of control. Try and stay close in the early engagements, because we've seen Optic Gaming come back from huge deficits in this layer. If you give them a massive lead, you don't have much of a chance.
I just think 1v1 situations here, Optic versus LATAM. You're putting your money on Optic Gaming every single time. These are world champions.
You have ordered food? What'd you go with?
The best of the best.
What'd you go with?
For this tournament, for this season. And sadly, when you're a team coming through from the open bracket and you play against a team that's going to be a little bit pissed off with what happened yesterday and in the early hours, and it's a killing frenzy for Renegade as it's 22-7. Optic Gaming really wanting to make a statement in this series.
As you said that, I just thought to myself, is this the worst possible time to play against Optic Gaming if you're an open bracket team? Renegade finally gets taken down, with his tally being 10-1-1. He was
Didn't this game just start?
Camouflage now in the chest of Bound after Renegade just fumbled with it. Double kill.
Lamb over rice and beef. That sounds really good, actually.
SWAT Latam are just turtling up to trying to survive, but you just can't play that way against Optic Gaming.
I mean, this is just matchmaking now for Optic Gaming. They are just looking for the kills. They have the structure already in place. They have the map control, and it's just a matter of calling out the
Lamb's your favorite meat? I don't know if I've ever actually had lamb.
Relentless, ruthless aggression.
4 dead again. Triple kill for Legend. The French phenom starting to find his feet now.
They're going to call him the French freak. I mean, you could.
That could work too.
Does work. Some of the things that he has been able to do, I questioned whether he was even human. (32-14), so a couple of kills going back in favor of SWAT LATAM, but again, a deficit like this, it would be quite the struggle if Optic Gaming were to throw this one away. Actually, it would be the biggest throw of all time. But the green wall in the venue starting to get loud.
No, some of the more, like, I guess, like, non-traditional ones, I've, like, never really had, no.
Tough morning for them.
Was an early morning wake-up call.
Lamb sauce! Where's the lamb sauce?
Didn't get the win. All still to do. Like I say, if they can take down Rebellion, Dan, that loss to Nemesis means nothing. It's irrelevant. You're back in the... You've actually stolen first seed in the tournament, so it's happy days.
That's also assuming that Rebellion also...
Yeah, I know Lamb's pretty common up there.
I mean, I think it's looking that way at the moment, but I'm not 100% sure on what the results are that have come through. And that's assuming that Optic continue to win this series, but how things are going, it's looking like it's trending that way. 37-22. Again, SWAT LATAM are just pinned back into the base, and Renegade is just waiting to pounce.
I feel like I'm watching the same play happen over and over again. They get camouflage and they all collapse on a base. They turn around and they do it again. And LATAM just do not have an answer for it. Noble's back base. Renegade's gonna hop back up there to help Formal, and in the end, he doesn't even need it.
I mean, that's what's important, is when that last player is remaining, you hunt him down, you kill him just that little bit later, and you split those spawns spawns. You split those spawns, and you just keep them staggered, and you keep punishing them every single time you have that player advantage.
You just keep splitting them prawns. Renegade over towards the steps. And I think that's a very important point you make as well, because of course, if you delay that last final kill, you're always guaranteed a numbers advantage. It's 4v3 for the 3 fresh players to pop up, so always hard work to put these boys away.
Yeah, this game's not even close, dude.
Make it 2 now. Optic Gaming are in complete cruise control with 1 more kill to go. A killing spree for Renegade. And it could be Roars the next one to hit the grave. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know.
2 to the good now for Optic Gaming.
That was just a fucking slaughter, dude.
The crowd was
Unfortunately.
steak, and it was delivered on a plate. Doesn't matter if you like it blue.
Oh my god, is that bittersweet? Oh my god.
It was perfectly executed by the Optic Gaming roster. They had that one on the grill for quite some time, ready to serve. And now, on the side of SWAT LATAM, that's going to be a difficult pill to swallow. It was a domination in the game 2 on Aquarius Slayer there. And Optic Gaming looking too strong, it would seem, for the open bracket side.
Just to be clear when we're talking about steaks,
yes.
Blue means barely cooked, correct?
Yeah, just sear it on all the edges, make sure, and then you just deliver it pretty much raw in the middle.
So essentially, just eating it fresh, cut off the animal, because it's getting very little love.
Yeah, you just make sure you get rid of all the E. coli on the edges and everything like that. Safe to eat. Yeah, it's not too bad.
It's good health. Good health and safety from you.
Yeah.
You've definitely done a course or 2.
I did.
I know. Series layout then 250 to 67. Strongholds live fire Slayer did not go the way of SWAT LATAM either. 50-26. It's been utter domination for the green wall. An oddball recharge on the horizon. It's not looking much better. It's one of their best map mode combinations. And looking at the stats, Renegade 18, 3, and 6. He's really starting to find his form.
I know I've probably said this, but I think that's what's exciting about this Optic team is that every single player can have a game like that. I mean, Formal, not too many kills, but you don't need to when Renegade has a game like that. But Legend also did it the game before. Bound could be the one who does it next time. And these kind of teams can be championship winning rosters because often these games can come down to fine margins where one player just has to step up, have that moment where they get that double or get that triple. A killing frenzy, for example, for Renegade. By the way, he gave up a killing frenzy just trying to get the camouflage, which shows that he was still thinking about the bigger picture. Because if that was me, I'd be like, I ain't going top mid. I will carry on just trying to pick up some kills.
Just gonna keep hitting the closets.
Just keep going.
Hope some players are no shields. Gonna get myself a little perfection.
Looking for my running riot.
I think it's right you say that because it's important to know. Sometimes you see one player being an outlier on the stat sheet. He's got 18 kills in one of the games. There's just not enough kills on the map for every player to pop off. Sometimes it's just not your turn.
Well, I mean, something that's been mentioned a few times already in this tournament is, for example, TSM with the life after last shot, right? Not having that extra kind of firepower, that one person who could just suddenly pop off. Optic have 4 of those players, and I'm not saying TSM don't. I just don't think TSM have quite found their footing yet in this tournament, but they did qualify for the championship bracket, so they will have an opportunity to right some of those wrongs. Now, Oddball Recharge is going to be the next, and yeah, bad news for SWAT LATAM. This is pretty much Optic Gaming's bread and butter. Slow setup, but also can push the pace when you need to. You can watch those spawns, you can punish people who are going to be on their own. I would not be surprised if this is a 2-0 and ends the series at a 3-0, and we still have to give credit to SWAT LATAM for getting to this point. Getting through that grueling open bracket is never easy, and especially taking down a lot of those North American teams that you were talking about, Shurs. But when you get into this pool and you have to play an Optic Gaming, who, as I said...
Yeah, I have a feeling this is going to be a fucking slaughter, bro.
I think something Optic Gaming do on this map, they don't have a preferred method, a preferred setup in this. They can hold it pipes, they can hold it elevator, they can hold it blue. They don't care where they hold it because they have optimal setups for each one of them. And for SWAT LATAM, I just don't think they're going to have enough in the books to be able to break these setups.
Yeah, and even if you do break the setup, it's how do you set up yourself? Because Optic does have that deep playbook. Optic can break those setups time and time again, and they are going to punish you every single time you try and take that ball away from them. And then you've also got to think about the shock rifle and how that is going to impact things out here as well. Optic Gaming are going to terrorize SWAT LATAM here in this match.
Power weapons always so important. You've got 4 gunnies on Optic Gaming, and any one of them can pick it up at any given time and put on a show. The camouflage there to be contended for right off the rip. Noble's got the opening pick. Legend's gonna fall. Renegade's gonna whiff for the first melee.
What's your FOV?
Eventually gets it done. Probably sitting on 110, I would say.
I mean, I don't think so. If you don't see Renegade right there, I'm thinking it's like a 970. 42. Does not spot Renegade. He's able to get the kill in the end, and it's going to be that first camouflage going in favor of Optic Gaming. Even worse news for Small.
Good luck, Laz.
Will give his position away, but will grab a shock rifle.
Aren't fraps just like...
What's his FOV?
It's literally just iced coffee, dude. It's blended iced coffee.
Sometimes you have to watch where you're
You'll be fine.
Formal will find a face with that camouflage. This is just things you can't plan for. You can have all the strategies in the world and all the setups, but if Formal gets a shock rifle on the camouflage, all those plans can go by the wayside.
No ball time as of yet, though. The ball is actually going to reset. Just a little bit of a standoff as almost connected with it. Just does enough damage so that it can be picked up, but it will be all 4 dead for Optic Gaming. And actually, SWAT LATAM will be the first team to get a setup here, and it looks like it's going to have to be pipes. Although they do have A control, so they can probably rotate this round to elevator if they would like. They're going to force a blue push from Optic.
Can I tell you that one of the most terrifying things to play in Halo is when you're faced with a sniper rifle or a shock rifle and they stand still. As you hold your breath, you're like, he's about to blame me. And more often than not, with the shock rifle, you find out pretty quickly. Unfortunately, though, Formal didn't find the face and he got taken down. But 23 seconds on the board for LATAM. The ball's going to get tossed out over towards battery, so it's going to be reset. Bound's going to drop down, scoop it up, and 3 dead. Striking last man standing down over towards Long Haul. He has to wait for his teammates to spawn back up.
Well, 2 dead on the side of SWAT LATAM. Optic Gaming have the ball. A good chance to jump into the communications of Optic Gaming and seeing how they're feeling.
Nothing long.
Good double. Uh-oh. Woo! Okay. Renegade got shot in the... He's got a team shot in the back, bro.
Just sitting there, I think. Watching long. One glass. Glass, first week. One top tower, week, striking.
Spence, you guys, they're gonna push you.
Top tower.
Enemy has the ball. Chalk is up, they might be on that. Yeah, one day Backseat.
Go back. 2 and 8. Trying to rotate. One tower back, come on. Nice. More top tower, one's back silo. Top tower, arm down, one back silo.
Bottom beer, watch bottom beer. Watch bottom beer.
Good nade.
Bound, go help John.
Okay, hey.
Be rats.
I'll get top A.
Make sure they don't get past you long.
I'll get top A, I don't have to cross, watch yourself. Top A weak. Watch yourself, guys. Go bottom. Yeah. Watch your blue picks. Okay, long gun.
Camo.
Bottom beer. My long against going C+. Long going C+. Let's go with C+.
He's
just holding me? Spawning pipe. That's fun turbine. Maybe tower.
Spike, kill me. He has shock long. No one's going.
32 boots on a 2.
Sitting big door shot.
Bottom here in blue tunnel. He's hitting wrist now. One day.
Bottom A, one shot,
Next week.
Bottom A, one shot, behind you. Bottom A, one shot. Bottom elevator, one shot, 3. Back elevator, 1.
We go.
Kill help. Nice. Behind you, top A still. Right now.
Top pair, one shot. Heaven, going top A. Top cat now.
Let's
Bottom A, he's top right. Top man on the box, going for ball. No one A. Two A. Going long.
Top right still.
We're in day.
Long
one,
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna look for this.
Glass.
Is red this one?
Last one. We get long.
Water's also weak. More water on guys. Weak. Village.
Problem.
Striking village.
Just said, one red says. so let's get one top red. I have a grapple, I have a grapple. One supply, I'm playing this guy, one supply.
A very focused Optic Gaming, actually. I think historically, a game like this and a team like this, the comms may not be like that. It might have been a little bit more chill, a little bit more expectation of winning this comfortably, but Optic extremely focused, and they know they cannot take this SWAT LATAM team lightly. They're a very strong roster who have to be respected, and it's exactly what Optic is showing here.
Yeah, those comms are locked. Hearing a lot of small talk. Not looking past this SWAT LATAM team, and for good reason. This round number 1 has been close. Optic Gaming now just started to pull away. 10 seconds required. 3 members down for SWAT LATAM. This should be a round 1 victory for Optic Gaming as Legend continues to hold and secures the round for his team.
A bit back and forth to begin with, but once they got a solid setup, Optic Gaming were just able to hold on to it, but it was great to have an extended listen in there so we could really see how Optic were kind of feeling. I think focus would be the key word that I take away from that listening. Legend now just supporting Bound, and I mean, Legend and Bound running at you is another terrifying thing to have to try and go up against in Halo. Is now
3 dead, should be a free camo.
Again, first camouflage goes to Optic Gaming. And that is going to be a key feature in this game as well. If SWAT LATAM allow that camouflage to keep going in favor of the green wall, then they are not going to be able to get around.
Optic Gaming have really been on top of the power-ups. Almost every camouflage has gone their way this game. That time just desperately trying to survive, but Formula just keeps hitting 5s.
I can't wait to just see a bunch of stars in the kill feed, bro.
Noble's over towards gold. Grapple would mean the ball can come with him. Camouflage will just run out, but now they have an A set up. Renegade's got the shock rifle as well over towards blue. This is going to be a very difficult break for SWAT LATAM. Renegade has to live here. He's done so for now.
Of course, you talk about those 5s. With the summer update, we'll get the perfect medal that's going to be on the kill feed as well. And I do wonder whether that changes things and changes the dynamic of the game when you see someone perfect in the kill feed, and you know they're hot. Is very different to just seeing them get those kills as well. So it does change things ever so slightly. And I'm excited for that introduction when the summer update does come through. But Optic have the ball over towards pipes, and they've got 2 dead. It's going to be a 3 versus 2 in this. And actually, there's a spawn over towards elevator, so they could get aggressive here and try and take elevator off them. But I think with that damage, they're going to
Oh, good live.
Back away they do. 3 members of Optic Gaming over towards pipes. Beautiful nades getting tossed out here though. Players down to no shields, and Bound picks up 2. 3 go down now. Renegade gets one elsewhere. Last player over towards tower. A beautiful hold from the green wall.
If we go down together. Bound and Formal just holding hands and saying, look, we'll fight to the very end, and they both come out of it alive. So difficult to try and take those fights when both players are just trained on doing damage, happy to die for the cause of their teammate. Now, Noble does have camouflage, so this is better. At least they've been able to prioritize it, and maybe it can help them get back into this round. Oh, you walk into a wiggly Formal, you never really know how it's going to happen. Noble's the last remaining player here. Ball time still going in favor of Optic.
They've hit the halfway point now. A points required. For Noble, just waiting patiently for plays to be made elsewhere. Unfortunately, that camouflage didn't see the value he would have liked. This ball being well protected by the Frenchman. Like a little baby being cradled. He's bringing it over towards long haul. He's got help from Bound, but 2 members of SWAT LATAM combined. Legend will drop the ball.
Damn, are they gonna get a single point this round?
Even when he didn't need to.
They got such a good hold, man.
Ball has been dropped over towards double stack, and Halo get a kill onto Formal.
Dude, they're still scoring. Oh my god.
Put some damage down on the map. Great nade from Strikey, but just not enough to get the kill. Double kill for Legend. He continues to roll. And 82 points in climbing here for Optic Gaming. This has been smooth sailing.
And he's just walking into one shot after one shot. Such good
They're stuck elevator, dude. They can't move at all.
Legend to clean up.
The final moments then. Perhaps the final innings of SWAT.
Dude.
As Renegade gets the final second required.
Wow.
And the green wall march on.
100-0 for round 2. That was so dominant.
They're going to go 2-1 in the pools.
They had to lock in pretty hard, though.
At least walk away with a better seed than 3rd, so they're not going to have to worry about being 3rd in their pool. They will finish 2nd just after Nemesis, so it'll be a flip of the seeds. Nemesis are now going to be the 2nd seed going into the championship bracket, whereas we're going to see Optic Gaming being a 7th seed, which, of course, leads us to a possibility of Shopify Rebellion versus Optic Gaming in winners bracket round 1. The two teams
Complexity is going to be playing FaZe in winners round 1 for top 6. Top 6 finish for Complexity would be awesome.
Don't get me wrong, we were
At
expecting
least.
an Optic Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion at some point this weekend. We were not expected to come quite this soon, if that is how it all shakes out. But it was a clean sweep for the green wall. Those four players, they found their feet, and the green wall has found their voice, applauding the hometown heroes.
I think that's how that game had to go. That series had to go that way for Optic Gaming. Otherwise, there would have been a lot of raised eyebrows around this arena, and maybe even on opposition teams. They had to just show everyone that maybe it was just a blip against Nemesis, and they're going to be back in form, because otherwise, if it's going to happen, Shopify Rebellion would have been rubbing their hands together saying, actually, yeah, sure, if Optic are struggling against a team that's just come out of open bracket, they'll be right before the picking. But no, Optic show their dominance, Optic show themselves at their very best, or at least close to their very best. I still think there is more to come from them just yet. But it is a 3-0 against SWAT LATAM, and sadly will be the end of SWAT's tournament, but a great open bracket run to give them a chance to play on the main stage.
You very loosely made a point there that I almost didn't even think about, was with Nemesis taking down Optic in that pool play match, do you think the other top teams, the likes of Rebellion, SSG, FaZe, do they look at Optic now thinking maybe they're not as strong as maybe we thought they were?
I think so, but I think that there's always been that question mark of this roster. I mean, it's happened many a time on this stage in particular as well, against a European team. I think maybe there's just a little bit of a worry. I think there's
Each of those games was like not even close, unfortunately.
Gaming, and I think it might just be a hurdle on the way to things, because Optic Gaming are definitely going to be a team who could move forward and could still win this entire tournament.
A lot of work still to do for Optic Gaming, but they've beaten the team that was in front of them. There's still a lot of work to do. Maybe, like we say, that big matchup against Shopify Rebellion. This Halo just gives us something all the time, Dan. Unexpected results. You're seeing teams make it out of open that maybe you weren't expecting as well. Blaze, though, he's got some words to speak with Renegade, and I can't wait to hear them. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Shurs and Dan. Texas, make some noise for the home team as Optic Gaming gets it done on the main stage. And I got Renegade with me. Renegade, the cheers have been crazy today. Just tell me right off the bat, what is it like playing in front of a crowd this loud?
Hey, Rand, what's up?
Yeah, I love the green wall. You know, I definitely hear it, and especially how much family members I have here. I hear all you guys. Thank you.
There you go, okay? He loves the support. And on a day in which you guys needed a lot of support to really kick this one off, okay? You know, the schedule a little bit different. You guys start off early today playing a match on that continuation from yesterday. Just kind of talk to me. What has the morning been like for you guys getting prepared for this champ bracket?
Well, yeah, we had to wake up pretty early. We played that first match down 0-2 at like 9 a.m. We didn't get the win, but, you know, we're still in winners, and we're still looking for the trophy.
There you go, okay? And, you know,
It's good taking it easy.
On the stage, Killing Frenzy, looking good. How you feel about just your own performance to kick this day off?
I've been playing all right. I think I could play a little bit better, and this next series I will.
All right, you heard him. This next series, he will. Green Wall, stay in the crowd. We'll get this champ bracket kicked off here soon. That's going to do it for me on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze and GG's.
It's not that deep, bro.
Keep yourselves in it, and I gotta say,
Just don't be excessive about it, and, you know, don't be rude. That's all I care about.
Are relieved based on what we just saw. I also think it was a little bit of a kick up the butt about how you have to be performing with your A game every single time you take that stage, and I do feel like they gave LATAM that respect. I do think that they played.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna eat today, dude.
To pop off, they had to show their individual skill to get the job done, and honestly, they made it look pretty easy in terms of teamwork. That's exactly what I wanted to see from Optic. How did you feel about that series?
Yeah, I loved what I saw from Optic. I think especially knowing that you've already dug yourself a hole, that you're going to play a 1 seed coming out of pools here, and it's probably going to be Shopify due to the rumblings. Optic are very aware of all of this storyline that's ahead of them and their road to success, and that trophy is Renegade referenced in that interview. I think this is what you had to do if you were Optic. To go into the Shopify series when bracket play starts confident, you needed to stomp the LATAM team, and that's exactly what just happened. It was a beatdown, and now I think Optic are going to go a lot more confident into bracket play.
Indeed they are. How did you feel about the teamwork, Goofy? Because obviously I think that was something that might have been lacking a little bit of touch against Nemesis, and I think Nemesis out-teamworked Optic. You never want that to happen. So how did you feel that they rebuilt that coming into this series?
Yeah, I think they played fantastic. Like Wes said, Optic did exactly what they needed to do. No messing around. Don't let a game extend past where it needs to. Come in and really, for yourself, for your team, make it be known that, hey, the loss against Nemesis was a blip. We're here to win this tournament, and they did exactly that, you know, as far as coming out and winning this series against SWAT.
When it comes down to what you are looking for right now of Optic, we've had an early slip up. I know you're looking at certain specifics. We looked at pacing yesterday and how they are able to slow things down and speed things up when they want to, rather than just have that one set aggressive pace. Was there any individuals you're looking at spotlighting that you really want to see kind of start to look a little bit more comfortable on this roster as they build up through the weekend?
I'm looking at Legend and his comfortability on this roster. I think they're at the K-Son event. That was kind of their prelim or pre-event show match that Optic performed at. I think it was Legend that I expect the world of, and MVP of last year, obviously. I think when he's playing his best, is considered the best player in the game. I need to see that Legend going into bracket play, especially knowing the team that they play starting off, in order to have the tournament that this roster wants to have.
Indeed. I also think for me, it's got to be Bound. I think I just haven't seen that, I don't know, that kind of, excuse the term, cocky confidence, right, from Bound that you're used to seeing, something that you love, I think, about him as a player,
yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
Running at you, just full blazing ego challenge. It is, it's arrogance, but it's like this.
But it's backed up with
100%.
hard truth.
It's an arrogance that you're so comfortable watching on your screen. I think especially as a teammate, you just know you're like, yeah, go for it. Like, I know you're gonna come out of that situation 9 times out of 10. The one that's winning it, that every single time that pip. I just haven't seen that kind of, I think, arrogance, that cocky confidence that I love about Bound as a player come through the screen yet. What do you think that really comes down to though, Goofy? Is that just, you know, they're trying to find their flow, their dynamic as a team, you know, 4 very, very hard-pressed players. They're so
Real as fuck,
aggressive.
true.
Is it just finding his slot?
I think so. I mean, to everyone's point, Bound, what makes him so special is that style of gameplay. He genuinely thinks he is the best in the world, and he's shown it time and time again. I think for me, this Optic roster is still trying to put the pieces together.
I think it's a mix of like still getting comfortable and then realizing that the competition is so much more steeper now. When you have a team like Rebellion, who last season was not performing to the caliber they are now, mainly because of the roster change, I think, but like getting bested by a team that you once thought was like, you know, a little bit inferior, like obviously it should be taken a lot more seriously, but like I definitely do think that hurts the ego a little bit.
Difficult, I feel, than playing as an underdog, and that arrogance is much easier to have when like you're trying to prove the world wrong, rather than prove the world right about putting together the perfect God squad that they believe they have. I think he has it in him, but I do think it's a bit of a mind switch shift that he's going to have to go throughout this Optic Gaming's experience and achieving everything they want to.
And you just said it, experience, and that is the key, right? It's just having that experience as a team. That's exactly how you progress and get better, and also just get.
I know Formal's tired of getting second, dude.
So important. We're seeing a ton of that here in Arlington. We're gonna head to a quick break right now, folks. But when we come back, we head into the champ bracket. We have our first winners round for you on the main stage. Cannot wait to see the business that's gonna go down on this stage here, folks. Stay with us, and we'll see you right after the break.
Any games going on right now? No. I think literally everyone's on break right now. For now. Halo main chat's so funny. What the fuck is this, Steven? What the fuck? The tiny TV for this big ass box for this tiny ass TV, bro. I can't. I'm dead. I'm fucking dead. Yo, Contrarian, you want to see something even funnier? Sent you a pretty good meme, bro.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content.
Why am I not playing Halo? There's a tournament going on, bro. I would like to watch the tournament.
With official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and community top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
There was not a fuse box on fire, bro. It overheated. It wasn't on fire. That's a big difference. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. Ranked double XP Grisball? Are we dead ass? Halo chat's so fucking stupid.
Mental became easily the best player in Gears of War esports history.
You know, once
I don't know, man. I don't feel like that's a really even fight, but I'm gonna not comment on creators like that.
He went into the most fights and he came out on top. You saw his character coming at you.
Even if some of them are goofy as fuck.
Everybody knows
Some of them be goofy.
Mental is definitely on one of the greatest runs. I mean, you could say in esports history.
Those boys were unstoppable.
You can't help think about the brand of Mental without winning.
My name is Billy Putnam. My gamer tag is Mental. I played Gears of War competitively. I have 22 championship wins in that game.
22. Wow. Yeah, Jank Shiz is fucking stupid, bro.
Trash talking. For me personally, I'd kind of just stay there, stone face, and I let my teammates do all the talking.
Coming to the end of Gears of War 5, Mental was facing a tough decision where he wasn't feeling that passion for the esport anymore, and he had his eyes set on something else.
So yeah, it was a hard decision to quit Gears of War and go to a different game because I didn't have any offers at the time, so I actually had no job.
He wanted to switch to Call of Duty and see if he could become a CDL pro. He did, and actually transitioned into being a starting player on a CDL pro team. So then after CDL came to a close for him, he switched over to Halo.
I knew of Mental from Gears. Obviously, he was like the best of all time, you know.
That food's here. Enjoy, dude. Enjoy.
Like, this guy needs to go back to Gears. Like, he doesn't have it figured out yet. But then he quickly started to just keep grinding and grinding and grinding. You know, he went from a whole bunch of different teammates, Gears teammates to some COD teammates. And then he eventually found Rynoob, and he went from like not the best placements to placing pro immediately with Rynoob.
There has never been a player who's given me a first impression like Billy Mental. This guy was incredible. When I first went into practice with him, I was like, you know, it's an option for us, but it's definitely not our leading option. You know, he hadn't placed pro that season, but we had a lot of time in our off season, and we played, and everything was decided after our first match. Can't really.
Ryanoob's so nerdy. Still can't get over that shit, dude.
How great of a teammate.
So funny.
I heard that first mention of, oh yeah, he's a 22, 23-time champion in Gears of War. I was like, what? No, I just heard he was a Gears of War player. That was definitely an interesting tidbit of information to come after I started teaming with him.
He just left that part out.
I think what stood out for me in Halo was really the movement you can have. Kind of remind me of Gears in a way, where movement mattered a lot.
And I think just that natural like superstar talent that he has can translate to any game, and I think Halo is just perfect because it does have that movement.
Love this angling here from Mental.
Captain Clutch himself, Mental, he's just popped a 3-piece.
Third bullet through the dome. Oh! Mental with nades and his name. Oh my god! What?
That could be huge for some of these down will. They're gonna clean up one. 2. Mental nearly found the third. And Mental the two of them. The duo getting the triple kill.
Mental fighting on the face. They need people to fight for him like this.
Rebellion! Clean sweep!
It is so unbelievably important to have not only experience, sometimes in a different esport, but to win. The experience of winning, of how to dominate, of how to be the best you can be at something. Having that experience under your belt is so incredibly, I personally think, necessary when you are trying to go into a new esport.
So as a player, for Mental to be a renowned superstar in another FPS title, to then have to start from the bottom and work your way back through, it's been a fascinating journey to watch. And it hasn't been a straight to the top kind of transition. It's been a grind. It's been through the onlines, it's been to LANs, it's been through open bracket to pool play, and now he's on a team with Shopify Rebellion who are making it through to a championship Sunday.
I think he's that player that your team looks to when you want a little bit of inspiration, when you see him ripping faces in the kill feed, all of a sudden you breathe this confidence, you've got this excitement, you start to believe.
It is pretty cool that Mental stuck with Halo for now. I wonder what he's gonna do if when E-Day comes out, if it's like successful multiplayer wise. Only took 9 whole hours. Dude, I was watching like the whole stream. I felt like I didn't even make like any progress on my drops. Sometimes when you switch through like a bunch of like Twitch channels that have drops, like they just tend to like fuck up, and sometimes like none of them count.
Switch to Halo and be a professional and place. I think he's placed top 3 a few times now. Like that's.
Hold up, what's my shit at actually?
Switch to a different game, I feel like is never easy. So the fact that he's able to catch up with everyone's like really like shows how good he
I'm telling you, dude, those multiplayer, those like multi-game like players, dude, that just whoop ass is crazy. Yeah, I have like no progress on like the mainstream drops.
That's crazy. The trajectory that he's on
Twitch drop tracking is like so fucked, I swear.
Of course, I have my history in Gears of War, but for me, I want to be looked at as a Halo Pro and a champion in this game as well. I don't
Let me refresh this fucking stream, dude.
or anything like that. I just want nothing but first. After that, I want domination.
Check the bracket. Saw Nemesis is 3-0. Did they continue the series against Optic? They continued it. The final series against Optic was 3-1.
It's not an if in my mind.
So they lost the first game today, and then they won the second one.
There's been a lot of fans that have been there since day one from Gears of War.
So I'm glad they didn't get reverse swept.
Means the world to me, and I'm glad everyone's been watching, and I hope I can bring one home for the Gears fam. And you know, I think it's past overdue. So.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates. Halo Esports.
What was it? I saw Frosty make a tweet about how Last Shot got like a kill tech earlier today, and nobody knew about it. I think, and the biggest thing they suggested was they need to start recording every single player's POV at all times, because there's a lot of shit that gets missed. I know Valorant does it. I've seen Valorant do it with all its players. Like, just think about how much shit we've seen over, like, how many years of Infinite that we just missed. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know. I feel like that would just really improve, like, viewer experience, dude. Provides more content, too. Like, they could literally make a video on, like, moments on main stage that, like, you probably missed.
Number 10, and what better way to start it than the 2024 World Champions on their way to that World Championship. It's stellar with the shock rifle. It's against Optic Gaming in the grand finals.
I don't know if it is that expensive, though, dude. Like, I don't know.
It's Snakebite from FaZe Clan, and Snakebite is on live fire against Cloud9. He's got the sidekick in his back pocket, and he knows how to use it. Rips two unsuspecting players for the killing spree off. The
Like, what? Elgatos are, like, 150 apiece? Especially for main stage, dude. Like, 150 apiece, that's fucking... That's $1,200 for 8 PCs.
With the shock, you know what's about to happen. The first shot, as clean as can be. The second shot through the shroud. It's a double. Spots the third player. Maybe doesn't hit the shock, but the two melees will get the job done for a triple kill. At number 7, Frosty from FaZe Clan, your third FaZe Clan member, and it's against SSG here in the winners bracket semifinals. Legend is trying to run this first fight to give his team a lead. Frosty says no with the plasma. A beautiful instant aid of the plasma will give Frosty the opportunity to find a double. Not only that, but the rest of FaZe Clan are here. They're going to get it.
Yeah, LVT does, like, a great job of covering everything. Speaking of which... Still an intermission? Man, fuck. Damn. Everything's on intermission, dude.
The player came out for a double, a killing spree. The body shot is perfect as he picks up a clean triple kill. Thinks he has another bullet in the snipe, but Dead Zone's going to have to settle for the triple kill and camo control. All right, number 5.
I need my drops. True, dude.
Sab from Cloud9. It's Aqua Slayer, and he's got Overshield to work with the first player not looking at him. That's an easy single. Here comes Sab with full Overshield, making plays. The grenade.
Drops are so annoying with tracking, though, dude. It's actually so stupid.
Live ping 3, and Sab kills all.
Like, I have to, like, I feel like I have to periodically, like, refresh my tab every time I, like, go to a different stream.
The second player gets the comms. Third player also gets the comms, but Renegade does not care. He finds 3 kills on Sen as all 4 go down. At number 3, Optic Gaming in the winners bracket semifinals, trying to find the spot in the winners finals. All you have to do is stop one push. The man for the job, you have the right guy with the right weapons. Formal with the shock rifle, the first player gets taken down. The second with the slide is perfect. The damage onto a third, well,
Jesus, dude, it's so crazy how different that Rebellion roster is now. Cycle's literally the only remaining player on that Rebellion roster.
ticket to the winners bracket finals at the 2024 World Championship. At number 2,
Dude, you want to see my drop progress? I don't even have 11% on the 3 hours, dude. Like, I don't even know, dude. I don't know, man. I got the co-stream ones because I've been probably watching a lot of LVT, but
World Championship is brought to you by Formal from Optic Gaming. Dead Zone on the point of view right now, tracking down a player back tower. Able to play his life a little bit here. Back mud gets info that a player's pushing him. He's going to get some damage onto him. That's actually important because Formal has just gotten a triple kill in the kill feed. Formal then quickscopes the player back green. Bound spawns dummies. Bounds immediately removed from the map. And Formal, for the nastiest kill tech of the year, creates our top 10.
Welcome back to the HCS 2025 Arlington Major, hosted by...
yeah, I think I just got the co-stream naturally through just watching LVT.
Views, folks, absolutely stunning, but I just might say that it might be a little bit more stunning inside here.
Yeah, Jinrai, exactly.
Halo to watch on the main stage.
You're exactly right.
It's an absolute vibe in here. I love it. The first major brings so much. It's tense. It's a little bit scary at times. Exciting.
Yeah, a little bit scary when the power goes out, bro.
And especially with the absolute shuffle we've had of a roster mania in the off-season, it's made things nail-biting to say the very least. We have so many different teams contending for not just top spots, but even potentially taking events. We'll see exactly what they are capable of and what they can do, but they're certainly putting their foot down so far. Now, I did say we were going to get into winners round 1, but hear me out, Wes, Tony, okay? I just thought, why not have a little bit of extra Halo on the cards? We all love a bit of an extra game, right, on the main stage, so pool play is still happening. We haven't quite wrapped up all of the business, and we need to see one...
Man, you don't get any drops watching my stream, so... Unfortunately. Maybe next time, maybe next time.
When it comes down to Ether, I actually have on good authority from a guy called Snakebite that I kind of know a little bit backstage. He said to me that Ether are no joke. He said, listen, they're a good team. We saw what they did to Luminosity. We are going to respect them, and we're going to play really, really hard. And I think that says something.
That sounds like Snakebite. He's way too professional. Way too professional to slip up and underestimate his opponents. That's textbook professional Snakebite. You asked me the same question on Mike. We get to watch SSG beat down Ether. That's what you're kind of hoping for. But we'll see what happens here. I know Ether has a couple of matches under their belt, now being 1-1. SSG not having played today, that could be an advantage that you can look to if you're looking for an Ether upset here.
100%. I also think the match that they got under their belt being Luminosity. I mean, Luminosity.
Hear about the Ether and LG beef?
Obviously, it was
what about it?
They intended to happen here in Arlington, but I think it does say something about Ether to be able to have done that against Luminosity. You know.
Oh, Lars, stop! You got me kicking my feet and shit.
More about Luminosity, do you think, in this situation, or more about Ether?
A little bit of both, to be honest with you. I mean, coming into this tournament, we had question marks around Luminosity, and we wanted to see more of them, and sadly, 0-3 is not what we were looking for, but I think Ether are fantastic. You know, tapping buttons has been that guy for so long, and I look at a player like Lord, even Acid, who have been on that secondary team in Latin America for how long now, but now get an opportunity on that first place roster alongside tapping, alongside Drift. This is a big opportunity for these boys.
It certainly is indeed. I mean, I think when it comes down to how well they're going to fare in this series, I really do think it's going to come to the series layout, so to speak. I think that's where you're going to see some of the old dogs trip up. And, you know, right now they're at a 50% map count on Arlington, so they're 4-4. I mean, okay, not too bad, not too shabby. SSG 5-2. They've slipped up a couple of times. The question is, where can you find them slip up? But now looking at the series layout, we do have Stronghold's live fire to begin with. I kind of like that for Space Station Gaming. I think they are well versed in the Strongholds, especially on live fire. The one that I'm really looking at is map 3, and I think that's when you can really start to get back into the game. That oddball on recharge, I think oddball is where SSG are kind of slipping up just a touch and could use a little bit more time and experience on that. How are you feeling about that series layout?
Yeah, I think oddball is a good place to look at as far as wanting to know more about SSG's improvements. I think oddball is something that when I watch them play against Optic or Shopify, they tend to struggle.
That was a satisfying as fuck launch. Hell yeah, dude.
Very quickly, and when you don't break a setup on your first or second push, all of a sudden it feels like the round is over. I think SSG has struggled with
Space Station versus Ether. This is gonna be a good series.
and that good push not working.
I'm excited to see this one.
It actually just loses them a significant amount of time and potentially the round. I think that this is a phenomenal way to improve in an atmosphere like a tournament against a team that has already proven that they can compete with the other teams in pool play, to have a better feeling about your oddball going forward into the tournament. But we need to see a strong performance here to believe that that's going to be the case later on.
It's a really good point. You know, the last time we actually did see them on oddball recharge, they actually did end up losing 0-2 to Shopify Rebellion. So like you said, a great test for them. Obviously, Ether Gaming aren't Shopify, but I think you can still kind of evaluate what they actually worked on, turning those weaknesses into strengths.
100%. Yes, they are not Shopify, but they're still going to give you a good run for your money, to say the least. I mean, we've seen exactly what they can do against other teams. So I do agree, this is going to be a fantastic test of their kind of depth of map pool and mode. I'm looking to see some lights out gameplay from Space Station Gaming to see if they are ready to come to play for day number 2, because things are getting a little bit mixy here. I mean, Optic and Shopify, they're due to play against one another. Space Station Gaming, yes, if they do win this one, they have one more step until they start getting into those dangerous waters, but that territory comes with having to play up to a standard, and we need to see a precedent set here.
I mean, it's Saturday. Like, there's no more room for mistakes. If you have expectations of winning a championship, putting a banner up in the ceiling, there's no room for slips up. Friday you can slip up and you can make up for it on Saturday, but come Saturday, you want vibes to be high, you want confidence to be all time, and the only way to do that is win series and win
All right.
convincingly. So I'm looking at SSG like this is the one that gets momentum going to when you get to bracket play, you already know you're on fire.
Yeah, indeed. I do think I'm looking to see something a little bit special here out of the LATAM team. I think this is a massive opportunity for them. You're going up against a team of absolute vets. And it's funny because I know we have a ton of veterans, but I think when you look across the board of Space Station,
Fuck with monitors real quick.
they are
Forgive me.
for sure. You know, obviously they can do all sorts of things, right? They're old, but they're certainly able. But they are the absolute vets.
At this point.
The blood charm.
Half of them have wives at
The drops were okay this time around.
True, just waiting for one more on that squad, and it'll be a full.
Unfortunately, I don't really see myself using any of the drop customization too much, just because I have like my preferred set going on.
To really make a statement like Europe has so far here today. Do you think, based on what we've seen from them in the history past, because they're fantastic players, we see these names all the time, do they have what it takes on this stage?
I mean, I don't have to go that far back, to be honest with you. I saw what they did in the open bracket. I think they were fantastic. When you look at what the teams from Latin America bring, they bring speed. They bring that bully ball type of mentality. And will it work against some of the top teams in the league, like the SSGs, like the Optics, like the Shopify Rebellions? We're going to have to see about that. But when it comes to confidence, when it comes to putting down damage and willing to take a fight, I think they're right there with them. They're ready for it. Now the question is, will you win those fights?
Yeah, my player to watch this series, I know the world probably knows about tapping buttons and drift at this point. They've been competing since Halo 5. My player to watch this series has got to be Acid on the side of Ether.
Yeah.
I think Acid has been very impressive. When I play him online in matchmaking, that kid is moving just like some of the best in the world do when I play against them. So I'm very impressed with Acid. If he can perform like at a consistent level that I see from my point of view, I'm like, this kid moves. Like, he's got what it takes. It's a different feeling when you get to main stage and you're actually playing against the Stellars and the Lucids and the Snake Bites of the world. And he goes, I don't want to leave anyone out. But it's a different feeling when you're up there and there's a crowd in front of you and you're on land, but we'll see if he has what it takes.
Certainly is a different feeling indeed, and I tell you what, it hits Diffie getting that extra game. Onset Brav, how about that extra pool play match, eh? Hitting a bit different right now for you guys getting back on the mics.
Well, lucky.
Yeah.
We love a little bit of extra pool play. You know, we had a little bit of a delay yesterday, and like you said on the desk, we thank everyone for sticking with us, but it means we get moments like this. We get the extra game on the main stage, and we get the SSG going up against Ether, who've gone all the way through.
Yeah, exactly, Shay.
So
I'm happy. You happy?
I'm excited.
You right,
Also,
you right.
The first 3 game types here, let's not forget that when we saw SSG play formidable opponents on these first 3 game types, specifically at the Kason Showdown, it was up against Shopify, and not great results across these 3 game types specifically. You could say there were blowouts against Shopify, so obviously a very different opponent here in Ether, but it'll be great to see what have they worked on here as they start to round out pool play.
There's some room to capitalize on for sure. Can't wait to see what happens. This one's going to be juicy. Lads, it's over to you.
Well, let's round out Pool D then. Let's get this game underway. Let's get this series underway and find out if we're going to have another upset here in Arlington, because that's kind of been the theme of what we've seen so far here on Saturday. When you look at one side of the stage, you look at SSG. Coming into this event, kind of talked down a little bit. Outside of the top 2 was the general conversation, the general consensus from people, but they might be one of the teams who comes out of pools with a 3-0 record.
Right, and also, once again, as
Snakebite can cook. He's definitely not a player you should sleep on.
Just heard the desk talk all about it. Really, 4 players, and of course Coach Elamite, who need no introduction. But specifically, I got a chance to talk to Lucid before the event and spend some time with him, and it was fantastic to hear just.
Dude is still technically a world champion, so
at Arlington stats so
he has a ring.
Amongst the new duo here in Lucid and Snakebite, leading SSG in the kills category as well as KD.
Yeah, see, he can cook.
Lucid and Snakebite, but interesting talking to Lucid, and you know, it's a follow-up to the conversation that we had with him live.
He just hates playing this fucking game, dude.
And you summed it up really well, Mark. You said, watch this space was kind of what summed up what Lucid was saying. In speaking with him, I think he's pretty excited because they've identified...
Yeah, they wanted to prove you wrong, Shay. There's like... What did motherfucker talk about?
...that are made at the gameplay level as you go through the pieces. And he was telling me, we're starting to find all these little things, right? Was there an assumption that someone was going to be watching this area during that spawn? And they've picked those apart over the last few weeks, and they're coming into this event ready to play.
Yeah, and they're going up on the other side of the stage, of course, against Ether, who've come through the open bracket, have made this crazy run. One of the 3 non-North American teams to come out and fill in those pool play places, which is showing once again the strength of international Halo, not just here in North America. And this is another test for them, right? SSG coming into this event, we mentioned, maybe talk down a little bit of one of the teams who maybe a little bit more vulnerable.
Contrary to what I say and contrary to popular belief, I do have a lot of love for Infinite. It's just a very toxic relationship, is what it is.
We're going to force them to win their ones, and if they don't, then maybe we can get rolling here.
Yeah, absolutely. On the other side of the stage, I think SSG is going to think, you know what, this is probably a perfect
Like, at its core, Infinite, like, I've enjoyed playing Infinite so much more when I just stopped caring and I turned my brain off and just play. You know?
But it's a good kind of momentum builder as you get into the bracket.
And I think the big target for them as well is looking at what happened elsewhere, looking at, like you say, how the bracket is starting to look and stack up with potential matchups. Going 3-0 becomes a, you know, you cannot do it.
Like, if I'm not in a competitive setting, you know, why should I care so much, you know?
Teams that are going to be moving around, maybe falling down to the elimination bracket a little bit earlier than a lot of people would have expected. So for SSG, it's a real chance to...
It's okay to care, you know, want to win, but, like, I feel like, to some degree, if you head case about that too much, it just becomes a lot less enjoyable for you.
Specifically, Stronghold's live fire. We saw SSG lose that to Shopify 250 to 111. So yes, it was against Shopify. However, that is a deficit that you're definitely going to have an eye on. Let's also talk about Slayer Aquarius. It was also
Yeah, dude, play what you like.
Against Shopify 50 to 40. And as we look
People can clown you all you want, but at the end of the day, you like what you like, and they can't really take that away from you.
Also, a loss there against Shopify 2-0. So, in terms of what, as we said, against strong opponents on land play, their first 3 game types here are not strong, and it's going to be a great test to see. Okay, what have they worked on over the past 2 weeks of play? How are they going to come in here? And I'm not just looking at score lines because, as we said, given the seeds, this should be an SSG comfortable win. However, I'm specifically looking at how is this played, how are setups broken, how are things held, how are the rotations done on ball. How are they making
Having a strong mindset is also what can make or break you as a player. You have to have a really strong mindset, because if you just lose your shit and head case too much, that does affect your gameplay, and it does affect the vibes of the people you're playing with, you know? And that's something I'm trying to get better with, you know? I feel like just crashing out, especially for, like, fucking BTV, dude. Like, realistically, who the fuck cares? Like, it's just not enjoyable to watch, it's not enjoyable to play with, so...
The so-called underdogs coming into that game. So SSG also have a few demons to deal with as well on Aquarius Slayer.
Hey Soba, good to see you. How you doing?
Some huge leads online, and it can be one of those game types where if you go behind a little bit, all of those demons start to kind of reappear, and you start to get.
Yeah, unfortunately, the skill-based matchmaking is also just really strict in this game. Like, way too strict for social, in my opinion.
Certainly throughout the series as often as we can, because it is once again they're not just working.
I don't think they should just straight up get rid of skill-based matchmaking, but it's way too fucking strong, dude. Like, I do not need to be sweating my tits off every game, man.
When we were about to set up, say, C-Plat, we thought, of course, this player would be watching dummies, and it just...
It's not a fun time being the player that has to do everything, and it's also not fun being the player that is intentionally being put on these, like, sweat lobbies with the intention of weighing the team down and just getting shit on. It's not fun either way for anyone on the team. All you do is crash out on BTV. Yeah. It ain't a great time.
Saying maybe where you spawned or where you're heading can change everything about how your team sees it off the rip, and then
Yeah, we're having a blast. We're just enjoying some good Halo, man. Enjoying some great Halo.
Because all we've heard from various members of SSG is get on
I agree on your behalf.
what they're talking about, right? It's making sure there are no assumptions.
Like, dude, I want to be able to play with my viewers and just not, like, you know, just have a good time, man. Like, I hate that, you know, you guys sometimes aren't enjoying yourselves because you have to play with me. Like, when you play with me, like, you know, it's just sweat galore. I hate that. Exactly, Shay. Literally.
About what they have been trying to work on, because you know, get on the same page. You hear it, and you're like, yeah, we know.
Like, I don't know. I look at the leaderboard, and pretty much my whole team is single digits. I'm just like, yeah, this is balanced. This is fine. This is fine.
The SSG side and for SSG fans, one of the best parts of that is that you have Lucid and Snakebite on the same team, right? Put those two guys in a hotel room with a VOD review, and my God, will you get unbelievable big brain Halo analysis of exactly what is going on those screens and what they need to change. I would say amongst Snakebite and Lucid, I'd be hard-pressed to think of any other player who would have just kind of a cold, straightforward breakdown of what needed to be different in-game, in comms, and everything like that. So that is a huge superpower of this team. Let's not just forget, at this event, what happens all season long, these two together, assuming we don't see any team changes, these two and the rest of the squad will be looking at how do we adjust this, how do we break that down, and guess what? They've got world championships under their belt for a reason.
Pop the gum. Let's shit on them, bro.
Adapt and evolve their gameplay. That's what we're going to be looking for them, not just this weekend, but all season long.
I think they're excited to play as well with the way that they've started. You know, it was a tough first series that we saw them in on the main stage, but they came through it in those big moments, and big moments are what decide big games. Big moments are what decide big series, and this is a big series for SSG to make sure that they finish in Pool D here 3-0 and go into that winner side feeling extremely confident in everything that they've worked on. But in front of them, it's Ether. Through that open bracket, they have fought, they have scraped, and the LATAM team want to take one big scalp here to see if they can progress in this tournament in the way that they would want. We're into game number 1 here. We're starting off with a POV of Stellar.
See what this man can do. I would say largely yesterday we saw Stellar oftentimes get stifled, shut down a bit, uncharacteristically. But you know the man is going to be ready to play, and he plays 3 days of Halo for a reason. Strong opening here. It's already 3 dead. SSG with an early lead.
Yeah, getting B as well, and having the unfavorable spawns on this game type, not being able to access B almost immediately means that converting B into your command is a great start for you. It shows you've overcome, you've picked up kills, and speaking of which, Ether haven't picked one up yet. The opening break has completely been won here as the first kill does go down to tapping buttons, and the attention turns from scoring, which is continuing, towards that camera that's coming up as well.
3 dead.
3 dead. They are the only player alive for just a moment. Looks like trapped all the way in rack jail, but not anymore. Lucid gets.
Oh, does he get out? Oh shit! He actually got away with that.
Steals the camo. Also lives to tell the tale. 36-0 off of the rip.
And no one near a stronghold to contest at the moment for Ether as well. Oh, Lucid. He's lining them up.
Oh, dude. Oh no! Stop it.
It's an easy job for a player with this much talent. He is looking very comfortable, and a 5-0 kind of backs that up.
Oh no. It's because he's got the gamer chair, dude.
At the 60-point mark, it's still 3 dead. The entire time I've watched the scoreboard.
It's the gamer chair.
And what a start here from Space Station Gaming.
Still 2 bullets to work with here for Lucid as well. And, Lua had to be very, very careful here. We've seen some no-scopes hit in those positions before for the dummy spawners, but you know it's good when you've got spawners coming in below Lucid with that sniper rifle on the tower. That means that SSG have complete and utter map control.
Killing spree for him as well, still yet to be taken down. Finally, of course, as soon as I mentioned it, he does find a death screen, but what an opening it is here. 91-3 before Ether gets any points on the board.
Now, what can Ether do from this situation? Had to fight against the sniper rifle and the camo at the start of this game. But now that they've managed to take down 3 members of Space Station, with Lucid being the first spawner and last alive, they're looking to put the pressure on themselves. They're going to clean him up, and all of a sudden it's a triple cap flipping the other way. Spawns are coming in on A, and you can see Lua is already flying into A to try and contest.
See if they can pick up off of any of this damage. Would be big if they do, and they can maybe continue the rotations because 3 are dead yet again. So just as you say, Ether proving that as soon as they got out of that vicious cycle and that gauntlet, they're able to fight right back in. There will be a swap here of A and C.
Are they gonna keep this cycle though? I don't think they're getting this camo.
A really big double kill from Lucid actually as last player alive there, and that's allowed the rest of SSG to get back on the map. That's why you're seeing Eco now in position to contest and pick up this camo. And as last alive, we always talk about if you are last alive for your team and you can get a trade, you've done an amazing job. But to come out of a situation where you get 2 and stay alive, that play from Lucid cannot be underestimated. That's why you're seeing now access towards A for SSG. They should be able to convert this, and Eco playing his life so brilliantly with this camo to stay alive.
3 dead again, dude. Nice.
As you say, a big play from Lucid there that led to everything kind of swapping over for a moment. He's now 9-3 in this game, and of course, if you've been following the preseason commentary, lots of questions around Lucid. No doubt around his skill level, but the question really is, right, what is his legacy from this year? Does he go back to being a Halo World Champion? So much on the line for him and this entire SSG side.
Eco on the hunt at the moment. It's going to be 2 dead for Ether, and now it's going to be Eco's turn to pick up the sniper rifle. Got the repulse to play with as well if he does get pressured by any grenades.
Enemy team.
A bit of info coming in, can't quite connect on tapping buttons, but there's the help from Stella, but there's the flank coming in from Loire. And look at the flood now coming in. Lucid gets 1, but it's 3 dead again for SSG.
Snake by last player alive. Let's see how he plays this one. Gonna make sure he tries to get this kill in jail. And of course,
oh, nice.
Pick him for a 1v1 any day of the week. And that's big. That'll let the team reset just a bit here. However, take a look at the score
God.
Throughout all of this. SSG did get momentary control once again. However, this game is not only is Ether right back in it, we are essentially nearly tied here, and this perfect timing as Leor has this sniper. Let's get to a listen here with SSG.
He went jail.
Hey, big door now with QT. Big door with QT.
Coming back.
I spawn here, Kevin.
One more. 2 shot. 1 shot, jail, quantum out. Quantum back B. 1 shot, and there's quantum's down.
Big door as well. 2 here.
Quantum down, rats out.
Cement, guys, cement. Cement was weak.
One shot cement.
Go cement.
Back green, 1 shot, tapping. Yep. Quantum back to jail. Quantum back to jail.
He's dead.
I'm leaving in. Going CC. Yeah, I will. I'm on cut.
Hey, rats on Kevin?
Probably your game.
2-8.
1 shot, rat. 2 shots.
I'm hitting A1.
Watching rat. Tapping was weak.
2 here. I know B down. They're both weak down.
Ammo 5. Ammo 5.
Big door. Top big door.
Top A and big. Going A and A key door. Screen.
There's gonna be 2 screens. 2 screens and 1 big.
Come on. Careful behind us.
Yeah, I heard that.
One guy B.
Bottom tower weak.
See that? Game.
I always like just noticing the coaches like giving callouts as well. I feel like it's something that goes like really like over a lot of people's heads.
One shot pillars. Big door to A. Almost pillars. He's still pillars. Close right, Kevin. Close right.
I'm hitting C.
Pillars, 1 shot. Pillars. Yeah, they're gonna hit big door. Gonna hit my big door. A dom. Two, Tommy. Both 1 shot. Guys, both. 3 dead. 1 shot small.
Good nade.
Dummy's weak. Leor. Keep living. Everyone live.
There's somewhere mud probably.
Yeah, mud spawn. Have shields. Get a shot. Camo, guys. Camo spawn. 1 shot cuts. Absolute cuts. I'm going to PJ. Mud also. One more elbow. Tapping. Go in A, guys. In A, 1 guy. You're ready? Light percentage. Nice, bro.
4 dead.
I have tower. Might spawn close to me, mud or...
No, elbow maybe, I think. Elbow.
Dummies again, 1 shot. Yeah. One more. Top tower.
Good shots. These guys are really good at staying alive this game. Good stick.
1 shot jail. 2 on me A. Almost 1 shot. Need 30 seconds. Need 30 seconds. I spawned here.
One big door, one big door.
Watch out, I killed one, Bridge. Two key door going.
Well, it's a perfect time to jump into the SSG listening because ever since then it has been all SSG. 231 on the board. Snakebite with the sniper rifle.
Oh!
Acid just learned that firsthand as he takes a bullet straight to the face.
Man, the amount of damage coming out of this guy. Beautifully done here, just holding tower, being an absolute pain. They still continue to hold BC, and as you said, what a time as 3 fall to be into that listen. And SSG was getting pushed up against the wall. The game came within about 20 points here as we now hit the final points of the game.
You keep thinking you're seeing Optic when you see Lucid. I know, it is still a weird change, dude. Lucid was on Optic for so long, man.
Took control, and they'll be one to the good in this series.
How about Lucid? We talked about the original poster boy of Halo Infinite. The question is he back in full form, Lucid? How about going triple positive, 21-7 in game number 1 of the series to kick things off? And we got to see a lot of that from his POV. It was dominant. He would fly into A, get 2 players perfectly, 1 shot, fly back out big door, finish the kill pillar, stay alive at B, just putting on an absolute clinic.
And he does that kind of magic thing sometimes as well. When that little run you were talking about, throws a spike grenade, just a kill pops up in the feed. It's like a strong side moment. It's like only players like Lucid, something will pop up in a kill feed where they get the extra kill, where a lot of players would not. So very good signs in game number 1 for sure. 250 to 115. That run was really, really impressive from them.
What the hell happened to the... Alright.
250 to 115 is your final score in that game number 1, and I gotta say...
interesting trick with the mic there. Smile.
Game in terms of the final scoreboard. Loved what I heard because when we were on Lucid's POV with the camo, he was the only player alive for a moment. He had to make some key plays. The team was also split. You heard a lot of comms about dummies, tower, and C while they were also fighting A battles, and for a moment it felt like they were maybe going to lose control of the game. Instead, they regained everything, right? They stayed calm. They stayed collected, which you expect from these 4 players, especially with Elamite as well. And in the end, they closed it out very comfortably.
Yeah, really good start from SSG in this win in the opening battle, and that put about 90 points on the board. But there was a triple cap just after the opening break for Ether, which put a little bit of pressure on SSG, and I think gave us the opportunity to see, okay, how do you break out of this? Are they going to be able to find a way to stop this bleeding quicker than they have done previously? Because again, go back to that Lucid interview for the Kaysan event that we had in the build-up, and it was like, when it's bad, it goes real bad for us at the moment. You can see 60-point runs going into 120-point runs, and they look a little bit discombobulated, a little bit all over the place, but they were able to steady themselves very, very comfortably. And even though there were some good points on the board here from Ether, it was about an 80-point run or so. Then SSG got control.
When Optic and SSG go against each other? That's if they do.
Here's the play. Look at this. 2 players, gets 2 shots into him, flies out, gets the pillars, call out, finishes that one. Then
I don't know if
pops in the feed as well, and this was Snakebite to close it out.
Pools line up for that.
That brainer against Acid. You may not pass. And no one came to the top of tower at the end. In the end, it's 250 to 115. SSG takes that game number 1.
Yeah, they're not even in the same pool.
Win on the board. We will now move to Slayer Aquarius, game number 2.
Well, the good news here for Ether is they don't have to worry about any power weapons on this map. They don't have to worry about the sniper rifle. It's all about just controlling one power-up, and apart from that, it's all about the bandit. It's all about those 1v1s and staying out of the range of that plasma pistol as well on the car side, which has become a real nuisance. Players have become extremely proficient with that in and around those gens on the car side. But as I say, no sniper rifle to worry about. Just play in your pairs, play grouped up if you can. And if you get the opportunity to split spawn SSG and keep them on a run, you got to take it. You got to be aggressive. You got to put them on the back foot.
And also, let's not forget, in that game, we did see Ether bring the game within about 10 points, and they were down 91 to 0. So that's quite a statement to be able to bring a game back like that against SSG. That is not an easy task, showing that they can go toe-to-toe for moments in the gameplay. The question is, can they do it here in the Slayer? Their big focus as we get into game number 2 will be keeping this game within reason on the scoreboard.
This could be very interesting. Like we mentioned, game number 3 is Oddball. SSG have looked weak in Oddball in the game type suite that we have in Halo Infinite. So if Ether can take this one and send it towards the Oddball, they will be able to test SSG in this series a little bit more than what we saw in that game number 1. But of course, SSG will be looking to go 2-up. They want to win this pool 3, finish this pool 3-0, I should say. And the first step to doing that, of course, is taking this game as well.
Interestingly, late camo grab. Finally, Stellar does grab it, but it takes quite a while, 35 seconds. It's late grab to come on an Aqua camo grab. He will get it in the end. It's traded out, and we're tied 4-4. Really nice counter here on the opening from Ether.
Oh, nice double kill though from Lucid. There's another player in front of him too. SSG members scarpering away with no shields. And you're about as one shot as you can get now, Lucy. He's going to have to wait a few more seconds for those shields to come back, but they managed to do so. 76 to score, just a 1 kill advantage here for SSG. But you can already see that Lucid is under duress.
Really impressive, first of all, for those two SSG players to stay alive on Shroom Stairs, and now just the baiting and switching on Util Bridge. Keeps them with just a small 8-7 lead.
Almost naded your teammate there, bruh.
I gotta say, Ether with a strong start here, toe-to-toe with SSG.
Snakebite with a big kill on the player who was just hovering around the courtyard there. So SSG now can move up the map. The angles that they can take superior to those of Ether, and with that beat down and that clean up, it's going to be another kill going to Lucid here, who has had another phenomenal start, by the way. He was 5-0 in the last game off the rip.
Man.
This time he's 6-0.
Incredible. And like we said, you heard him pre-season with a new tone of voice and kind of an element of both determination, maybe even frustration. The teams were not taking them as seriously as they need to. And how about a 6-0 start in this game as well, as you say? This man is showing up in a huge way at the Optic Major.
Lucid does not want to show right now. He wants to stay alive top middle because that camo's coming up in just a few seconds. He's got the green gun as well. A couple of extra shots coming in. Doesn't connect this time around with the green gun, but the top middle control was enough for Stella to get away with the second power-up in a row now. And speaking of twos, good things come in twos. It's a double kill for him.
Ooh, he tries to drop it a fly table, but regardless, in the end, it is an SSG grab. Really nicely done. Snakebite's going to come away with this camo, and I love how in both of these grabs, on back-to-back camos, they did not rush them. They're confident in playing their game, playing their team shots. They know that the more time that elapses, the better that their situation will be on the map. Now they're up here 21-13. Really nice patient play in the opening minutes from SSG.
That slide's going to give Snakebite some information. Damage coming in. I mean, you look at the feed. 2 shots come in from Snakebite with that camo. Immediately, someone else is in a position to look at the damage from Snakebite and turn it into a kill. No one from Ether at the moment is able to get away with no shields. They are immediately being cleaned up, and there's another one for Snakebite. 5 and 4 for him, but he is leading the lobby with 6 assists.
I mean, beautifully done. It's not easy to fly up an opponent's Shroom Stairs at this level, hit the 3-shot melee, and get away with it, and then trade again. But that's what you expect out of Snakebite. Time and time again, he's going to get the extra kill, the extra damage. And how about Stellar?
Can't Snakebite keep up. You funny. You funny, man. You funny. 5 kills, 6 assists, dude.
And Ethan need to keep that in mind. At 27-16, it feels like this game is slipping away from them, but you get a 2 dead, you get a 4 dead, and all of a sudden, if you've got 4 players still on the map, you can really cycle those spawns and cause SSG some problems. Speaking of which, 2 players from SSG fall again. Eco just slows things down for a second, enough to get that kill and get his teammates back on the map. 29-19, it's a 10-kill advantage here for SSG.
And you have to wonder for the side of Ether as we watch this push unfold. We'll see how this goes before we get into what's happened so far. A little bit of waiting and switching. Eco tries to stay alive as long as he can. Finally, he's taken down. But you have to wonder, with the amount of kills that we see on the board, you can't let Stellar go 14-7 and Lucid 7-3 off the rip. 3 fall yet again for Ether. It might be too little too late. I think, Mark, the one thing that we talked about with this team is when they are good, they are scary good. And we're starting to see that right now.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see how good SSG can be. The work has been done. The work has been put in. And even though this is a series we would expect them to win, it's a style in which we were maybe hoping that they would be able to dominate a series like this. Eco with another camo this time for SSG. Ether haven't been nowhere near that power-up.
Man, Eco's doing so well here. Finally gets taken down, but does a whole lot of damage. Doesn't even trade with that first one. And Stellar will clean up the scraps around Pink 1. This is, like we said, it feels like we were only on Stellar's point of view for the second half of that opening killing spree, and before you knew it, they were up by 10. And that's what SSG, when they are clicking, when they are on the same page, that's what they are capable of. And this weekend and all season long, they're going to be looking to find that form as consistently as they can.
Stella's just going to fly, and you can see at the moment that Ethan just look a little bit lost on the map. They don't know what way to look. They've got players from SSG flying at them from all different angles, and with 3 dead once again, you can probably understand how that feels. 41-26 to score. Green gun here for Stella. He's going to get another beatdown. Somehow gets away.
He just leapt over his teammate, bruh. What the fuck?
Man, in the Pibs, how often are they not trading? They're getting kills where they really, in most situations,
He just leapt over that dude's teammate.
And of course, as a follow-up, with extra damage as well. Just 6 kills to go for SSG.
2 for Stella to drop a 20 bomb in a Slayer, which is quite rare. Stella down on the bottom of the pink tower at the moment, just waiting for damage. There is that damage. Doesn't get the kill this time, but he's going to slide out towards the front of the base here. Try and take on Tapin.
Oh!
An easy fight to win against Tapin.
Holy.
4 to go, and time again, not just winning battles, but ensuring that they don't.
And there's a 20. Stellar's got a 20, dude.
With 3 kills to go, it's a 20 bomb for Stellar.
Absolutely ridiculous performance in this Slayer coming in.
I really want to see Damn, though. Kills is one thing, dude, but I want to see the damage.
Drift will find one, but it feels like this is just a foregone conclusion at this point. Drift will fall. Stellar, surprise, surprise, gets the final and ends 21-10 in game number 2.
How about it? And Stellar has already been writing history books on what is possible within individual games in Halo Infinite, and he continues to write that story yet again. And it feels like every single player on this SSG roster, you can never count them out of a fight, not just in each game, but even in the 1v1s. And I think anyone who's played enough or watched enough Halo Infinite knows what we're talking about in that game. There were so many scenarios where you would expect at this level trades to happen. Instead, SSG was eking out extra kill, extra kill, extra kill, and it led to so many man advantages, and in the end, a 50-36 game 2 win.
Well, let's see what game number 3 is going to look like. You saw SSG just taking their scheduled break from the series. Take a moment to talk about what has been only positives, I would imagine, from those first 2 games. We'll take a look at the stats.
Jesus, dude, I'm not gonna lie. I thought the series was over.
It's ridiculous numbers in a Slayer.
My God.
21-10.
Massive
21-10. Just think about that in a 50-kill game.
And
That's ridiculous.
And Lucid starts the game 7-1. We should also mention the way that he started that game. When you're able to
Yeah, that damage is nutty, dude.
lead, even though Aqua can be, you know, a little bit of a
Stellar may have had, like, a lot of the kills, but that damage is still pretty even.
one run, and you're getting that first camo, and you have the lead, and you can be the one poking and prodding and taking chances. It sets the tone for the whole game.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think one positive again for SSG, something that's a basic of Halo Infinite, and this goes back to our conversation about SSG getting on the same page, just controlling things on the map, controlling pickups, controlling power-ups, weapons, whatever it might be. Game number 1, they had the sniper rifle off the rip pretty much every single time that it came up. They won the majority of those camo fights. Think of Aqua.
So much money goes into it.
Every single clip that you see
Attendance is a big thing. Merch and tickets, yeah, primarily. So, all the booths you see, most of the time, those companies are paying for those booths to have that spot. Attendance, ticket sales. Tickets go for at least $70, $60 to $70. I think World was like 50 to $60 just for the ticket. And then, like, to get a booth set up at, like, the venue, it just costs thousands of dollars.
They have perfect control to grab, and then you saw time and time again their camo players play it so patiently. And guess what? When you have a 10-kill lead, you can be even more patient.
And then, you know, you got in person, you don't even talk about, like, you know,
when you're ahead, get more ahead, and that's exactly what we saw.
online viewership as well. I'm sure that brings in a lot of money. Advertisers and everything as well.
A bit of a sticking point for them when it comes to the game types that we have in Halo Infinite, and it's been one where you can see a couple of games where they really haven't quite had the cohesion in the parts moving in the way they would have wanted to look consistent.
End to end.
We can already see work has been done. We know that SSG, one of the hardest working teams that you could possibly put together.
What do you mean by, like, end to end? Like, just the overall, like, spectators experience, or like the inner workings of like everything? Because you're probably never gonna get that.
Yeah, and that's what we've seen so far from SSG is flawless gameplay, and you can tell by the scoreboard across the first 2 game types. I can't think of a single instance where we saw across those first 2 game types SSG making really a fumble or an error that cost them much in the game or much on the scoreboard. We're going to look for the same in game number 3.
And I mean, one thing that we should focus on as well is that
All the booths and stages. Like a vlog. Yeah, I'm sure you can find plenty of Worlds vlogs. There's a lot of creators that do that.
This man in this series, 1.45 KD, 31 kills already in just 2 games. By the way, I think is
As detailed as possible.
this season, because I think last season it felt like Stella.
I mean, at that point, you might as well just go to the event, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
He became the guy when he picked up a sniper rifle that everyone was like, I'll pay money to watch this.
Yes.
I want to buy a ticket to watch Stella play Halo. And I think this season is about trying to match that level, because it almost was impossible to go above what he did last season. But finding that consistency and being that player once more for SSG is such a vital part of what could be their success this year.
I agree. I feel like there's a little bit of parallels between Frosty's role currently right now on Shopify and Stellar on SSG. Yes, they're god tier snipers and we know what they're capable of. I don't mean to compare them play
Easter's not until tomorrow, Ren.
I mean X factor wise, right? I think you're going to get a guaranteed
Happy early Easter? Question mark.
However, if they are hitting shots and in god tier mode that we've seen both of them be in throughout their careers, you can almost place your bets on which team will succeed based right. Just give me a graph of how good each one of those two is playing, and I'll tell you exactly who's going to win the series. And it feels like it's the same with Stellar. He set such.
I mean, it's technically Easter in some other places.
Can he do it again this season? Can he hit even a new tier of not just consistency, but hitting shots that honestly are generally too hot for TV? Like, we can't even believe the stuff we're seeing on screen.
You know what I'd love to see is, like, you have XG in football, where it's like expected goal, you have a chance. It's like, what is the expectation this year?
I'm not going to my sister's, bro.
I'd love to see that with snipe shots. Like, what's the XG of this shot?
Yep. I mean, and even like kill totals, right?
We don't celebrate Easter, dude.
Stellar is expected to go 20 and 10 in this Slayer. Yet we might have to start putting those into the stat lines because he just dropped a 20 bomb here, double positive in a Slayer. We'll see what he could do on oddball recharge. These guys are ready to end pool play and get ready for the bracket. We're underway here in game number 3.
Well, here we go then. SSG back on the stage, looking to close this series out, looking to close pool play out with a 3-0 record, like you said, Andy, and we're going to continue with Stellar. It would be rude not to. It would actually be disrespectful not to stay on his POV after what he just did in that last game.
Look at the wait and bait starts. I'm telling you, SSG with untraditional, and non-conventional starts to these. They just waited and baited orange door. Might even pick up. Almost.
Damn.
Both of those in the end, though, they do get the camo. I'm pretty impressed with how SSG is playing. We talked a lot about the case on Showdown in the current meta. We see a shot grab coming in for Snakebite as well. There are times when you need to play this game fast, and there are times where when you can slow down, it will give you a huge advantage. And that's exactly what we see SSG doing yet again.
Well, they've managed to get the odd ball in their hands. They also have camo and shock, so the story we were telling about their control of things that are popping up on the map is continuing.
Take a hot chalky on low heat or bring everything to a boil. I don't know. For me, I usually just boil some water, then mix like an instant mix.
Shock shot as 3 players go down, maybe 4 on half wall in just a second. Players going to be spawning here, presumably elevator and A. Misses the shock shot, and 9 out of 10 players are backing down off a glass. Instead,
yeah, they do. Not so much anymore. A lot of them play PC now. My brother-in-law is actually the reason I got into Halo a lot growing up.
2 little shots for dead, which will now give me a chance to finally talk about all that he just did.
My brother-in-law and all my brothers would play so much Halo.
Cheeky little pre-nade out that just picks him
What up,
before
Dubs?
Lior has any idea what even happened on the long haul push, and then he rotates back and does so much damage in red pipes. And off the back of all of that, it's 40-0 off of the opening.
Lucen getting having a little bit of fun with the shock rifle, not going to be able to connect in the way you would have wanted with those shots. And we'll actually give a shout out to Eco at the start of this game.
Sometimes they don't watch too much Twitch.
Conversation about Eco's performance online. If you've watched Eco play Halo for long enough, you'll know that that's not the first time that that's been had. He always turns up when
Congratulations? Question mark. I don't even know what the fuck that is, to be honest with you.
Speaking of shoutouts, we know, of course, it must have been said many times in the broadcast, but extremely grateful to everyone working overnight to make not just today, but this rest of this weekend possible here, ensuring that everything from last night with some wild scenarios, power to the building was resolved. Many parties working all night, and it feels like this event is even more special because we know how many people had to work hard overnight, 2 a.m., to make sure that everything was resolved in the building, and we have this venue rolling, and we are back.
Oh, did he get that? I thought he got that stick.
Rolling. It's SSG now with a 47.
Your progress for the drop froze.
Man looked tired today. He'd been up all night making sure that we were here, able to play today, and everybody that was involved. And Lucen, a little bit of optimal time for him.
Let's check on the drop, shall we? Let's check on this shit. Okay, we are getting progress. We've moved a little bit.
Man, finally, Acid comes in as the last player alive with an important kill on back A. That's going to force a rotate of the ball, but Snakebite says, see ya! He's going to rotate to some friends. He's got a gold.
Always good to have friends in high places, and those are at gold at the moment. Snakebite's got that green gun, and here come those friends. Here comes the flank from it. Eco as well. You talk about teamwork, things working together. Another trade coming in. This time Eco picks up the kill at a disadvantage, and SSG continue to score here, and SSG continue to control these power weapons. It's another shock rifle here. It's time for Snakebite.
Acid doing his best.
Dude, they don't even have a... Oh my god.
And find yourself in a 1v3. It's not.
Dude, this is looking like Optic against the SWAT Lat M team, dude. This is so dominant. They don't even have a point on the board yet. That's so crazy.
How things could change. Can't quite connect this time. Just get one trade, but three will fall for SSG in that push. So they've done a pretty good job here, and should finally be able to get their hands on that op.
Man, a little bit of deja vu there, right? A Snakebite in a 1v2 in pipes somehow still gets the trade and damage on the other as well. It will be for the first time in the round. Good shots, by the way, from Drift against Stellar. Not easy to do. Maybe a camo grab as well. Tries to shroud it. I think they're going to get away with it. They do. Leor gets away with the camo somehow, and maybe they can get back into this game now.
Now it gives us a chance to see how SSG are going to break. This is something we were focusing on. We wanted to see if it was going to be extended holds where they looked a little bit ragged. First kill does get picked up here by Ether. Still going to be challenging. The camo gets taken down. Snakebite from it at some sort of angle.
What the fuck game is this? I'm so confused.
Trades that situation out. I think he would have much preferred to get out of that one with his life, but at least takes one player down. But 33 seconds on the now in this round number 1.
Borderlands, yeah.
SSG, got to get that ball played.
Here comes Stellar, going to fly in. Bonk. Going to throw the ball up as well.
Sorry, my brain's still waking up, clearly.
But most importantly for the SSG side, they do get the play ball. Lucid also with a little bit of style points to get the last kill. Clears out C. Nice little jump up to C plat, and that will be a rotate. Gonna already see the spawners, of course, pushing across Whirlpool, and he's gonna tell his friends at gold once again.
Whenever anyone has to fight against Lucid, and you just see him hit this strafe, it is so difficult to predict what he's gonna do. He's just wiggling all over the place, got muscles in his thumbs that not many people do have. There's the attempted grapple, like you say, from Snakebite. Does get cut down though, and it's gonna be Ether who have the numbers advantage. Lucid is now last alive.
Looks like surrounded by opponents. They time the 1v3 appropriately to make sure Lucid doesn't trade anything out, and based on the spawn timing, the damage shouldn't matter too much.
Aren't pearlescents like the fucking rainbow ones or whatever?
It's 94 to 50. Ether needs to put together something very special if they want to.
Yeah, they're not always particularly like amazing.
The long haul at the moment, Ether don't have a lot of map. You can see that SSG have managed to wrap through the tower without taking too much damage, and that's why you can see tapping buttons getting isolated, and Acid all of a sudden is going to have most of SSG just flying at it.
Good trade there. They need to rotate and they need to get out of dodge, and they did, but now a 2v1 in pipes. This is important. Eco's going to try to join, and with the camo at bat ledge, this is a big part of the battle as well. 3 dead. What a break from SSG. It felt like even though the rotate was coming in, they make it so difficult as SSG, and they're going to play this one slow. Still 2 dead.
Snakebite just wants to grab this ball and get it back to pipes. He knows he's got the support of Eco, but he gets cut down. Eco decides, you know what, even with the camo, I've got the timing on this. I'm going to grab this up ball, and I should be able to get around this.
You made peppermint chocolate you got during Christmas? Hot chocolate actually sounds pretty good right now, but it's so fucking hot, dude. There's not really any reason for me to make it. It's so hot here now.
They take a minute to wake up. They kind of get the blender in the early game, and then they're able to bring the game back. With
like, it was literally in the high 60s all last night, dude. It's 83 outside right now. It's fucking hot today.
Also get their first spawner pipes while Eco's grabbing camo. That made things much more comfortable at the end of the round, and it's once again good late game management. We'll see if they can do it again.
There are wrong times to have hot chocolate, bro. For example, when it's hot.
Ether is controlling power-ups because it is very tough to fight against Snakebite without a camo. When he's got it, it's even more difficult. He's going to add a grapple to the collection as well.
Just look at the info. Just ping, 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 letting the team know exactly where everyone is, and now the grapple's going to keep them alive here.
At the moment, here's the pivot for the team. You can see he's trying to cover as many angles as he can.
Jay, you're the type of motherfucker to be set on fire and then still ask to be brought to the sun.
Last one alive. Well, he's nowhere near that oddball as Eco will take him down. So SSG with a fantastic hold on the map, and it's all from just the information and communication, right? Damage coming in, cleanups on kills, and it's looking very, very simple for them right now.
Beautifully done from Snakebite and the entire squad. He
Can always go hotter. That's crazy, bro.
He's able to ping 3 players' locations, and then once he gets the call out, he can just whip right in with the grapple. Maybe a little bit of bat ledge craziness here. Traded out 3 dead.
The boat just stuck in the fucking ceiling, bro.
Tapping, I think, tried to maybe
Ripple?
a little further bottom mid. It was probably his only play there. That was not going to be easy based on his angle and his damage. Lucid will say, actually, we're going to bring that ball right back home.
Yeah, nice easy triple kill there for Lucid, just cleaning up the damage from his teammates at 15 and 8 with most ball time as well. Lucid yet again having another fantastic game here for Space Station Gaming. 52 points already on the board for them.
Tapping trying to make gold happen once again. Eco in absolute pain, drilling shots there. And Tapping will be cleaned up in the feed. Take a look at that. So very important damage coming in from him, making sure that they maintain control of gold. Finally, though, I think there's going to be a little bit of a battle here where Acid's at gold. Another camo grab once again. Flawless. Huge shout out to Elamite and the entire SSG squad. It's been flawless power up and power weapon control all series long.
Drift neutralizes the camo. Tapping buttons. Doing the majority of the damage in that, but look at those shots coming in from Eco. Perfect has never been more right.
That was, felt like his gun was shooting a bit different. That was way too clean. Eco very comfortable, not just in glass, but on land in general. They will continue scoring yet again.
The rotate going towards his teammate is just holding down the back of blue. That's going to be Stella. Just be careful on this cross here as Acid has managed to pick one up. He knows something's wrong and manages to get the trade in the situation as well. 4 dead though for SSG. A good break coming in from Ether. They pick up the kills, but the ball did get played bottom middle, so they're going to have to fight for this again.
Yeah, Snakebite's the first one up long haul. Let's see what happens with him in the feed. This will determine if there's a hold or not. They do get the important kill essentially on the 5th kill, if you will. So Snakebite will be taken down right away. That might provide them with an opening. They're trying to bait from bottom middle. But ball down C-Stars yet again, and it's 2 dead for Ether, so Space Station with a solid break so far.
Yeah, tapping actually the last player alive in this push. The respawn
Maybe Shay. But honestly, the way I see it, right, they weren't succeeding with that roster. Like, Formal didn't really have a choice but to like change the roster. Like, either way, like, no matter what he does, like, it was just gonna, like, whether he changes the roster or not, like, you know, at least he made the difference to try and change things up. Nothing was gonna change with that roster. At least he's, you know, making an attempt. Oh, he's still alive.
Trying to push to the sneaky. He's going to grab the ball as well.
There's some pressure coming from somewhere. It's Tapping Buttons who's last alive. I think the Snakebite's going to try and deal with him as Lucid.
Oh, I think that's game, dude.
100 points of objective time in this game as well. And that brings SSG now within 10 points of closing this game out and closing out the series as well.
Beautifully done.
Should be able to finish this up, maybe.
Finally, the pressure does
Oh, never mind.
And they'll need one more hold here. 3 dead Eco, last player alive, gold.
Again, just good patience from Eco, right? Don't need to rush it, just need to win the game. Tapping takes some damage. Oh my word, Eco with perfect shots once again. A couple more.
I can't wait to see the stars in the fucking kill feed, dude.
SSG, Acid picks up a big kill in that situation, which now leaves Lucid as the last alive. So very similar to what we saw actually in the first round. Space Station only need a few points, but Ether are trying to make this a little bit mixy.
Man, Lucid there coming down with the green gun just absolutely decimates the camo hold. Yes, we see 36 on the board, but it feels like all it will take was not even a break. A half of a break will win the game for SSG.
Snakebite cleans up the damage. Lucid knows there's someone else to deal with before.
That should be game. If they can get this ball.
That is devastating here. Eco will fall on the immediate ball grab. So we'll be 1 dead. Not done just yet. Might be 3 dead in a second, but of course,
yeah, that's GG's. Oh! 1 second. Fuck.
Things getting a little bit dicey here. 99 points. 1 to go for the round and the series.
Yeah, you can see Eco was just trying to grab that ball and think, I can get away with these few points. On the batteries, I can survive long enough, but Ether keep this one going. Only 1 point needed. They have the ball at elevator, but these kills that are starting to stack up in the favor of SSG and the damage differential that's also stacking up in their favor means that Tapping has to go big inside of the elevator and does exactly that. He finds two, but he's left his teammate here. Drift, he's down.
That's GG's.
The other one, that'll be the last point on the board here for SSG, and they will close out the series 3-0.
GG's.
Even bigger than that, we'll finish Pool D 3-0 as well.
Dude, I hate the plasma pistol in this game, man. Like, it doesn't need to be nearly as strong as Halo 5's, but I don't feel like, dude, there should be no reason why I'm, like, basically point blank with somebody and I'm still missing with this shit. I don't understand how the pros, get so good with it.
And a 3-0 series win.
Just highlighting some statistics as well. We're going to look at that man on the left-hand side of your screen for that last game. 22 and 14 for Lucid, but most importantly, like I was highlighting...
I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. Don't blow up my chat, please. Smile.
Death's low, lots of oddball time. It's exactly what you want to see. I mean, you could take your pick. The one thing that's impressive for me on SSG, we talk about teamwork, getting on the same page. What's a great statistical indication of that? Assists. Yeah. Look how many assists they have in comparison to the other side of the stage. 8, 11, 13, 10. Only one player in single digits, and that was Lucid, who had most kills and most ball time.
This was dirty. I mean, come on. Leora thinks he's getting... He did everything he needed to right. He gets the shots on Snakebite. He continues pushing. Not easy to push against any of these players, and you're seeing, once again, fantastic work from SSG, and it's a similar tale for Ether, right? It's clear and everyone knows that these are fantastic professional Halo players, and they're able to get significant amount of points on the board. Let's not forget, they just essentially had 50 points almost unanswered to get back into that game. This was lovely from Snakebite as well, when you're that anchor player like you described, Mark, when you can whip around and clean up kills that would otherwise be quite obnoxious to have to chase down. It can make such a difference on the map. Look at this from Lucid, pre-nades the stacks, picks up the first kill, does the same on the sneaky, just holding it down. When you can 1v2 like that, God, does that blow the game and the map wide open.
This was such a fun little run to watch to the end as well.
Yeah, this was just...
Lucy's just breaking everyone's shields and going, you kill him, Peach. Peach goes, okay. It's a very nice situation to be in if you're following Lucid around, but he's putting that much damage in. But just a little moment there, just the highlight at the end. Elevator South gets picked up by Ether. SSG take their time, get the pick, they break it apart perfectly. Make sure that they do not let anything get away from them. Do not give Ether a chance to get back into that game. They break, they get that extra second in. If you were to ask them how do you want that series to go, I think the SSG would look back on that and go, that's pretty much as good as we could ask for.
Oh, absolutely, without a doubt. They're going to be very happy with that, and it will give them also great momentum going into bracket play. And we got Blaze on the stage with the man Lucid. Blaze, over to you.
Thank you so much, Brav. And on set, make some noise for Space Station Gaming. They're perfect in their pools, and I got Lucid with me on stage. And, you know, Lucid, it was a clean 3-0 for you guys. What was the game plan going into that matchup?
I mean, the game plan right now for us against any team, but it's just keeping it basic, getting on the same page with the basic stuff, the fundamentals. Maybe it seems kind of just really simple to say that, but that literally is all it is for us.
There you go. And, you know, I think it is simple to say that because you got 4 talented players that can really do everything on this team. And, you know, when it comes down to it, you guys know that you can come out here and win this event, you know? When it comes down to just kind of your performance beforehand, it has been, you know, kind of 2 teams above y'all that people have been talking about a lot. But coming into this event, do you feel like you guys have finally fixed those mistakes and got polished up to the point where you think you can make this run today?
Well, I don't think it's perfectly polished. I'd say that for my team, and I think the rest of the team would say the same as me. I think it's one of those things, though, that we know our ceiling is so high, and I think we all learn really quick. So now that we've talked over some really basic stuff, even just the last few days, it's just keep on clicking. That's pretty much all it is.
There you go. And it seems like the pieces to that puzzle is coming together real nicely here. And, you know, something else that's new for you this event is being able to play in front of these amazing Space Station Gaming fans, okay, that show up every single event. You're wearing yellow this year, all right? How does it feel to play in front of them? And is there anything you want to say to these fans that's supporting you now?
Yeah, it feels great. Always feels great. Thank you so much for the SSG fans and even the ones from before from Optic, but especially the SSG fans now.
There you go. It's a lot of love on the stage for Lucid. One more time for Space Station Gaming, everybody. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze, and GG's to Space Station Gaming. I love that as well, that Lucid said about the fans there. Space Station Gaming fans, and obviously ones that have also converted over, and I think that's the same for Snakebite and a couple of other roster changes that have happened. It's nice to see fans that are able to kind of root for a couple of different teams based on some of the players that they know and love as well. But something I do love to see is some clean 3-0s. I think when we are looking at some of the top teams with big expectations, it's nice to see things start to finally click. And it looks like progress is certainly progressing. I also do love what Lucid said on the stage there, where he said, listen, it's not perfect. It's not perfect in our eyes by any means yet, but we're getting there, and it's just taking a little bit of time. Something I think stood out in that series for me, Wes, is the instinctual Halo that was on show. And when you say keep it simple, someone like Lucid saying, listen, we're keeping it simple, I know it sounds silly, it doesn't. I think right now, with the teams that we are seeing, you have to trust your instincts. You have to have trust in one another. That was something that was on show there.
Yeah, I think a mistake that SSG probably ran into early in scrims and online pre-qualifiers was like making it overcomplicated, trying to be too perfect rather than just take your wins and play good Halo. And I think when you look across this roster, there's such sharp minds across every one of these players that it's very easy to try and overcomplicate things when things are going wrong. So I love the idea of bringing it back to the basics. If everybody's playing individually good Halo, we're making good decisions. Good things are going to happen. We're going to have the results.
Dude, I swear to God.
The idea that that's the focus going into this.
I swear to God, consuming algae meds just makes me feel worse. I don't understand why.
Consistently getting better, and when we see the best, that's when
Oh, hey guys, refresh your stream. We might have drops.
Across all the teams that they were on, every single one of them. So when
What allergies do you have? I think it's just spring allergies.
and it's a scary thought to when this Space Station team gets to that level.
You know what? I don't think we're ever going to hear them say that they're playing.
Thanks, Halo.
Because I think they are constantly striving.
Thank you guys. Love you.
No matter what the outcome is in a series. Because I think for most people, looking at 3-0 with a significant scoreline in every single map of a series, you think that's pretty damn perfect, right? But it wasn't for them. So I think they're constantly looking to heighten that ceiling, to continue to push it out of the boundaries, and I'm excited what they come up with for the rest of the weekend. Tony, one other thing about this, it was just exciting to watch. What a fun series. We saw so much in action, sniper rifle shots, shock rifle, everything that you can
I'll update
imagine
the title then.
happening for every single player on the roster, including Eco, someone who has kind of been, I think, hated on in the online series, and it you know, it hurts to say that because of somebody.
I have to update the drops command. Give me a second.
Somebody who dominated last season. To say that about him is just, to me, blasphemy. But we saw him on show here in this series, and I expect him to pick up exactly where he left off on that main stage.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, maybe Eco doesn't play the most exciting role on this team, but it's definitely a pivotal one. Think back at that game number 1, a lot of the kills that were getting fed to the rest of the roster. Eco's ability to put down damage and stay alive over towards the green base was largely the reason why they held on to that triple cap for so long. I think Eco played fantastic, and so did everybody on this roster.
Now, Eco's point of view is something that you watch and you just see good Halo being played. If you question Eco's ability to play Halo Infinite, you don't know ball. That's the fastest way to tell me you have no idea what you're talking about. He is a generational talent when it comes to core mechanical decision making of Halo, and he is a perfect fit for this roster when they start to find their flow. Eco brings like so many untangibles to teams that I couldn't stand watching some of the hate that he got throughout like the qualifiers, and maybe SSG not playing in scrims nearly as well. Like, look at everybody look at the top left of the venue. Eco's got 4 out of 5 banners up here. Eco also has a ring in Halo 5, and Eco is probably the most winning player since coming on with that Splice roster in Halo right now. So, I mean, I don't know what else you need from a kid's resume, and not only that, but what he leaves on tape every single event consistently. I mean, I can't say enough good things about him, and I get frustrated just even thinking that there's question on Eco's name still.
And by the way, in addition to Eco, I mean, the rest of the roster was fantastic.
I mean, they're pretty good.
They're fantastic as well. I think back to maybe Stellar had maybe the game of the series, and that game number 2, that Slayer performance was out of this world, but Lucid was my player of the entire series. When it comes to Slay's playmaking and even a little bit of objective time as well, I think Lucid was fantastic. I want to give shine to everybody on the roster.
All right, drops command is updated.
That was honestly a spotlight for me as well, I think.
When did you get drops? I think like just now.
Ways to go in order to get the most comfortable on this team. I think sometimes when you take
Lucid, it's like playing campaign co-op is crazy, bro.
And you put them into a mix where it just, this is so unusual to them, it can be very, very difficult, and it takes time. We're starting to see that powerhouse come back out of him, and the comfort level is certainly rising. Love to see what is going on for Lucid and for the rest of Space Station Gaming, and with that being said,
You're already 16%. W.
the pool play update. We have all the scores on the board, and as you can see in Pool D, just where we landed, Space Station 3-0 right at the top of the chain here. Now we have everything business as usual apart from Pool
But yeah,
D.
shout out to Halo for the drops, dude. I really appreciate that.
Nemesis, they managed to take the top of their pool heading into the winners bracket side of things, and of course pushing Optic Gaming down into that 2nd seed in their pool.
Enjoy the drops, guys.
Pretty big here though, folks, because yes, they do continue to
Appreciate the love, dude. I just appreciate the love from you guys regardless, dude. You showed me so much love this whole weekend already, dude, like with or without drops.
Shopify this early on. How are you
I really appreciate that a lot.
I think if you're Optic Gaming, this is where you rewrite history. This is where you kind of rewrite all the wrongs that happened yesterday and early today. This is the series you knew coming into this tournament that was inevitable. If you want to achieve your goal, you're going to have to go through Shopify Rebellion. We've seen these two teams match up so often throughout the
I need to move my monitor back a little bit.
This is two juggernauts. It's not necessarily written that Shopify is going to win the series. We could be talking about Shopify's woes.
Fuck.
They lose the series to Optic, which that's the thing is this series is everything to both these
Trying to
two
fuck
teams
with my monitor.
starting off their tournament, their bracket run for a successful championship. The loser is going to have to drop into the
Hey, Billy. Good to see you, Billy. Hope you're doing well, Billy. I love you, Billy. I miss you, Billy. Smile.
Saturday night through Sunday morning to try and get back to what both of these two teams hope is a championship run. This series is the only thing that matters. You have to erase everything that happened against Nemesis earlier on.
You certainly do indeed. And do you know what? I can't wait to get into that matchup and talk more about it and dive deep into your minds to see exactly what would be going on that main stage. Folks, we're heading to a quick break right now, but when we come back, we do start the championship bracket. And yes, it's an absolute banger. Optic versus Shopify coming your way right after this.
Sheesh. Can't bracket, dude. This is gonna be fucking huge. Dude, dead ass. I don't know what to make for food. Alright, let's see what we got going on in LVT. LVT's just doing free for all.
A gunfight. Like, you're not able to increase your score. So sometimes it's more important not necessarily even to get the kill, but just not to die, not to get traded out.
You either stay alive or you make sure to at least get 2 kills before you go down.
You can't die untraded.
Right.
That is
so big. It's so big. There you go. Oh, that's a great use of the ledge there. My goodness gracious. Still a double, though.
That's about to be a triple for Command Station.
Clean. 24 now for Command Station. Trailing is Maddie, and then Complexion next.
That's going to be our top 3, and it's going to be Suspector sitting in that 4th spot. Remember, folks, this is our semi-finals. It's going to be the top 4 that will advance from this point on.
Oh, Command Station's in this? That's dope.
It's one thing to go down in terms of, open bracket or whatever, but, you have a second chance.
See a lot of familiar faces in this.
With something. It's exactly what these players are looking for, and it's all on you. That's why I've always loved free-for-all. It's all about you as a player individually. You can't blame anyone else. Command Station almost gets the 3rd, but clean kills either way.
She's doing a great job of just finding these one-shots, getting those fast cleanups, and then trying to parlay it into even more. I mean, a few times where we've seen a double potentially turn into a triple, and that's just fast, effective work. She's finding the right spots. She's getting to those angles that are going to help her continue to lead this lobby.
Complexion's been at 22 for a little while here, looking for him to catch fire shortly.
Very rare for him to slow down.
Yeah.
I feel like he's one of those consistent players that keeps that score up.
There we go. And we said something, and he woke up. Double kill out of him.
Almost got the sticky.
Me turns away, wants to get the sticky there, but not going to land it.
That's unfortunate. Nuclear Blaze. Gonna try to find his way towards a gun.
That's also another familiar name.
See all the players lining up ahead of
God damn.
That is 3 quick players down, and Nuclear Blaze is like, I thought there was engagements happening here, but everyone's down.
That's what it is. It's just timing in free-for-all. A lot of people think free-for-all is random, but it really isn't. I will say I'm not a big fan of Aquarius free-for-all. I know these guys all love it, but I'm still partial to midship. Call me a boomer if you need to. I feel like it's just perfect. It's a perfect map for that type of game.
You think we're gonna have a midship remake in the next game?
I really hope so. I really, really, really hope so. It is the best map in Halo, and I think that is not necessarily an opinion, but a fact. 32 for Command Station. He's still leading here.
Johan's catching up, though. No, Johan's at 22.
Suspector is catching up, yep.
Good player, and Maddie just hit 32 as well, so all these players within 1 of each other, and it's about that point in time. We're hitting the halfway point. I'd be interested to see who can keep their pace, right? This is where you usually start to see some separation.
She's so good.
Oh my god.
It's me. Beautiful shots once again. Back towards top P. Clean. Switch it up. Tries to get a kill there. Gunplexion.
making the best that he can out of the situation, and he gets 29.
6 minutes left, dude. Oh my god.
Remember, folks, it's uncapped. There is no end goal. They are just trying to get as many kills in the time possible. Top 4 will advance to our grand final.
Dude, when I did the FFAs at Worlds, man, it felt like an eternity, man. Like, you get a good slay going, you just want this shit to end, man.
Still, he ends up getting 2 kills in that scenario.
Consistency and endurance, dude.
Gunplexion with 30. Still Command Station in the lead with 37.
It's like so important for FFAs.
33 for Suspector.
Command Station, she's done such a good job of finding weak players. Man, the amount of times that we see her finishing off some damage that was left over has been incredible.
38 to 33 here. It's still, once again, Command Station. Again, these 5 minutes, though, this is where things change just a bit. Got to make sure that you tighten up for these last 5 minutes. Oh, Gunny's not happy about that one. Lost out on a kill there, and 2 kills for Command Station again.
She's like a walking double kill at the moment. It's like, she's just, it's like boom, boom, tap, tap.
It's a flow, man.
She's in the right spot, and she clearly feels the. It's interesting because it's no longer like a flow as a team. You have to feel the flow of every other person in the lobby and start to identify when those weak players are starting to come on the screen.
It's so funny that you say it. It's like really well said. It is very interesting. A lot of players just like think you.
FFAs really is a lot of cleanups, dude. It's a lot of cleanups.
You do have to clean up kills, but it's a flow you find on the map, and somehow Command Station wins that one too.
Yeah, it's staying alive, right? It's getting those kills that then help her get into spots where she can get the easy ones, right? The hard kills earn you easy kills in FFA. That's why you start to see separation at the end of the game. Who's been winning their one-on-one gunfights? Command Station has been hurt by quite a margin. Already 3. We're seeing separation.
Oh, self-nade, Sag.
Gunplexion and Maddie with 38-37. Suspector with 37. So this 4th place is tight right now.
37 is the bubble right now, right? So really between Suspector, Gunplexion, they're gatekeeping. Who can strike? I mean, so far we're seeing, right? So the top 4 are all safe at the time. I mean, the next closest is 33. So like Nuclear Blaze could potentially catch some fire. See Johan at 32, switch it up at 33. We're gonna need to see some quick successive kills for those players to try to get into that bubble situation.
Anything is possible with 3 minutes left. I learned that in free-for-all myself. Really,
I think the break might be over.
Fire is the exact word. Nice clean kill by Command Station again. 40.
Refresh the tab so I can get my goddamn drops. Yay.
Eyes locked on the prize, and this green wall is going to have to get loud early today. A little extra early, I should say. And I'm excited for just the atmosphere and the games about to be played.
Me too. And I'll tell you what, there's so much that's been going on. Of course, with pool play finished, now the champ bracket is starting to get stacked up. And there's a couple of teams that I really just want to highlight before we get into the nitty-gritty that is this main stage match. Now, one team that has been on my mind this entire time, we talked about Optic and Shopify and how they're meeting early on, but FaZe. FaZe have done it so cleanly. They've kind of gone under our radar right now with all the drama that's been happening this weekend. And so far, their pool play run has been stellar. Excuse the pun, we just had Space Station Gaming. But they have been doing their thing.
I still don't have an alpha email, man, for Marathon. Fuck.
Map count to seal the deal and just top of their pool, looking really, really good. When you're looking at the likes of these here, Wes, what are you thinking in terms of the matchups? Did you think that they had like not a whole bunch of resistance against them, or is this just a FaZe that are here to play?
Looks like FaZe is here to play to me. I think this team comes in very disrespected, talking about a big 3, talking about
I keep like checking my emails, dude. Out of desperation.
In a lot of grand finals recently, they put together a hell of a squad, and they are here for blood. And I love their bracket as well. When we get an opportunity to look at that, FaZe is.
I actually really like the new FaZe logo. Like,
when Shopify, Rebellion, and Optic are playing each other.
It's such a small difference, dude, but it just makes it look so much cleaner.
That top 4, honestly top 3 spot as well. Tony, how are you feeling about FaZe just in general as a roster, and do you think they're ready for some of the big guns that they're going to have to meet along the way?
I really think they are, but I feel like they still have to prove it, because I thought that win against TSM was huge, but then I also looked at TSM's journey throughout the rest of this tournament, and it's been rough on them. So even though they might be 9-0 right now, one might say they actually had maybe the easier road coming into bracket play compared to the other #1 seeds. So I like FaZe. I know they have it in them, but I still want to see just a little bit more from them.
Indeed, it's all a bit of hearsay right now. We'll have to wait and see what they can bring to the table here in the champ bracket. But back to our matchup on the main stage, Optic versus Shopify. Honestly,
Oh shit!
I know they don't have the exact map count.
Woohoo! Oh dude, this has the potential to be amazing. We all know it's gonna be amazing, dude. We all know it's gonna be amazing. I'm so excited for this.
Wes, for you, was it enough?
It was enough to show me that Optic have the ceiling, obviously, this weekend of playing some of the best, if not the best Halo. They're going to need to be able to replicate that level of Halo. What we saw yesterday against Nemesis was one team that had a lot of teamwork and played together. Optic looked like they were in shambles as far as cohesiveness, strategy, whatever it was. I mean, they were challenging fights that they have no business challenging, almost disrespecting their opponents. You need to see the Optic we saw earlier today in pool play rather than the one we saw yesterday against Nemesis for them to put up the fight they're going to need to put up to take down the likes of Shopify Rebellion.
I've got to say, in terms of these stats and looking at the difference between the two right now, obviously Shopify Rebellion just very, very clean with it. They haven't messed up yet. And I think, Tony, when you're looking at this roster, that's the big thing, right? We're looking for them to slip up. It just hasn't happened online or at LAN yet. How powerful is this roster, do you think? When it comes down to a moment like this, they're not going to be happy they're meeting Optic for sure. They want an easy ride along with the rest of them, right? But they're going to have to take down Optic here. Do you think Shopify are ready for this? Are they ready for this Optic Gaming that are going to be beating themselves up a little bit with the slip-up that they had earlier?
Well, I mean, I said it before, and I'll say it again. Shopify Rebellion are the hottest team in 2025. I will say they were tested in this tournament. I mean, I think Cloud9 actually played them pretty well in pool play, and even they were tested before that, the FaZe Kason event. Don't forget, Optic actually won that series in the winners bracket and didn't have any advantage going into the grand finals. So I will say Shopify Rebellion look hot, but they have been tested.
Yeah, I think bracket reset is gonna be
throughout the entire weekend. Let's take a look right
an
now.
like a interesting factor.
Here is the upper bracket, and we'll see where all of our teams are sitting right now, and potentially their journeys that they will be going on, because it's got a little bit mixy because of these pool play results, and I'm intrigued.
Like, I think because of bracket, like having bracket reset for this, like hopefully the mental's a little bit less checked for whoever ends up in a winner's bracket.
Okay, so we actually have elimination bracket first instead. So we're going to have a look at some of the teams that have fallen short. I like to call it the safety net of the HCS. TSM, round 1 with Infamous, waiting to see who's going to be falling down, as well as Gen G and Ether. And I think my big eye right now is definitely on TSM. I need to see something happen here. I need to see a new lease of life, Wes. And, you know, quite disappointed with, honestly, their entire run so far this season, even in the offline tournaments.
Yeah, on the bright side, when you see this, you're like, TSM, if they win their first round, depending on who that is, they'll play the winner of Infamous and another team. Like, you can only really look at the teams that are already placed here. So Infamous being in this same side of your bracket, you're pretty confident going up against Infamous. Kind of that last pick squad, last put together, not a ton of practice under their belts. So TSM, they're capable of a run here. The scary thing is one of these little losers quarter one placements is going to be Optic or Shopify, and everybody on that side of the elimination bracket is going to...
Yeah, just a reminder for anyone that is coming in, we do have drops enabled. If you've been here for a while, you might want to refresh your stream.
Serious problem dropping down to this bracket.
Secure yourself the Floyd weapon charm and mercenary logic emblem and nameplate.
Shout out to Ether Gaming. I mean,
Enjoy your stay. Enjoy your stay.
Make your presence known, and being the only team to make it from the open bracket here into the championship bracket, I think that's huge for them. Obviously, you're down to the lower. You'd rather be in the winner's side, but who knows? Their journey's not over yet. So I just want to give a quick little shout out to Ether Gaming.
100%, rightfully so. Let's take a look right now at the upper bracket to see who's sitting pretty for now. We got Shopify Rebellion going up against Optic Gaming. Space Station, they take on
Holy shit, dude, that winner's bracket looks so stacked.
I'm happy to call them that.
Oh my god.
FaZe Clan going up against Complexity.
Let's go, dude. I really like seeing 2 EU teams up on here, dude. That's actually so refreshing to see.
I really do feel like a lot of these are pretty equally matched, and I'm excited to see what the outcome might be.
I'm really excited for Nemesis, dude. I really want to see how far Nemesis goes.
Optic and Space Station all in the same half of the bracket. That is our top 3 teams coming into this event, and that's a scary thought that only one of those teams is going through winners to top 3. When you're on the lower side like FaZe, this is what I was talking about. This is what happens when Optic Gaming loses in pool and comes out second. Now all of a sudden, FaZe is the favorite to come into the top 3 from the lower side of this bracket. You do have Nemesis, who have showed that they are a true threat. Complexity has pushed SSG in several different games yesterday to the distance where you know Complexity is a threat, and Cloud9 can surprise us as well. But FaZe Clan have got to look at this bracket and be just drooling at the opportunity that's in front of them.
I will say, I know everybody's butt's going to be in their seats for that Shopify Rebellion and Optic matchup, but that bottom matchup, Nemesis and Cloud9, I think a lot of people are really high on Nemesis right now because we just saw what happened late last night. We saw what happened early today, but a lot of people forgot what Cloud9 did. They played Shopify Rebellion fantastically. They went undefeated after that. Cloud9 have sneakily had a very good tournament so far, and they're in the winner's bracket for a reason.
They certainly are, indeed. I will say, though, I think if it was a slightly different result and Nemesis didn't come out to play this morning, you could have maybe said, okay, it was a last night thing. You guys were feeling it. You were flowing. But the fact that they went to sleep, had something quite dramatic happen, go to sleep, come back early in the morning, and it's the first thing that they do is play Optic Gaming and manage to seal the deal. That says an awful lot about that team to me, that they are ready to play no matter what the time and what day it is. I'm very, very excited about this, folks. I don't know if you can tell, but the main stage match is ready to go. We are ready to have our first round of the bracket. It's Optic Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion.
Yes! Give it to me now! We're in for a good one, chat. We're in for a very good one.
The kind of match that you pay good money to watch, the kind of match that puts butts in seats, and the match that everybody has been waiting to see ever since we saw these two rosters lock up against each other. We've got Optic Gaming and Shopify Rebellion sound on main stage here in Arlington, but a little bit earlier than we were expecting to see it.
Yeah, this is the match we came for. This was the match that was guaranteed regardless of how the brackets fell, but it should not be happening this early. Make no mistake, it is only happening this early because Optic Gaming taken down, as you just heard on the desk, by Nemesis in pool play. They do not exit perfect. They now have to face their biggest rival, and what we would say is maybe the hottest rivalry in quite some time, with bad blood on each side, in Shopify Rebellion.
Now, this is a dramatic series. Whatever happens here will have such a big effect on not just maybe the psyche of both of these teams, but the tournament overall as well. One of these teams will be going to the elimination bracket this early on a Saturday. We'll have to think about the comeback of all comebacks if they want to be the champions at the end of Sunday. These are the game types. This is the series that we will see in our winners quarterfinal. Shopify versus Optic. And some very interesting things that you've noticed from this series.
It really is, and this feels like it has even more riding on it now based on where we're seeing these two play in the winners quarterfinal. We'll dive into that series layout and the specifics of it as we go.
A lot of familiars for Optic.
Versus Optic Gaming, and the question is, how
like they mentioned earlier, Optic's a lot better on like a lot of the older maps. I could see this going to a game 5 though, and I feel like Rebellion is definitely gonna look stronger if they manage to get it to a game 5. Slayer Origin, dude. Like, we all saw what happened at the case on land, dude. It was actually a fucking slaughter. Very interested to see how that goes.
So when it comes to games on land, they are split right down the middle. Who is going to get first here? On our main stage here in Arlington, at the first major of the season, it's time for us to find out.
And players on each side of the stage receiving their rings from last season. Of course, now on different sides of the stage of the tournament completely. We're underway here, starting things off with Frosty of Shopify Rebellion. It's the first official meeting of Shopify and Optic Gaming in 2025.
The one that everybody was waiting to see. And what a game type it is to start off with as well. Oddball, we know that this is one of the most testing and taxing game types that we have in the Halo Championship Series, with two teams that are so evenly matched. One rotation, one kill, one sniper rifle.
Oh!
And Renegade has started exactly how he would have wanted.
3 dead already.
Happy about that opening. Also hits a body on Royal 2, but we'll have to rotate. Worth noting, these two teams did not play this game type at the Kason Showdown, so it'll be the first time we also see them play this specific BAP game type combo. 3 down again for Shopify.
Cycle just looks a little bit of extra ball time. 15 points on the board for Shopify Rebellion, but you would imagine Optic with that 4 dead are going to be able to get that ball back in their hands and get their first points in this first round. Former with the camo still to work with, that's just dissipated, and still a sniper rifle in the hands of Renegade. 3 dead again for Shopify Rebellion.
Shopify only recording their second kill of the game just now. That's how heavy the outslay is happening, and it took a little bit of time, but we will see a lead change as well, as Optic Game will go into an early lead.
Now, as if Optic needed something to remind them how tough the competition is going to be. That lost a nemesis will certainly have refocused them as a killing spree here for Renegade. Gives them a little bit of comfort with that ball hold. 23 points on the board for them, and Rising is a commanding hold here for Optic.
We have to mention as well, the chip on the shoulder of Optic Gaming. To be honest, the early drama with Nemesis has distracted from the Shopify Optic rivalry already. Let's not forget, there is a chip on Optic Gaming's shoulder after splitting games. 3 dead again for Shopify. After splitting games at the Kason Showdown, yet placing second place. That now comes back into focus.
Yeah, it's called Floyd.
In favor of Optic.
1 bullet to play with here for Renegade. Left in the sniper, been effective with it so far.
Floyd the Flood, bruh. Hey, yo. Oh! That's a pricey stick.
His last alive here off the back of the double kill from Formal, and Shopify Rebellion at the moment just really struggling to pick up slays. It's 3 dead again for them.
Cycle will trade, but as you say, 3 dead. Those first 3 spawners are going to be staggered spawners as well. They'll maybe wait for Cycle, but it's a rotation of the ball over here into Cuts, maybe to C as well. He has a lot of help. He's going to be able to stay alive and continue scoring.
Yeah, one thing I love about the way that Legend plays when he has that objective in his hand, he's so aware of where teammate spawns are coming in, and his spacing with that off-ball between him and the teammates that are coming back onto the map. It's going to be a pretty good-looking lead in this round number 1, but that's a good-looking stick from Royal 2, who, after leaving the present, QT straight out of there and refocuses his attention to more kills.
Nicely done. There's 2 dead, maybe 3 in a second if they're able to time these kills. Bound also being a nuisance, but it looks like he might be cleaned up soon. A lot of help.
Oh my god, can't finish the kills.
4 dead for Shopify. What a response immediately from Optic on the hold.
And off the back of it, Renegade moves top middle, grabs
Optic's dominating in slays pretty hard right now.
It's the second sniper rifle in a row that Optic Gaming have managed to grab off of that spawn. Almost 60 points on the board for them already. Here Optic, and with Renegade holding these angles on the big door. Couple of big shots here, and Optic might be closing on a first round win.
Oh boy, in the toes, that'll count.
Oh.
Body as well, and so much damage coming out of him. Frosty knows he needs to be careful on how he pokes and peeks from A-Bags here. 67 to 15 already on the board.
Royal 2 gets a pick. Renegade maybe looking to just waste a little bit of ammo here, as he knew the pressure was about to come in. It's Frosty who grabs the oddball and moves it back towards the garage, and now he has a chance with this sniper rifle to put on some highlights of his own. Formal, first target, first victim.
3 dead right away, and what a story this would be.
Are you gonna miss the Billy cameo, dude? What the fuck are you doing? Actually kind of throwing Shay, I can't lie.
3 dead, and it's a full rotation from Frosty as well. They're down by 37.
First time we've seen Shopify get a 3 or 4 dead situation in this game overall. And now we're seeing them turn it into efficient objective play as well. Points on the board.
Renegade is having a hell of a game, slays-wise, dude. He's just hitting every shot.
This game for him, but he's moving closer and closer to being even in his kill-death ratio.
Oh, he tried to catch the ball, bruh.
So even though the kills were being picked up by Shopify Rebellion, it is going to be the ball that gets played.
Really nice angling. Frosty gets kept alive by Cycle, who is at B on pillars. That allows him to continue rotating around as well. And now still on the hunt, and the game is back within reason for Shopify.
Formal versus Frosty. Ooh, it's going to be Frosty who comes out on top of that one. You can imagine the reticle was trained at the top of that scoreboard. For Formal, maybe expecting Frosty to challenge, but he just slides off at the bottom of it. Gets such a cheeky little angle.
Nice melee from Cycle.
1v1 in the 1v1.
he manages to win. Camo now coming up in a few moments for both these teams.
World 2 needs to rotate this ball. He knows, careful away from Big Door as well as A-Bags. That rotation will begin, and they still have a man advantage for this Camo pop.
11-6 for Renegade at the start of this game. That's why you're seeing the lead for Optic Gaming, but you're starting to see Shopify grow back into this. Legend flies across the sandbags. He'll be taken down and Cycle with the camouflage. And Royal 2 with the odd ball in their hands. This is looking like Shopify in the next few moments might be thinking about a lead change here.
Oh boy, big kill kills a killing frenzy from Cycle. You wonder what was going on from his POV.
Damn, it's almost like it'd be nice if every POV was recorded. Please, HCS, do it. Please.
It's 3 dead again. That's the quietest killing frenzy I think we've ever seen in Halo. Goes about his business, puts 10 without response on the board, and it's Cycle.
I feel like when going over highlights, that would be such a cool thing to have.
To the run that he's been on, it's good damage. Frosty collapses on one. We'll get the second as well.
What a dagger this would be as they go into the lead.
Ooh! Good stick. Oh my god. Good damn.
Dead again. Formal's your first spawner, and there might only be 1 or 2 pushes max left in this game.
Cycle's found himself a snipe as well. And with Optic having to get more and more desperate to get that ball out of the hands of Shopify Rebellion, a body shot, a headshot, anything that connects here for Cycle will bring them closer and closer to that win. There's a body.
Oh,
my God. What on earth is
sweet Jesus.
Whip. Now Frosty's turn. Equally terrifying. Pressure is coming in from Cuts and Dummies. He's going to need to try to stay alive here. Still anyone's round. He's going to play this.
No!
Even though he had the player momentum, but the
Oh!
that could be big.
2 dead hit for Shopify Rebellion. Formal in the death screen for Optic, but they do have the numbers advantage on the map. The odd ball is down.
I don't think any of them have it, though. I don't think any of them have it.
Ooh, no, gets punished in the end. The repulse almost gets him out of dodge, but now they will begin holding again. 3 dead. Cycle's your only player alive, and we might see Optic now go back into the lead.
Optic will go into the lead.
Dude, I don't think anybody has that sniper.
Renegade will trade it out. Optic go into that lead. They need 20 points with the pressure and the nades starting to flow towards that ball carrier. Formal with the responsibility of playing bodyguard here.
Oh boy, Renegade with the flank as well. Renegade on the flank in jail. This is going to be huge. They should pick up these kills. That will be 2 dead.
That's so huge.
Camo in 10.
Camo's coming up. Cycle's in position to try and at least contest it, but Cycle now is out of position. He's out of shields, but still alive in that rat tunnel. They know the push is coming here, Optic. They have the bodies here to deal with it, but can they get these kills?
They're going to drop and shoot. They're going to try to drop and shoot and get the advantage. I believe they've lost Camo. Here comes Camo. Last shot with the game in his hands.
Dude.
The man advantage once again.
And the big one with
Dude.
middle from Royal 2. It's Legend who's last alive. He's bottom middle, and it's going to be Shopify who break. They get the camo, and they might go into the lead here as well.
Unbelievable. This is high stakes Halo. Here comes the push here from Bound on Big Door.
Oh, dude.
Push here from Optic Gaming. They're 2 dead. The rotation away from those players is coming in from Shopify Rebellion, but Cycle's fallen. Last shot's got a job to do, but Legend with the beatdown. No trade. 3 dead for Shopify. Something.
Oh, what? 10 seconds left, dude. Oh my god.
They're going to be holding again. Look at the clock.
Legend grabs that ball. They're going to play time here. They say to Shopify, come and get this odd ball. You're going to have to go through these bandits. It's Renegade with 2. It's 4 dead for Shopify.
Oh my fucking god, dude. That's only the first round, man. That's only the first round, man.
You knew it was going to be a hot year, but that is unbelievable. Down to the wire. Optic Gaming closes out a win, and they avoid throwing a 60-point lead in that round. Shopify pushing them against the wall. But in the end, it's Optic. They take the round. They will lead 1-0.
If it wasn't enough to tell you that these 2 teams have split games on land straight down the middle, the first round of the first game we see at the first major, 1 second is what separates the 2 teams in that round number 1. Renegade with a snipe off the rip here for Optic.
Man, unbelievable start for these 2. Jeez. Renegade still heating up 21.
He's still just blading with this sniper, dude.
Nobody is close to those numbers.
Camo up here. Look at this angle from the heavens. Renegade can't quite connect this time around. Cycle makes him pay for that one. Cycle comes in with 2. So Optic Gaming find themselves 3 dead. The camo will be picked up by Shopify Rebellion, who so brilliantly managed to get that camo in the final moments of that previous round, but it was Optic with such a good hold. The trade from Legend was everything.
Oh. He got fucked by geometry there.
And you gotta wonder, what do the Optic Gaming comms sound like? The momentum off of that first round. Let's get into a listening with Optic Gaming.
You was back in round 2. Back in round 2. We're towards background, yeah, I'm watching. Bigger. Yeah, watch out, Psycho. Yeah, I'm looking. He put again, guys. He put. On him at 30. Watch his tires. Yeah, he went big, I think. Big tires. Play yourself down.
Good trade.
Yeah, he's bigger right now. Bigger walking in. He's sitting bigger. Two guys. Too big. That's it.
Death camming, dude.
Watch out to the left.
Sarah, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Hope you're having a good day. Well, I guess it's early evening now, depending where you are. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, I gotta be down, I think. Sprints, watch out.
It's almost midnight for you. I hope you're having a good night then. Almost midnight. Where are you watching from, if you don't want me asking? EU. Yeah, that makes sense. 3.5 hours into the stream, my brain is still not working correctly. Please forgive me. Oh! Bro, just avoiding as much damage as possible there was huge. Good call, dude. Huge. Come see, good call. Good snipe. Oh my god. Awkward angle.
He has like a bullet or two.
Beautiful to watch the POV of Renegade there.
Good stick.
Was not missing. So many bullets got hit as Shopify find themselves 3 dead.
Have you been keeping up with the events, Sarah? What do you think so far?
Optic Gaming, 75 points already on the board for them.
Yeah, Optic Gaming not letting Shopify back into this round at all, unlike the first round. It's just been constant control and easy to do when you got someone like
This series has already been so crazy, dude. This is the first game.
And just a dance between Cycle and Renegade. Cycle's gonna win it, probably traded out momentarily though. It should have been traded momentarily. Somehow Cycle lives and gets away with it.
You can see why the Ola comparisons come in when you're watching the POV of Cycle. Somehow just stays alive a little bit longer than he should, gets away with not dying a few more times than he should across a game, and that all adds up. Now we're going to see Optic 3 dead for the first time, and it's a similar looking pattern to what we saw in round number 1. Optic with early dominance, a lot of it off the back of that sniper rifle pickup. This time it was Renegade, much like it was in that first round, but Shopify have broken. Shopify now have some control, and they had that op ball back to the tower.
Oh, no snipe.
Now Bound trying to stay alive, and Royal 2 is going to do everything he can to try to get some help here. In the end, Bound wins the 1v2 for just a second, and he will now have spawners as well.
The score is getting ever so closer as the second tick past here. 50 points now on the board for Shopify Rebellion. 25 points the lead here for Optic. As the rotate now comes in towards the back of Green. I think they want to try and get a play ball here. Renegade picks up a double kill. Cycle's going to be sliding across his vision. But it's a camo and a 4 dead situation. Optic have forced a play ball. They've got the power-ups and they have the numbers on the map.
Yeah, that's an easy grab as well. First spawner was last shot and staggered spawns thereafter. And now scoring at the 80-point mark, these could be your final 20 points of the game.
Last shot goes top middle. Renegade's going to cut him down. That camo, the difference maker in the 1v1. Bound with the op ball in his hands. It's 10 points now for Optic, and Shopify Rebellion have to go. They have to push.
Here they come. Cycle's going to be your first pick. That means still 2 dead. They still should have the numbers and the position to close it out here.
Last shot's trying to fly top middle. He knows the time is
oh, man.
He gets one into trade, but Bound has that ball in his hand. And Optic
wow.
game one in their hands as well. They will be one up in the series.
Good first game.
say, the Optic Gaming story changes completely from last night's drama into this morning's early morning drama, potentially to a very different storyline. They not only win game 1, they win it.
You're good and should become a barista. I'm glad it's good. Very nice, sir. Very nice. 36 and 21. Dude, I wasn't even paying attention to the thing there.
When he had that power weapon in his hands, Renegade took over. And one question we were kind of discussing before, who's going to be the player who has to go God mode for a team to win this series? Because usually someone has to. Not a bad start from Renegade in game number 1.
You and I were talking about, will it be Formal? Will it be Frosty? And guess what? As you go down the names on the list, you think, actually, might be Renegade. Could be anyone. And I think Renegade is one.
Renegade was just so dominant with that snipe, dude. Every time he had the snipe, he was just hitting every single shot. Look at this shit.
Not only body shot after body shot, but headshot after headshot, locking down every part of the map.
He's not missing right now.
On your screen with a killing spree on the game as well. And even though we saw, of course, moments of greatness from Shopify, in the end, it was Optic Gaming who had their number. In their first meeting on land play of this game type, it will be Optic who takes it. Now, one thing we should mention as we look at some of these highlights is, by the way, a killing frenzy from Cycle. How about 2-0ing Shopify when Cycle is on a killing frenzy? Also not easy when he's hitting shots like that. One thing we should mention, if you caught the Optic podcast, and we know many of you in this room and watching at home certainly have been listening to and watching the Optic.
We gotta watch more of those podcasts. I've only watched the first episode.
Not our strongest, and we have work to do on those. You might have noticed in the series layout, only Game 5 is a new game type. So Optic Gaming proving that they might have the upper hand in a lot of the classic Halo Infinite game types. They certainly look like they did in game number 1.
Game number 2 is going to be Solitude Slayer, which is always an interesting one to see what pace the game starts at. Is it going to be a little bit of a standoffy, respect-filled game between the two, or is it going to be a case of a couple of kills and we go? We try and cycle those spawns. We want to go 10, 15 without response. The first few moments of this game could be very, very important, as were the last seconds of that first round, by the way. 1 second dividing the two teams. It's crazy to see as you completely agree with what you're saying. Look at the game types we have in this series. Yeah. Only that game 5 is one of the new ones.
Yep, that's what I'm saying, dude.
Solitude as well. 50-37 was the final score when they played this at the Kson Showdown. It was Optic's Game 5 reverse sweep. A 13-kill win in Slayer Solitude. So Optic Gaming, so far with the LAN history between these two, has the upper hand in game number 2 as well.
So fascinating watching these teams throw down. It's just, you just don't know what twist is going to come next. I think it's been a rivalry that everybody has wanted to see for quite some time. And this season provides us with these new rivalries, these new teams who want to beat each other more than anything, who want to be champions. And I think for Shopify Rebellion, the start of the season has been great. The build-up to the season has been great. But now we're here. Now that everybody is no longer going in Shopify Rebellion, so this is Shopify Rebellion, this is the team we have to be. Has a little bit of a different feel about it. Only 1 game gone, of course. We've known that these two teams go back and forth in these crazy series as we take a look at some of the stats from 2 of the biggest slayers in the whole of the Halo Championship series here in Arlington.
Separated by 1/100th of a point in KD. 1.43 versus 1.42. Remarkably close and not surprising, as we said, given the margins of between these two teams. It feels like that has not only been a common preseason theme, it feels like all year long we might see these two teams go down to the last second time and time again. The question is, in Slayer Solitude, will we see Optic find success yet again? Have they done the work they needed to in Slayer? Or will Shopify be ready to tie this series 1-1? Remarkably close shades of green as well.
Yeah, they certainly are indeed. Not easy for the graphics office to get these ones right. But as we head into Slayer Solitude, another thing just to keep in the back of your mind that we were kind of talking about before everything got underway here in Arlington was Optic at the Invitational Ksan event just before this event got underway had this kind of bad habit of finding themselves down by 7, 8.
Wait, dude, SSG just put out a funny tweet.
Now they managed to sometimes win them. Yeah, sometimes they managed to make these comebacks, but you feel like against a team like Shopify Rebellion, those kind of
What hasn't Eco done? Eco won the OJ case. Eco sat in with me and my wife in marriage counseling 3 years together since and couldn't be happier. Eco told me to buy Bitcoin 10 years ago. Eco saved my family during the 2008 financial recession. Eco gave birth to my child and my wife couldn't finish the fight. Eco helped me change my oil. Eco single-handedly stopped the Thanos snap. Eco taught me to not pour cooking oil down the drain, bruh. Holy fuck.
Wants to really contribute to their success, not just in this series, but in this tournament, in front of their own crowd. Cycle, killing Frenzy in the
Jesus
last
Christ.
game, but it was the Frenzy for the L. Looking to hunt down Legend.
Holy shit, dude.
The responsibility of that sniper rifle, and I gotta say, one thing that I noticed in the stats of the last game, last shot very quiet.
Yeah, I would say quiet in our POVs as well. I think anyone watching that game was thinking, where was last shot in that game? And we didn't get to see a lot of his POV, and obviously there's going to be even more that he wants to do damage-wise in this game. We'll see if he can do a great pre-nades from Bound on Cycle. That's not easy to pre-nade the pillar like that blindly against Camel. That's an important kill for last shot as well. 9-6.
Oh my god, dude. Dude, last shot has been hitting like the craziest 180s, dude. Whether it's with a snipe, whether it's like stickies. Jesus, man.
Cycle trying to do a little bit of a slipping through the dip. Royal 2 is there on the U-turn to help out. He probably will be wiped out. Almost trades a second kill before doing so. So just like that, still a 2-kill lead, make it 3 for Shopify.
Frosty just threads the needle though, cleans up that damage. And manages to stay alive momentarily. Finally, Renegade will hunt him down, chop him down.
I should just reply with Eco has solved every single problem I have just by making eye contact with me.
Oh my, fantastic shot. Cycle forced to back down because Formal just absolutely sending damage across the map with the BR, and he's not done yet. We saw this from him yesterday as well. You think back to that forbidden CTF game. Just winning battles he had no business winning.
Dude, Halo Twitter has been fucking great this weekend so far. It's been a treat to watch that shit.
Camo coming up is going to be exchanged though. As Renegade wins his individual, Frosty's going to take that challenge, slides that bomb. It was a beautiful
Oh, good nade.
Frosty, Legend picks up a kill and it's just trade, but in different areas of the map at the moment, which means that lines of sight are going to be available for a lot of players still on that camo.
Is Legend the camo player? Let's see if he's able to grab. He was around it. Hasn't been able to do so just yet because they have eyes top mid. See exactly where that camo might have fallen. It goes to Formal. This is big. They're 2 dead, trailing by 2. This is a big moment in the game.
Yeah, Formal's got to show experience and a little bit of calmness in this situation. He's got information on where players are. Legend will find one onto last shot. Legend still fighting, by the way. In and around the LR. Formal looking to be the person who just breaks in, gets some damage down the players can play along, but in the meantime, Legend is just taking 1v1s and winning them.
Really nicely done. Formal has not taken, by the way, any damage for this entire camo, and he has dealt quite a lot. In the end, he's finally taken down. However, in doing so, they tied the game right at 17, and still anyone's game here at the 20-kill mark.
Just played that one very slowly.
This is so even.
At certain points.
Formal's goosing?
When Legend, the Frenchman, is winning fights like this, 7 and 5 for him. We have a tie.
He's got 5 assists, to be fair. He's contributing a lot, still.
As you say, instead of this game going all the way a different direction, could easily be a 4-kill lead here for Shopify had things gone differently moments ago. Renegade trying to hit shots, giving last shot every opportunity, but stays alive here in S1.
1 kill the difference.
Good stick. Wow.
As now he looks for more. Formal will find his first kill of the game that gives Optic their first lead of the game.
Like we said, slow and patient. That's been the story for Optic Gaming so far in this series. They do it yet again. Now they lead by 1, despite trailing by 3 just a few kills ago.
Camo coming up in a few seconds as well. Renegade versus Frosty. Royal 2 with a beautiful bank nade to take him down. Bound now, looking for a little bit of a flanking angle here. Because the cycle's there, but might just have had the timing here. The timing on that flank was just off, and it's allowed Royal 2 to get away. Frosty's going to find a kill as is Cycle, so 2 dead here for Optic. And Shopify with control of the power-up.
This next camo, once again, a big opportunity. Will Shopify convert here? 27-26. 2 dead, though. Royal 2 needs to play this slow. Let's hear the listen in.
Looking sight. Got my man up dip right now. High blue shock. High blue shock. Just try to show face for Matt for a second. What guys? Soda 2 shot, guys. Going loop 2 shot. Loop 2 shot. Yep. Let's do it, guys. Let's do it. Wrap. Take your time. Take your time. Yo, my man up hotel right now. Outside weak. Watch out blue, guys. Watch out blue. Watch out blue. So watch out. Yo, watch out drive it. Watch out drive it. Okay, sampler. Yeah. One guy toggle. Let me go. Yo, and glass LR. Yeah, they're dropping this. One LR and top gold. I'm waiting for a second. Alright, keep shooting. Keep shooting sight. I don't see him. We gotta put potion. closer now. Yo, yard beer on you guys. Or on you guys. We'll get time in the awning. Time in on the awning. Be gonna go. We'll get SC right now. We should go. LR now. Go. Oh, yeah, I'm here, Brandon. Okay, me dip. Let's surround them. Push it around. Try to get out dip, maybe? Yeah. Yo, try to take solo fights. We're relying on each other. We can hear them. We got SC.
Oh my god. Man, they're just not finishing these kills.
LR, one shot, guys.
Shopify fall behind here. It's a 5-kill advantage to Optic Gaming, and the fans here in Arlington, they know how close they are to maybe closing this out and going up 2 in the series.
Huge set of kills. A very interesting piece of communication coming in from Frosty. They're saying we're relying on each other too much. Take more 1v1s. Very rare piece of comms that you would hear. A lot of confidence in the team, but now they trail by 5.
12 kills to go here for Optic Gaming. It's going to be last shot on the flank here who takes down Bound. Formal looking to clean up some damage there on the stones, but Royal 2 flying across the map. He's taking some damage as well. Frosty's going to find one. Formal starting to look a little bit isolated here in blue. And if he stays alive, you know the spawns are going to be coming in next to him as well. Those squad spawns Bound. Speak of the 1v1s, this could be a really big one. He's trying to create an angle.
Oh! Oh, and he's alive!
Gets away with it as well. Eats that nade damage. It does not
Holy. It's tied up. Oh my god.
After trailing by 5, nothing to separate them. Flank coming in here from Psycho as well. He'll find one onto Bound. There's another player bottom middle. No ammo to play with here, which allows Formal to maybe get a kill he wouldn't have got before. But it's still a 1-kill difference between the 2 teams. Frosty desperate to stay alive.
Unbelievable how badly Shopify needs this game. We're tied at 43. So much riding here on the
Oh my god, dude.
Legend gets a pick himself. Royal 2 again exchanges, and by staying alive now, Frosty might be able to influence how this game ends. It's Legend trying to take him down. Legend being a nuisance. Royal 2 to extend and get it, and he will. It's a 2-kill advantage now for Shopify, and Frosty will not die.
Amazing isolation there. The angles there. Only up by 1, but they eat 3 extra kills. 48-46 here.
This game just got extremely tense. Frosty, former teammate, Renegade in front of him. Last shot, no shield.
Oh! Oh.
We have a tie game. 2 to go.
Oh my god! Oh no, cycle! Oh! Holy fucking shit, dude.
Clutch up. It's 50-49 in our game number 2. How else would it end?
Holy fuck, dude. Frosty played his life so well there, dude. He went up like fucking 4 or 5 assists in just 1 life alone, dude. He just did not stop putting down damage. Oh my god.
And in the end, the 50th kill registered by Shopify Rebellion after, let's not forget, trailing 41-36.
Wow.
What do you mean by that, Ren? What do you mean by that?
Wow, these 2 teams just leave it all out there. We've only got 2.
Holy fucking shit, dude.
It's the first time we're going to see him. It's winners bracket round 1. 14 and 15 for Royal 2. Frosty 13 and 11, but that survivability from Frosty in those final moments, I think, is the difference maker. Opportunities maybe for Optic.
Frosty he played so well with his life there, dude.
But he stays alive, and his teammates work around him, and his last shot, 12 and 11 for him, with a good comeback after a disappointing game number 1. But a 50 to point. I mean, what else do you say? What can you say?
Not wait to see highlights from this game. I mean, look at the scoreboard throughout the entire game. Tied at 14.
Ran?
And that game 2 was yet another indicator of what we're working on.
I don't know if moaning is the word you're looking for, bruh.
Before you even get into the bad blood between the 2. They are that close, neck and neck, as your number 1 and 2 favorites for the year, and it is showing in every single game and every single scoreboard.
Good Halo does get me very like locked in for sure. I don't know like that though. Yo, big man, it's good to see you, by the way, dude. I've seen you here. I hope you're doing well.
Influencing how that game ends is why you keep your eyes on him and always will keep your eyes on him as an X-Factor player for Shopify Rebellion. Tied up a 1-1 then after that's done. CTF Aquarius, that is a game type I like to see as a Game 3 swing game.
Man, and how different this series could look if one thing went differently throughout that entire game. I think the big focus there is Shopify trailing by 5 late in the game, the ability to bring that game back. You even heard from Frosty saying, really, that is a late game call, right? Let's stop focusing on the team fights. Let's not focus on team shooting. And I tell you what, in 20 years of professional Halo, I've never heard a pro player go, hey, just win your ones. Let's stop shooting together. That's crazy.
Halo got me like, I mean, shit. I don't know, man. These games, dude, they got me looking at the games like I look at Jubs, dude. You know? Like, shit, dude. And you know, Jubs he's a fine dude.
And man, oh man, we'll take a look at these last few moments. Big thank you to the team in the back for bringing up this replay here. We want to see exactly how this went down. 3 were dead for Shopify.
Dude, Cycle was moments away from dying, dude. He was 1 shot, dude.
He knows if he gets pushed from U-turn, that the only way he survives for an extra second, half a second, whatever it is, by jumping on the stones, jumping up to deny the angle that someone would come through U-turn from.
You got to think if he's hiding in that corner and not shooting.
Exactly. Yeah. It's the difference maker. Sometimes it's not about who gets the kill, it's who stays alive in those situations. An Optic 1 bullet away from being 2 up in the series, but instead, we're at 1-1. Let's just take a second here. Game number 1, first round, 1 second. 1 second divides the 2 teams. Round number 2, Optic, more convincing.
Yeah.
Game number 2, excuse me. 1 kill, 1 bullet, you could argue, separates the 2 teams. How'd you feel about an overtime CTF Aquarius?
Give it to me. It feels like these two are going to be going the distance all year long. We should mention on CTF Aquarius, these two have not played this game type even in preseason on LAN. In the case on Showdown, we did not see them go up against one another. So it will be the first debut on LAN between the two. And how fitting. The 2 teams could not be closer in that Game 2 Slayer, which tees us up perfectly for CTF Aquarius to be your swing game in this series. Let's get underway.
One of the Halo Infinite classics. We find ourselves here on Aquarius. Capture those flags to win this game. First to 5. Whoever's leading at the end of time will go up 2-1 in this series. The trades, not surprisingly, going down at the bottom of the pink tower. Everybody just flying at each other. Desperate that there's no numerical advantage to be found.
And what does that Game 2 do for Shopify Rebellion momentum-wise? You saw the intensity on Last Shot's face after the series, ended. Is it what they needed in terms of a boost, both energy and morale, to start to pull away in this series?
Frosty with the first camo here for Shopify Rebellion, but wasn't too much of an influence. Optic will clean out most of their base here. Or should I say, excuse me, will be cleaned out in the back of their base. Found and Legend both fell one after the other. Legend back on the roof. He gets a couple of good kills in the back of his base. It'll be Frosty who's just moving through though, looking for spawners at the moment and trying to find Legend again. Shopify with good map presence here, but just not able to really get the numbers consecutively to get that flag moving.
Good live. Oh my god, this is crazy.
Renegade got behind enemy lines there, got into the base and was like, all the fights happen in pink, I'm running this 1 car. Legend finds a kill. Bound finds a little bit of space and Formal finds
good early cap.
It's Renegade who was forgotten about, who gets behind enemy lines, who starts all of that.
Beautifully done. Renegade not yet on the board in the kills category, but how big is that play? That's massive to get a pull like that. And guess what? When you're at this level, at this speed of gameplay, there are scenarios where
he's going for another pull, dude.
Again, by the way, once you're behind enemy lines, you can make things happen. All of a sudden, you get a little bit of extra damage somewhere else on the map, and what became a little bit of a prayer.
Cycle just wanted to hunt them down, dude.
They lead 1-0.
3 dead though for Optic Gaming here. Shopify Rebellion will send that one back home, and we'll be able to progress at least up the map to the midpoint to try and trap Optic in the back of their base. Camo coming up as well. Frosty and Legend pick up kills for their respective teams. And even though that was a bit of a shaky fight on both sides, there is Cycle who wins it. And
dude, that last game was just fucking crazy. That was so crazy. Frosty's like the way Frosty played his life lap game was so insane.
Should be close enough to actually grab As a cycle through the inventory.
Oh, he got fucked there a little bit.
Even though that camo probably has pickup priority. 3 are dead here for Shopify. Cycle last player alive. Legend, no damage yet. He's already at car 1.
Not many better players in the world at recognizing objective situations, timing. To get objectives moving and get time on the board. It's going to be 3 dead though for Optic Gaming. And last shot is going to fly in here. Look for this return. Last player alive is in front of him. Formal taken down. And Cycle is already inside of the base here. There's a counter cap opportunity here for Shopify. And they're not looking to make any mistakes.
A lot of things done correctly there on that run. We'll talk about it in just a second. We'll focus on the flag that is moving here. Momentary 3v3. Now 3 dead right away off the response. Cycle trying to be the last player alive. Can he get the cap?
He's going to be trying to run this one. He's in a race. But it looks like the call out is that the pressure is going to be coming. He wants to put damage down. He wants to force Optic away while the rest of Shopify will spawn in. Damage onto 1, gets cleaned up. Renegade now trying to fly in to look for this return. But here comes Shopify.
Good touch.
But Renegade and Optic with perfect grenades might be able to get this return.
Wow, they might even double jump this. Here's the pressure on Stroomster. World 2 gets the touch.
Oh, he didn't get the touch.
Excuse me, flies in. No touch.
Fuck. Damn.
But they get the flag back.
I thought for a second Royal 2 got that touch and that made things very interesting. But it's Optic who stopped the counter cap and will keep themselves up by 1 here. As Cycle wins that fight inside of his base. 2 dead here for Optic.
Man. Gas pedal is down on both sides of the stage without a doubt. This is very fast-paced Aqua flag. And you're seeing it yet again. Still just 1 flag on the board. It's a huge stop coming in from Optic. Cycle trying to hold off the opponent as long as he could in the end. The Optic pressure was too strong. Nice job on the screens from Frosty.
Half alive in the back of the base, and I think Renegade actually spawned right alongside him, which is one of those things where if you Shopify, it's like,
Oh, they got it out. They got it away.
First, or were they just looking to spawn them in the back of the base and force that one through the front? Either way, the pieces didn't really line up for them. But Frosty with this camo has managed to put Optic.
Legend can't die.
Love that from Frosty. He's not afraid to take those engagements, even though, of course, he's exposing himself. He gets the damage that he needed and then gets the kill on Formal that he needed as well.
Royal 2's running this one as well. They want a few more kills by the looks of things. They feel comfortable about the route home for this flag. Frosty, smartly, taking an angle behind Optic Gaming. Renegade spots him out, so they'll know where he is. But where's that flag going here? They get 2 dead. And now you're going to see the touch come in. They have information that Formal is on P1. Legend's trying to overextend as well. The shots from Legend might have just kept Optic with a chance of getting this flag back home. This is a really staggered run from Shopify.
Really staggered, really unorthodox in terms of the way they're trying to move this across. And to be honest, they're even their setup. Frosty staying alive in the huge on the other side. Great
Huge
shots.
nade.
2v2 here. Flag's still out, about to return.
What if this is too staggered from Shopify? I feel like there was windows of opportunity for them to really force that flag. At least get it back into their base, but instead...
Oh, they're gonna get it.
What do I know? Frosty's running this one in.
2 dead. They're back at base. They got this cap. That's a cap.
The slowest, most considerate piece-by-piece flag cap you will see. But it's effective for Shopify. They tie it up a 1-to-1.
Considerate is a great word for it. So patient, unbelievably well-paced. Frosty actually staying in his opponent's util throughout almost the entirety of that. Finally, he comes back to help out, but they knew the angles, they knew the timing, and in the end, they tied the game. Most importantly, we're tied up 1-to-1.
3 dead hit for Shopify. As Renegade flies up mid-map, going to find himself a threat seeker. And that camo is available for both teams as well, but look at the control of the map that Optic have. They try and zone in.
Oh, the back smack.
Shot was waiting for him.
Big kill there from last shot to stop down that camo. You feel like if Optic already had a man advantage and we're about to push with a Renegade camo, that could have been huge, but Bound caught off guard. It's an important kill on the feet as well.
Teamwork starting to roll here a little bit for Shopify Rebellion. You can see them running shoulder to shoulder. Royal 2 and Cycle working so well together. Last shot's going to fly past him as well. And now Royal 2 in the position that you don't want him to be if you're an Optic Gaming fan. Set up on height with eyes and reticle trained on those respawners. He's one of the best to ever do it when he's in these positions, but it's a great job from Optic to make sure he doesn't do too much damage.
3 dead. Cycle, last player alive yet again. Currently leads the game in kills, but finally will be taken down. That is a staggered 4 dead. Last shot's the first spawner. Let's see if they can hold here.
Spawn in the back of the base as well. Couple of well-placed grenades here from Optic may give them an opening to run that flag through the window, but instead, Shopify once again doing a good job to hold. Even though damage has been done, the numbers now wrap back from the fridge spawns and they take control of their flag.
I think one important thing to highlight here is Bound is 10 and 17 in this game, and I don't think that's a negative per se against the play that he's made. I think it's play style that is causing him to go 10 and 17. The team is, of course, they're looking good. They're tied 1-1 here. Bound is trying to make things happen. He's trying to get into his opponent's util, and you could maybe say he's forcing things maybe a bit too fast. We'll have to see how the rest of this game plays, but still uncharacteristic numbers from Bound being -7 at this stage.
3-dead hit for Shopify. It's Optic who are winning these fights on their side of the map, but there's an overextension now actually coming in. And Renegade will get that flag moving. However, it's Frosty who cuts him down. That flag won't get too far. Now, will he be able to take a page out of the Shopify playbook here? Look for these kills, piece it together, and if they can, maybe there's a chance to get a touch on this.
Oh, that nade just got him.
And Formal's there as well. He should be able to get the shroom stairs very easily. 3 dead. Cycle was your last player alive. Frosty's a spawner. This flag will go. And with under 4 minutes left, Optic Gaming.
Legend's movement is just so fucking good.
From top car after being a few seconds ago on the flag bridge. Wraps back round, drops down, gets that touch off the back of some damage. And some kills for Optic, and now Legend.
So good at playing angles.
Of that flag cap. Controls the top of the pink tower and at 14 and 12 and most assists on his team. He's looking to push in for another flag that will give Optic just a bit of a cushion in this aqua flag.
Yeah, starting to heat up quite a bit. You see it now taking more engagements and not really taking any damage in the last 45 seconds, which is remarkable on a game type like this and an opponent like this.
Doesn't get the trade in that situation. It's going to be 2 dead on either side. Bound wrapping back to the pink tower to try and find the elusive player who was the one to take him down.
Oy.
Frosty takes some good damage. It's going to be an easy clean up here for Bound as he reads Frosty's route back to where he wanted to be. That flag, by the way, it's back towards the Optic Gaming base. It's almost on the shroom stair, so keep your eyes on the feed. If Optic can get some kills here, then this could be that cushion we're talking about. It's Royal 2 taken down, and yes indeed, with 3 dead, Bound, who has just cycled the entire
Yeah, they're looking really good now. Dude, I think we could go to a game 5.
How about it timing-wise? It's essentially a back-to-back cap. Yeah, it took a little bit of time and a little bit of slays in between, but really, if you look at
Optic's looking really good right now, though.
And they are showing no signs of slowing. Now leading by 2 with 2:25 left in the game.
And he got the stick. Wow.
In the style of a blue plasma grenade. It's going to be 2 dead for the side of Shopify again. Optic really just trying to pick up the slaying game a little bit in this last 2 or 3 minutes that we've seen from their POV. Winning those individuals, making sure the damage gets converted into kills. As their camo comes up once more top middle. If Shopify want to way back into this, you get the feeling with just 2 minutes left on the clock here, Andy, they have to get this camo.
Absolutely do, and then they need to make things happen very quickly. To be honest, the second flag cushion, as it does, is going to allow Optic to play this very differently. They do not need to be desperate at all. Just make sure they maintain control, and this camo will be a big piece of that. Here's Formal.
Interesting decisions to be made here. Both flags are away.
What the eagle
out? I'm having to wear glasses to see a 45-inch monitor. Frosty can see camo on a much smaller one. Frosty now trying to help his team. 3 players from Optic flying through. Legends trying to...
That's such good damage, man. Such good damage. Oh my. They got 1 good push, man. They got like 1 good push. They cannot mess this up.
Probably util and probably fridge splits that would have came in if Formal did not get that kill, and Last Shot might be running the flag right now. So instead, we have another round of slays coming in. 60 seconds left.
It's a really brave play actually happening from an Optic Gaming member. I'm not sure who it is, but they push all the way across this Legend again. Who's got out of spawn, who's now wrapping. You can see the Shopify go, he's there somewhere, and the damage that comes in from Legend turns into 2 kills. Legend's still alive, by the way. This is a huge IQ play from Legend in a high-pressure situation to recognize my job is to get us out of spawn, and by doing so, has helped Optic back on the map. 35 seconds left for Shopify to make a play on that flag.
They're running out of time.
It's a very staggered 4 dead. Last Shot still has not respawned, which only leaves now with the respawn 26 seconds for 1 final push.
Optic playing at defense. Renegade with a big kill, but it's traded out.
2 dead.
Bound with another. Shopify Rebellion find themselves 2 dead. Numbers stacked up defensively here for Optic Gaming. 10 seconds left.
It's not looking good. Oh, he got the pull.
But no one else is going to be there. Formal jumps on the re. Legend makes sure he goes home, and it will be Optic Gaming.
GG's. Wow. Dude, even just like that small pull, dude, it had me on edge. This series has been so good.
That they take home game number 3, the go-ahead game. Taking a 2-1 series lead. Once again, I mean, I feel like you're going to hear a lot of this year, and I think everyone's going to welcome it. Another one down to the wire. It's only one flag separating the two, and now one game separating the two. Optic Gaming will be one game away from closing out the series.
I really would talk about those final moments of that game and the play that I was trying to highlight that Legend made. Legend spawns Fridge, immediately gets out to P1, and I think it was Frosty who was top pink, if I'm not mistaken. Starts taking the battle with Bound, who spawns behind him, but I think he thought Bound's first spawner. Takes that fight, wins that fight, moves forward, but Legend in that meantime had overextended all the way through the pink side, all the way into the Shopify base, then to top car, and was able to backstab
What's game 4?
push that was coming in and had to be made.
I forgot what it is.
The window of timing that he got to get out and get behind Shopify is the reason that final push got shut down. If he doesn't get out there, he gets trapped in the Fridge, it might be a very different looking push that comes in from Shopify.
And you see just how big it is for Optic Gaming as a key to success to get those extra flag cushions, right? Because we've talked about it across many game types for Optic Gaming. They play fantastic when they have a lead, right? When they find themselves trailing by quite a bit, it's such a long and a difficult road back into the lead in these games. So you see just how important it is to play the early game strong. And once again, this was back and forth. We saw a big return coming in here from Last Shot and Shopify to ensure they didn't go down 2-0, but amazing stuff from Renegade all game long as well. This one came down to the wire, but it really was that back-to-back cap from Optic that sealed it.
Yeah, I mean, those two the last two caps of the game are actually really interesting to talk about and watch as well, because think about how long it took for Shopify. They staggered that flag run. There was a few times I was like,
God, dude.
run this. It felt like they were
I really want to see these two in grand final.
You say of the consecutive caps for Optic is it felt very similar, where Legend was that player who finally got that touch after they got some kills on car 1 and started to run that one. It's really interesting to watch the style of which those flags were capped. It was never clean, but it was good enough.
I also want to highlight once again, see Formal popping off with a little bit of an LFG after that one. Feeling good here, Optic Gaming leading 2-1, and you can just take a look at the score lines of how close this one has been. Really, this scoreboard doesn't do justice to just how close that first round of ball was.
1 second.
But I think one important thing to mention is Formal winning the 1v1. If you saw it, we were watching it from Shopify's util. Last Shot was pushing in Shroom Stairs and high util bridge in a 1v1 with Formal. If he gets that kill, not only does he get the pull, he forces split spawns.
If Rebellion can win this King of the Hill, dude, they're set up pretty good for Origin.
We don't get to see that on the screen. But it is players like Formal who win those battles on the back of the base that completely sways how the rest of that game goes. And it's going to be a huge factor for them all event long. When we see how tight the margins are between these twos, it will really come down very often, as you can already tell, down to single 1v1s that will sway where these series go between these two rivals.
One battle influences the next minute and a half, it feels like sometimes, of which way the game is going to swing, who's going to have the advantage, and I think it's a really good example to highlight that Formal play in the back of the base. He dies, flags running, their spawning Fridge, everyone's chilling.
Yep.
All right.
Optic Gaming close out map number 3 and find themselves now 1 game away. It's crazy to say, from sending Shopify Rebellion down to the elimination bracket, when all of the talk was about what's happening to Optic a couple of hours ago. King of the Hill Recharge, our game number 4. Will this be Optic closing it out, or will we once again go the distance between these two and see a game 5?
And we should mention, this is a rematch from the Case on Showdown. Optic has already taken down Shopify 2-0 in King of the Hill Recharge. So a slow game, but a convincing one in the end. King of the Hills per minute right now. Royal 2, by the way, is at 2.45. That is disgusting.
Kills per minute in King of the Hill is insane.
Unbelievable.
The man knows where to put his reticle, and usually, if it's on you, you're going to find yourself in the death screen for a few seconds, but what a chance, what an opportunity. This is for Optic Gaming to send Shopify Rebellion down to the elimination bracket. Shopify on the back foot. You would not have been saying that a couple of hours ago.
Absolutely not. And what past 18 hours of competitive Halo. All the drama you could ask for
3 dead.
3 will fall. His Bound's still alive here in control, but it will mean Hill and Camo Control coming in from Shopify. They know they need to win this game. They need to send it to a game number 5. Otherwise, their tournament bracket will be a very different one indeed.
Royal 2's just hunting at the moment. He knows he can't fire onto Formal because there's going to be more than one player trying to trace onto him. Royal 2 doesn't know where to look at the moment and ends up looking nowhere because Optic spots him out and make sure that that camo does not...
That's already a half-capped hill. They still have such good hill control here.
Unbelievable comms and Eagle Eye. The timing there is such that not only do they Eagle Eye the camo, but in making sure that they got the damage bottom control, other teammates can also spot them. And that's a really great neutralization of the camo. However, Shopify still leading 50% progress on your first hill.
And Frosty is picking up kills as well. Frosty has that shock rifle. And Renegade, luckily, as he was taken down, managed to get the stick, which means that Frosty will have to wait a few more seconds. Formal flies in, trade, and again, it's the gold side of the map at the moment, the pipe side of the map that's still controlled by Shopify, and that's what you need to hold if you want to win this hill.
Last Shot knows that there's probably an elevator spawner there. You can't just poke out pipes. Wisely retreats and still able to hold down. Look at the progress here. Only about 10% to go for Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, Optic need to go if they want to break out. They're going to give this one up. Last shot with the perfect shots. Renegade challenges, still takes 3.
Huge nade.
As well as 2 dead on either side. As Royal 2 will fly through. Cycle still at the top of gold as well. He's actually going to jump into the hill. I like this play from Royal 2. Here's the call out of damage on bottom tower. And probably recognizes if he can finish that kill, that's the LOS dealt with. And now he can convert this into a point. Shopify Rebellion go up 1-0. There is life in this series yet.
An enormous play from Last Shot. You can tell how important it was that he stayed pipes. He did not fly into Whirlpool. He did not get greedy for that kill. And look at the domino effect of doing so. They get so much more time. Then he wins a 1v1 in pipes. Then he also gets damage bat ledge, which is traded out by Royal 2. Finally, Optic Gaming now getting a little bit back in control. They get 3 dead. They get the next camo. Let's see what Formal can do.
Well, Formal spotted out the first camo, and now he's probably thinking, let me show you what I can do with this power-up. They're trying to bait them in a little bit here. And I like this because Legend, he's the bait. And Formal, well, he's hungry for
That nade was unfortunate.
damage. It's a really good tower hold here. And now Formal still with a little bit of camo to work with. Will contribute to 2 more. This is 4 kills that Formal has contributed to every single one. Damage on everyone. Almost takes down Royal 2 as well.
You get the feeling if he didn't bonk his head on this little ceiling there, might have even gotten another one. Amazing, as you say, amount of damage coming in from him. And guess what? Take a look at the progress.
Huge.
From Gaming after all of that from Formal. And you called it, Mark. Formal showing what he can do with the camo. It was patient once again. It was very selective. Amazing trigger and angle discipline coming in from Formal. They're only 10% away from closing out hill number 2.
It's going to be a perfect hill if they can do so as well, but a couple of kills start to go against them somewhat. And it's Shopify Rebellion who, for the first time on this underpass hill, will dip their toes inside of it. Legend and Royal 2. Royal 2 looked like he was not interested in anything else but a trade.
He was coming, yeah. That was almost Ryan Nubesque. Nightmares of Halo Reach.
Oh, he lived!
Nice bit of work from Frosty there. Those kills will be traded 3v3 on the map. Renegade trying to win a battle here. Let's take it down bottom in the hill. So let's take a look at numbers here. 3 dead.
It's a big 1v1 because that was the last player on this side of the map for Shopify Rebellion, and Optic Gaming will step in and convert that point. Formal winning the 1v1 versus Cycle means that they are tied up now.
You do get the feeling that was a must-win hill. Let's not forget the last time these two teams played this game, it was only a 2-0 finish, which shows you just how even and Slay-based.
I don't know if I've ever had that.
And instead of going down 2-0, they answer back convincingly, tied 1-1.
So it's 1 camo aside, and the next one will be burnt. So no camo to play with, and Optic Gaming find themselves 3 dead.
I'm not familiar with that.
Chopped down as he tries to escape and Scarper away, but it's Formal now on the camo jump. He's trying to break through this setup. Royal 2 taken down. Another player in the Whirlpool trying to be a nuisance. 2v2 right now as Optic kind of a mini break here, but it's Last Shot. He's trying to hold these spawns in the elevator. Trying to keep Optic out of that hill, and he's done a great job in doing so.
Last Shot did so well there. That's an easy battle to get lost in when you're on half wall. You can really get kind of mixed up with Whirlpool and even long haul angles. Instead, he goes pizza, hits the slide back, as you say, gets the kill, and then stays in elevator and holds this part of the map down, and they get 3 dead off of the back of it.
They got info on where Bound is as well. You can see the Last Shot turns his reticle to where Bound is. Frosty's going to try and chase him down. It's the best situation here for Bound. But he's not even going to get that. Frosty cleans him out, and Optic.
Bro almost got traded out. Jesus.
Way away from this hill.
Only a little bit to go here. Now Formal last
4 dead again, dude.
4 dead here. They will get this finish, and we'll see if if they delay here at all. If they want to have a little bit of better positioning, no, they waste no time. They grab it right away, and they're already set up for the next hill at C.
I wanted to highlight that because Cycle, I love what he did. He aggressively pushes tower on that last Optic push. He gets a double kill. Not sure how it happened, but it happened. Then wraps all the way through. They get those last seconds, but Cycle breaking open tower.
And he lived with Renegade.
Forces spawns away. Everyone leaves where that hill was from Shopify Rebellion. And they make that perfect rotate. It's the next thought process. What do we do next? That is just executed perfectly by Shopify.
Momentary 3v3 of the map just now. Frosty already 14-8 in this game, and now with 2-1 lead. Let's see how they handle this C plat hill. There's 2 dead, 2v2 on the map. Let's get into a listen-in with Shopify Rebellion.
No, we got batteries right now. Long week, item 3 times. It might drop on camo. Long. Just camo stack. NC fly. Xbox, watch stack. Batteries on me weak. Batteries weak. I'm wrapping turbine, okay? Batteries have one guy's big door. Yo, one guy stacks now, one guy bottom BR. Bottom BR now, bottom BR! Bottom BR, guys. You can do it. It's all you. Yo, guys, one shot. Bottom BR still, front BR and... Yo, 2C flat, bottom BR. Bottom BR. Legend's a little weak. Yo, hill weak and dark. Two cases. CQ, watch out. One shot, trip stack. Yo, in red.
Oh, he doesn't even get the trade. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Two in hill, last two in hill. One guy lock all. Spawn back solo. Can you still see that nobody's out red? When nobody's already, grab the red. I'm watching red. No. It's John. I'm in front. See point weak. Watch the hill, guys. And probably sinking. Yeah, glass. No, two in hill weak. Glass 20, dead. Nice, in hill weak. 2BR, guys, 2BR weak. 2 left, last 2BR. Guy back on the BR stairs. On the BR stairs. Can you guys help me? Still on the stairs. Remember. On the stairs. Still on the stairs. Yo, watch out.
Good nade.
And then spawner C. Take time here, No, I can flank. In hill back. Solid. Yo, Matt, I spun out. Yo, Golder, one shot dead. Nice. Yo, and long, turn, one shot, going pipe door, bound. And then one's all along. Press UC. Matt, you should hit that. Yo,
This hill is really close to play time, dude.
After the game clock here is still 2-1 to Shopify Rebellion, and now how do you play this? How do you think about playing this with a lead? Are you going to look to convert this hill to make it your game? Or are you going to try and stop Optic from getting anywhere near it? It's 3 dead for Optic. Legend the last hope.
Legend last player alive. I think even orange door or so. They're going to have gold spawners as well.
I don't know.
Time here, of course. 42 seconds left.
Playing time here could cost them.
Optic are forced to step in that hill. Legend will be taken down. There's a double for Frosty. Bound.
Don't do it! Oh!
You are going to be put down. It's a triple kill from Frosty that felt like a dagger in this game for Optic.
Also now,
damn!
Exactly where he needed to block. 27 seconds left for the final Optic gaming push. Otherwise, we're going to a game number 5.
20 seconds left. Optic trying to force this hill, but Royal 2 picks up the first kill. Last shot's there to clean up things in and around that hill. That objective belongs to Shopify Rebellion. They are playing bodyguards. 15 seconds left, but you're right.
Narrowly.
Optic only need to put their foot in it once.
They almost snuck in just now. 9 seconds left here. They have to go right now. No one looks in position.
Oh, Renegade, huge win, come on. Oh shit, a legend. Oh my god. Oh.
Everybody calm down for just a second. Shopify hold on.
Oh my god, dude, if Legend just stayed alive for like half a more second, dude, that would have been tied. Holy fuck.
Man, am I ever here for it? I don't know if my heart is. My cardiologist. I don't have one of those, but if I did,
but I might have one by the end of the series.
We need one. If you have any cardiologist recommendations, I think the entirety of the Halo community would be appreciative. Man, oh man.
Okay, 2-1, Rebellion. They win the game. Which
Oh my god.
We're going to a game 5 here. Goodness.
Cycle goes 18 and 10.
What are we watching, dude? Like,
we are watching
Rebellion is very strong on Origin too.
in a bonus year that no one was ready for. 18 and 10 from Cycle in the end. 19 and 12 from Frosty. All players on 5k damage, by the way, on Rebellion. No players on Optic on 5k damage, and that tells the story of the game. It's a 2-1 King of the Hill recharge win once again, a low-scoring one due to I mean, just the map control prioritization there, and my God, was that ever down to the wire? You had to be sure that Legend was going to get those ticks.
Complexity lost the
As they
phase.
send the final two on a control hydro C-plat flank, and somehow they don't get the very last millisecond tick. I don't know if I've ever seen it that close on progress.
How you doing, Eden?
In a down to the wire scenario like that, and of course,
How's your heart after that?
a game number 5, and these two teams have history on Slayer Origin.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think those final moments, you made a great call, because I don't think we really give a team a chance in that situation. Having not watched these two teams play so much so far, right? Every game is so close, you were like, wait a minute, there's actually like a mathematical possibility this can happen if they get across the map. And I'm like, you know what, you're right. And then it almost does happen. So great shout from you in those final moments. But yeah, now Slayer Origin. I mean, statistically, these two did play at the K-Sound Invitational, and Shopify won it 50 to 44.
Yep.
However, in this tournament, Shopify played C9, they lost it.
Exactly. So when you think you have the story figured out, as we take a look, here's the final moments, by the way. 40 seconds left. Of course, Shopify at this stage just
Jesus fucking Christ.
Enormous triple kill. And a blocking this one. Here's Renegade flying in. Renegade dies right away. Take a look at this. Legend jumps in, and somehow in that last... God. We're talking frames. Frames away. Not seconds, not milliseconds, but frames away. Unbelievable. Just could not believe it. As you can tell by the reaction on our faces. You're probably talking, you know, this game is spitting out a whole lot of frames per second, so I won't say it in terms of 240 hertz terms, but you are looking at just milliseconds, not seconds away from Legend closing out that hill and sending this series potentially a very, very different direction. As you said, Shopify taking down, by the way, this is a rematch, Game 7 at the K-Sound Showdown. Shopify wins the tournament on this exact game type, 50 to 44. However, not only did Shopify lose to C9, they lost to C9 50 to 40, and I got to talk to Frosty and Last Shot after that match back at the hotel. I asked them to walk me through it, and specifically they said they really prioritized certain places on the map, certain angles, and we even heard Sensor say it on C9, do not let Frosty go off with the snipe. And I was talking to Shopify about C9 playing quite squirrely. They were playing angles where they would fly two players out rocket elbow, get a quick kill, and then run back in the base. And now with everything riding on this, let's not forget all of the drama in the offseason, all of the drama of the K-Sound Showdown and the format discussions bring us now to a winner's quarterfinal early matchup between these two, and Game 5 to decide who stays alive in the winner's bracket.
And who will fall down to the elimination bracket as well. Origin is where we find ourselves. The first time we see one of the new maps in this series, and it's going to be the one to decide who wins the Game 5 and stays alive in the winner's bracket here in Arlington. This series never disappoints, and Frosty is going old school by sliding in for that sniper rifle.
Oh!
God, just does it again!
It's a change-up. Last Shot grabbing snipe yesterday for them on this map. Frosty's up to his usual tricks, and somehow the man runs different mathematics on this map. His geometry is on point, and of course, as he does, opens up.
And he's got it back. He's got the snipe back.
Shopify lead. Absolutely, it's illegal what he does with this weapon sometimes on this map. However, law enforcement has arrived as Renegade with the rockets has made this.
Oh my God!
Renegade.
If I can't have it, you can't either. Burns a lot of extra ammo there, calming exactly where the sniper is, and of course that there's only one shot left in the weapon, unfortunately.
One shot's all you need.
Down the line to Cycle, he's taken down, and just like that, Optic Gaming takes an early lead here.
This is the level we're playing at, ladies and gents. Wherever you're sat watching this series, this is the level to expect. Ridiculous shot after ridiculous shot, but it's the teamwork of Optic Gaming that's starting to show in the opening moments of this game. 10-6, they have a 4-kill advantage, and that is a full team wipe.
Bound getting nerdy here with the extra ledge. Up at Catwalk will make sure he does not take any grenade damage from the ensuing grenades at the BR. They need to slow things down just a bit as they have lost a man. Still up by 3, however. Here comes the Shopify push.
Scary moments. Jump scare as 2 players from Shopify Rebellion just appear on his screen. Now it's just 1 kill.
Man, 4 dead.
Royal 2. Just how many 1v1s over the years? Those big ones, he just wins them.
How about that? A 4-kill lead for Optic, and they have top cat control. Shopify breaks perfectly and
good kill, good live.
And just like that, now they're up by 2, 13-11. What a response from Shopify after trailing 10-6.
I mean, the seesaw continues to tip one way and then the other. It's counterpunch and counterpunch from these two teams. On the Optic side, Renegade, 7-4 to start this. Formal yet to register his first kill of this game. And on the other side, no surprise, Mr. Frosty, the Oracle, here on Origin, 6-3 to start this game.
What a swing from Shopify, and moments ago you would have bet that Optic Gaming was poised and likely to go on an absolute tear, leading by 4 at one point. And now it's an 8-kill game. Shopify starting to run away with it.
9.
We were worried about with Optic in Slayer, saying you can't let these runs happen. You can't let 6 or 7 kills start to stack up, because then you give yourself so much to do.
Someone challenged me to a 1v1 and he put up 2 and 15. Bruh.
They've proven that they can make it happen. But how many times can you go to that well and expect to have that result?
We love a good humbling.
Game is far from over. Frosty about to have all the goodies. Leaves the snipe for just a second because he has 1 rocket left to play with. But they're up 21-14.
Probably gonna try and bait out the snipe here.
He's last alive though, Frosty.
Oh, this is big.
You were talking about his mathematics and his geometry. They're gonna have to be pretty good to thread a needle on the snipe side with the angles that Optic Gaming are taking.
Formal's on the board.
Get kills though. Legend's last alive. Legend does get a kill himself. Frosty's still with this rocket. The trigger's busted.
Such good
discipline, dude.
Where's the snipe at right now? Good trade in the end. It's a killing spree for him. He'll take down Renegade. That's gonna now be 3 dead, 4 dead, staggered.
Oh my. They're getting away with it. Anything's possible though.
Last shot though, just playing angles. Shopify Rebellion completely slowing this game down. Optic have to make plays. Those shots are absolutely disgusting from last shot.
Beautifully done cross map as well, and just like that, it's 3 dead, 4 dead again. Bound is your first spawner, and it's
They're dragging this away, dude. 14 kills. Oh my god. They won this series, dude. Holy fuck. What? No! I swear to God. Okay, thank you, God. I was about to fucking lose my shit if the stream died. Oh my god, these comms. Dude, they're just running away with it. They're running away with it. Nice. Oh my god. Bro, he almost got another triple. Fucking animal.
And it's all Shopify Rebellion from the listening. 42-25. Optic are reeling.
Unbelievable comms there from Shopify. The second we got to that listening, the intensity here from them to lead this way. Even with the kill lead like they have here at 42-28, they find themselves 3 dead, but extreme intensity on their comms. It sounds amazing, and man, are they ever looking good here on the home stretch. 8 kills to go.
Last shot, 12 and 7, 10 assists, shooting anything that moves. And I mentioned how Optic have an ability somehow to dig themselves out of holes.
Don't you dare.
42-31. Shopify Rebellion with a 3 and a 4 dead.
Snipe popping now.
I'm just saying. One in.
Let's see how these next few kills go then. Then come back to me. Snipe up right now. 4v4 on the map.
Trade.
Not over just yet.
They can just play for trades now.
Down to Legend get 2 dead for Shopify Rebellion. Legend stays alive. Where did that sniper rifle go? Into the hands of Renegade.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Here's the question, right? Is it once again the same old story? Too little, too late for Optic Gaming. Have they let this game get out of hand?
10 kills the difference.
Oh.
How difficult was that shot to hit? Last shot gets taken down. but Optic lose 2. It's a good hold inside of their base, and now Renegade finds himself as last alive. It's 4 to go for Shopify Rebellion, and even with the body onto Frosty, they move closer and closer to closing out Game 5.
Such a smart play to isolate Renegade to not be a factor there. Then they turn around, now only 2 more.
2 more.
2 to go, Formals, no shields.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my God, that series.
They send Optic Gaming down to the elimination bracket.
We knew this matchup would deliver. We just didn't know we would see it this early in the bracket. Once again, all the way to Game 5. In what is undeniably already
Oh my God.
of the season. Shopify Rebellion will close out game number 5, 50-36, off an unbelievable mid-game run. And not to mention trailing early yet again by 4 kills and running away.
Dude, Optic Gaming in elimination bracket this early. They have so much work to do.
How to describe these series we are seeing. This is a level of Halo Infinite
That advantage that they wanted back during the case on Invitational, dude. That's what they have to go up against this time now, too.
already there. The new game types gives us this exciting new element. But we are seeing games being decided by
That's assuming they get that far.
one insane shot. And it's now like the bar has been
Yeah, this is Arlington.
that certain shots get hit. We're like, yeah, we expect that now. And it takes something so unbelievable to move you in these kind of series that are so close. But at 50-36, that moment, that mid-game, that's the difference maker. It was disgusting from Shopify. The way they managed to cycle Optic.
How about Frosty off the opening? Damage from 3 players.
Yo, Jay, thank you so much for the raid. Hello, hello. Welcome, everyone. How we doing? How's everyone's hearts after that series? We doing okay?
Decided to open the game. It was 10-6, then it was 20
Sad.
It's perfect gameplay.
Oh, man. I knew this series was going to be so good. It delivered so well. Hazy, good to see you. Khaleesi, how we doing, everyone? Great games. Recruiter, those were some amazing games.
That pop-off, by the way, is that Royal 2 looked like he wanted to, and then he was beaten to it.
Yeah.
So he's like, you know what, you got this one.
What did we say?
But yeah, I hope you all are having an amazing day or night. Just doing... We are also doing a watch party for Arlington right now. I believe we do still have drops active as well, so if you have not gotten your drops somehow, never fear.
Instead, they let this thing go the distance and
Just enjoy the show.
in game number 5. There is clearly still Slayer.
But yeah, Jay, thank you so much for the raid. Do whatever you have to do. You have to go eat some food. I still need to figure out what I'm going to eat today. It's already 6 o'clock.
In game number 5, but again, Shopify versus Optic delivers for Halo fans. However you look at it, it's another incredible series. I think we've got Blaze on our main stage right now, ready for an interview with someone from Shopify Rebellion. If I'm not mistaken, I think he's got last shot.
Nope, I got Royal 2 with me on the main stage. Make some noise for him and Shopify Rebellion.
Can I go eat something? You enjoy your food.
Probably not expecting to have that series so early on.
I feel you. The first thing I want to do when I get off stream is just destroy some food.
Game 5 in the fashion which I did off the start.
I mean, that's supposed to be like a winners bracket finals, like a finals match, and we're playing round 1. So, I mean, it's just such an insane win with the team, and I mean, I'm just so proud of them for showing up in a winners round 1 like that.
There you go, okay? Because that's a team that you guys been preparing for. We saw the matchups at the previous LAN as well, and we saw how close it was, and that was indicative in this series. Every single map, like the Slayer, 50-49. What was going on through your head? Did you feel it? It looked like a little bit of relief on that side of the stage when you guys won that one and even out the series 1-1.
Yeah, it was. I think we had a couple kill lead, and then I saw it was 49-49, and Cycle slid up bottom mid, and I was like, all right, we definitely lost. And then a guy was randomly one shot, and I cleaned him up, and we ended up winning. And I was like, I don't know, thank God that just happened. But it was looking grim, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, a lucky team, Nate. Okay, maybe a 5th player over there in the wings for you guys. And then coming around to that Game 5 Slayer, it looked so much easier than it did on the previous one. You know, you're on Frosty's favorite map on Origin. He hit some 6 snipes to kick it off. How did it feel? The comms were immaculate as well. How did it feel on that
Real.
game for you?
I just felt really good. I know, like, you know, previous at the K-Son tournament, you know, we kind of blew some leads, and even like this, we had a good, comfortable lead, and I'm just happy that we closed it out because, you know, we kind of been struggling in that aspect, but I think, you you know, we played great and we actually finished strong. So I'm just super proud.
Who's winning? Shopify just knocked Optic Gaming to the elimination bracket
Make some noise for Shopify Rebellion on the stage. That's gonna do it for
in a very, very close series.
Everybody, Lot, take us away.
You're right about that, Blaze. Just winners round one. My goodness, it's blowing my socks off up here on this stage. My goodness me, what an incredible matchup. I think we all knew what we were in for when it comes down to Optic versus Shopify, you know, in any situation, but especially the first major. They're coming out guns blazing, and blazing they were for sure. I will say I want to get one thing out of the way. You know, I think it was Onset that mentioned, you know, this was decided on moments of brilliance. Truly, if we're being real, this was decided map 2 on a moment of absolute utter chaos that unfortunately just did not pan out, whether it was miscommunication, whether it was just a decision that had gone bad, whatever it was, but that team nade was the absolute catalyst in this series.
Yeah, that team nade was so unfortunate.
Difficult for them to really kind of, I think, see it through after that. It could have been a 3-0 clutch.
Yeah, it could have been a 3-0, but it wasn't. And the one moment, the opportunity that Shopify was able to get some energy in this series, kept them in it a little bit too long for Optic. That game 2 was absolutely insane at the end. And a team nade from Optic costs a player his shields, and then an easy cleanup for Rule 2 in the midst of the chaos makes it in their favor. But, I mean, nobody knew who won and lost when the bodies started dropping at the very end. But that's what Shopify needed. They needed a spark. It was a very lackadaisical, like, game 1. I mean, you saw Cycle doing his thing, but everybody else was fairly quiet throughout game 1. Game 2, Frosty starts making plays. There was a life from Frosty where he got knocked to no shield 4 or 5 times in one life and played his life so perfectly. That came down to a 50-49. If Frosty dies at any point in time throughout that one life, Optic probably win that game. But because they stayed in this series a little bit longer, I mean, the recharge good God, to be able to play time from like 2 minutes at C Plat Hill is insane. Yeah. And they played perfect for like 2 straight minutes to keep Optic out of the hill. This series could not have been any closer. Optic, unfortunate, they go to the elimination bracket.
Dude.
Because I expect we see these two teams once again.
Oh my God.
I'm actually so happy that we highlighted both Frosty and Renegade on that graphic because
dude, Halo Twitter has been amazing, dude. It's been so good. It's been so good.
The players of the series, Renegade and his slaying ability with his efficiency and his
oh my God.
His teammates' kills were absolutely incredible all series long. Frosty, and not only what he did on the stat sheet, but the intangibles, the IGLing, the anticipating his opponent's movements on that game number 2 that, yes, Renegade got team grenaded where they probably should have won, but what did Frosty do when they were down by 1 kill, 40-41? He stays alive while one shot, while out of ammo, from top dip all the way to S4, kills, damage. By the time he died, it was 48-45. Just both of those players were absolutely phenomenal this entire series, and it's not just the stat sheet, it's the full package that they brought throughout the series.
I mean, something we got to talk about, a player that was quiet for the first half of the series, his last shot, not leaving a lasting impression for the first few games, maybe not playing bad Halo by any means, but not his best. He left this series playing his best. That map 5. Yep. Last shot took over. We saw a lot of Frosty point of view. We saw some World 2 point of view, but last shot throughout that entire game, a 1.56, 5K damage in a Slayer, a most least from the rising superstar, the kid you gave a chance if you're World 2 and Frosty. We need you. We need you here in game 5. He gave them everything you wanted to see from the young superstar, and he is making his name known and a right to be on the #1 team in the world.
He certainly did.
That's my goat.
Say, you know, something that I had noted down was that he was very quiet, untypically quiet in the entire series up until that map 5. And I think just going back to some of the earlier gameplay, something that was missing from last shot was just the way that he's able to never let the team back in. He's always that guy who's last player alive. He's always playing his life so incredibly well, getting that pick off spawn, keeping them in an uncomfortable situation, never ever allowing them to have the upper hand. It is something that Shopify excels on, and it straight up comes down to last shot. That was missing in the first few games. Yes, very lucky stuff on that map number 2, and looking at Shopify Rebellion taking that, but it was certainly missing in that series. I'm so glad that we found that from last shot once and for all in that map 5. I truly do believe it was the difference maker of why it was such a blowout.
I mean, as we take a look at the stats, last shot having the worst KD ratio on his team,
yeah.
We could talk about like
Look at the damage though. He had the most damage.
Is the most on the team. How often do you see the worst KD fall with the most damage? His impact is felt so strong and so immense throughout games that he is taking over, and he straight up took over in that game 5. On the Optic side, it's Renegade.
Frosty's there twice.
But Optic going to be kicking themselves.
Production error.
Game 2 and 2 for that game 4. To not be able to break that blue setup as well, that's got to be a very frustrating come together. What the heck happened? It got way too chaotic at the end of that recharge game, especially when all
I had to do a double take. I'm just like,
and toes in the hill, and you're gonna at least tie this game up and push it to the next hill, which is what Optic needed to do. There's a lot that they can learn from that series. When things are getting chaotic, Optic have got to find better ways of slowing it down and doing the basics.
Hello, Sir Ninja.
It always feels like there's some kind of controversy or some type of something that leaves us wanting more whenever Shopify Rebellion and Optic.
That loss pissed you the frick off.
For me, this time, it has to be that game number 2. They mentioned it on the
Dude, it was just actually crazy how close that series was the whole time.
Could have been the difference of them ultimately getting 50 to 49.
Yeah, Optic really struggles on
Or them
Origin.
There's always something that happens that makes me want to see more.
Dude, it's actually crazy like how one thing can just change the whole outcome.
Recharge there, and I won't go into it, but how close that was at the very end. Again, it just leaves you wanting more. You're on the edge of
yeah, it's crazy, dude.
To unpack in your brain what you just witnessed and why it was so close. It is unbelievably exciting, exhilarating up here. What a wonderful match that we saw on that main stage. What an incredible series. Can't wait for more of it, and there will be plenty more, because coming up next on the main stage, we do have our first elimination round. It's going to be
Oh no!
TSM. We'll see who stays here, who goes home, and we'll see you guys right after the break.
Dude, we have the potential to see Optic get eliminated out of their own event and not make it to Sunday. Z10 versus SSG right now.
Across the map, but I mean, this is beautiful out of him.
Stellar getting up to that flag, able to get damage. Zika, though, able to find that challenge, but they just, so many times we've seen Space Station come away with the kill while one shot. They are winning their kills by a thin margin, but that margin's been the difference in this game.
Oh, I love that nade. That nade just blocked the door, and he continues to run the flag. That was beautiful.
Big brand.
He's always heads up, man. That's the thing about this Space Station. They are going to be aware of every situation, what's the most optimal play, and they'll try to hit it every time.
Unfortunately, that flag is returned, but again, it's just pressure continuously being added, right? 1 minute and 44 seconds left. The pressure continues, and it's still 2 caps to get in 1 minute and 40. Can Tenacity do it?
Go in that back, trying to get those shots, and oh my, that's a big one. 4 go down. There's nothing to stop this flag carrier as Eco slowly moves it up to the P side. It'll have to be a desperate attempt off spawn.
This is not good. This is the dagger right here. It was already pretty.
Yo, Nifty, what's good, dude?
Already, but now it's 4-1, and
how
now
we
it's
doing?
Impossible at this point.
Feels near it, man. I don't know what you can do to get yourself back into this game. 67.
I don't even know what the fuck he put.
Can't do it. There's no world that happens. But I mean, you just put Space Station in a good spot, right?
I don't even know what that is.
I still didn't expect them to lose an objective game to 0 Tenacity, but I mean, that's really solid by them. Well, that's 2 caps, 47 seconds, so 15 seconds a cap. It would be crazy.
You been watching the tourney this weekend, dude?
Wait a minute.
If so, what do you think so far?
It was a util spa that stopped it all.
See Mighty's getting into that front line, trying to get those kills. So far,
Not really.
It's just,
Fair enough.
It's just a slay difference. You can see it clear as day. Space Station having just that big advantage through the slay.
Just came out of a crazy series against Rebellion and Optic. Literally one of the closest series this whole tournament.
Lead the series 2-1. I apologize. They win the flag game 4-2, but just a good job.
Yeah, dude, this season, like, team-wise, is pretty stacked.
30-20. Lucid a little bit of the same today and this weekend, 27-19.
I'm happy that EU's getting some love as well. 2 EU teams make it to pool play.
2-1 in the series, tied up right now.
In winners, nonetheless.
We're just gonna be popping around to whatever action we can find, and right now, Cloud9, they need to find an answer to Nemesis. Nemesis, the hottest team in bracket right now, and they're eyeing their side of the bracket. They could find themselves in the winner's side relatively easy through their bracket. I think FaZe is their biggest obstacle.
Can you guess who I'm going to point out again?
Woodham is 14-10.
Baby, 14-10, double his team's teammates' kills, and of course, I know I focus on the individual players so often. I had to talk with Snakebite about this, and he said, yeah, you know, individual players are always going to shine, but that just means the team is doing their job, and everyone's working together to make that happen. And I 100% agree with what he says. I think it's important to focus on players, but at the same time, Wootem's able to do that because of how his team, you know,
That's very true.
allowing him to be free on the map.
Like, look at last shot. That last series, he had the worst KD, but he had the most damage on the team.
But he's like a mouse and keyboard player that understood how to play Halo first, right?
Yeah.
That's from his experience in his pro Splitgate days. He got second at the World Championships for Splitgate and won many tournaments in Splitgate underneath that SSG banner.
He's got that experience, and that has been the big factor too. Is like a lot of players just don't understand Halo at a high level, and when you don't understand Halo at a high level, but you're good on mouse and keyboard, it's not going to be enough. That's why you see players like World 2 excel. But back to Cloud9 versus Nemesis. A nice little lead here that they've garnered. They've got to come and contest this hill, or else this will be Cloud9's. They get one down, but Cloud9 have those elevator spawns.
It's only Snipe Drone that's alive, and he can't do anything but just try to keep him out, and they're just going to double up. Cloud9 find the answer. Nemesis was 99% the way there, but not able to find.
Yo, Nick Tate, thank you for the follow.
Plays into a factor. I don't think Cloud9 is going to step in this hill. It's 1:43 for Nemesis to try to find their equalizing capture.
Yeah, this staggered spawns though. One of them spawns on the glass side, one of them spawns on back Hydro, and now because of that, you've got a situation where you've got Sav on the back of Hydro. He's the most important player to kill at this point in time. It's like you're not going to be able to kill him just yet, but I would assume this is definitely a priority. Instead, though, they decide to get hill time here. This is interesting.
I'm trying to find that entry. Woodham, 18 kills. You're really going to need him to be that player.
Glory with 11 assists, too. I'm very curious to see what Glory's damage looks like.
Best here in the tournament so far.
That's not too shabby. Halfway through this hill. And they've gotten this hill time while Cloud9 have been back Hydro. This doesn't make any sense to me. It's actually beautiful to see. It's incredible. Their back Hydro is Cloud9, and Nemesis are halfway, 60% of the way through this hill, and it's been while Cloud9 occupy the back Hydro. It doesn't make any sense. The process is not being used, and it's still working really well.
I mean, 55 seconds, and Nemesis are about quarters of the way there. I mean, Cloud9, they need to start being a little bit more dominant on their pressure. I feel like Nemesis is getting in and finding this chunk time, but with them finally flipping out those spawns and getting their control that they want, could be seeing a different story. Was that not strange? A big rotation.
There's still 2 back Hydra, dude.
I think they realize we don't need to be at A.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, now he's getting double teamed, and he gets taken out. 30 seconds. Hill time is being had, but Septify has been.
They're tied up now.
This entire time. Regardless of that, they cap 2. It's 3 down.
Interesting plays there. For sure.
Sorry, Cloud9 inside a hill, but I mean, this is I didn't expect Nemesis to get that L at all.
I mean, they got it, and they only took like 30 seconds to get it too. There was still plenty of neutral time left on the clock to play around with. So, that's shocking that Cloud9 wasn't able to put up a stiffer defense.
Yeah, Crash, that was really weird.
Well, here we go. 20 seconds left.
That was just some...
Really be a factor.
Cloud9 played that really strange.
In the very end, but right now it's 3 down for Cloud9. Opportunity for Manny as the last player alive to get a trade. He does just that. That's going to be good for him. Can they get more though?
Saptify been an important player for Cloud9.
And Glory gets that Gamma. That's gonna be huge.
He's
gonna be able to keep that though.
For his team, and this is the moment.
He's just getting that time, dude.
Camouflage in play. It's important for Cloud9 to try to find these players, but they just went.
He's just milking that time, dude.
Is scoring, and there's nothing they can do. There's no way to stop this.
Yeah, Septify, all he can do right now is control spawns, but he ends up going down. Spawns still come out onto A.
Wow.
And that's going to be cap number 3 with 15 seconds left.
That was so free.
Plays a big factor. It's up to Glories. I think he has to stay alive in this scenario, or else this will get a little bit mixy. And he does. 2 dead for each side.
Good pick.
Got 3 down for Nemesis. Wait a minute. He died pretty quickly there.
Don't count them out yet. They could make something happen here. I don't necessarily like the strategy of staying in that white tower and trying to shoot them out. I would much rather have something with quicker access, and you're seeing it. Nemesis are just not able to get damage down range. It's too tough a task. It's a Woodham that is going to try to break in, and I love this, right? Get into those pipes. Force the opposing team to look the other way. Make them look back.
Huge trade out of Woodham there, dude. They have to jump in this hill. They have to. Boo Boo has to jump in now. Yeah, that's it.
1 second left, and there it is. Nemesis
GG's.
are going to be your winners of the series. Again, Cloud9 looks so good. I mean, it is incredible. In the winners quarterfinals,
What's the bracket looking like now?
Moving forward even more.
Look at that. We're right back over. Space Station up 2-1. We saw that previous game, and you're going to see them.
Z10 versus SG now?
King of the Hill.
I like Recharge King of the Hill. It's one of my favorite game types and map combinations, so I'm down to watch it twice in a row.
Oh, it's literally the same. It's literally the same scenario.
Starting to wake up a little bit again. Zero Tenacity. I didn't expect this team to contend with Space Station, to be completely honest. I love the roster, but this Space Station roster, you know, I feel like on paper, just they look much better. It's just not the case here, though. Zero Tenacity are keeping up.
Joe's gonna go take that high ground. Easy kill for him, and I love how he left the hill knowing that there was a push coming, right? It's like, it's easy just to fall into the trap and wait for the player to push, but you can still be aggressive while you're in that hill. Stellar's in a rotation as well. He's all the way rotated for next. Space Station with a very early rotation.
That was a huge win.
Win there as well. Space Station will get in, and you know, I mean, 2 down, first cap.
That was perfect. That was insane. From a macro element, 2 players from Space Station rotated extremely early, and they rotate at C with the intention to cross back to help their teammates.
This hill fucking
and
sucks.
to be able to win this cleanly. They're wasting no time getting themselves in the right spots. Camouflage coming into play, and they have to worry about Stellar in this back rank still.
Yeah, I like the Stellar gets out a hill and does exactly what he's doing right now, right? Damage in, cleans up camo, just beautiful work.
Yeah, they're not concerned necessarily with getting the camouflage. They're more concerned about the control, the slays, the things that actually matter. You know, you're using that camo.
Oh, that would have been a huge win.
Facilitate slays.
Gets cleaned up.
By using his position, using his timing, and, well, using their gun skill like Lucid just did. Double kill. Space Station look like a rock that's rolling down a hill. There's nothing that can stop them.
Lucid's still in that hill, too. He's finally going to get taken out, and so will his teammates as well. It was 3 down for a moment, but
Chick is on a tiny sliver of health.
and Zero Tenacity that have to do so much more if they want to come back in this hill. Hill owned by Space Station Gaming at the moment.
Remember, the winner of this series going to play against Shopify Rebellion. Space Station. This is an important series to get yourself fine-tuned. Right now, you're looking great to get yourself into that position, but ensure that you don't let up on the gas pedal at any point in time. We know that these Europeans can be dangerous.
I love that right there by Stellar. Jumps in. Gonna put a shock rifle shot in, and then he ends up going down at the end of the day, but the damage was done. Forces Jimbo out of the hill, and now Space Station have taken the hill for their own. They have to get slays, though, here, and right now it doesn't look like that's happening. Stellar
Shit gets 2 kills? Oh my god. I thought he was gonna get it traded out at least. He's still alive, too.
That's
Wow.
tie it up 1 apiece. Zero Tenacity. Honestly, I'm shocked that they were able to get away with a point there. Remember how early Space Station
Dude, that win there was massive. I thought he was gonna get traded out for sure.
early on, and I thought it was almost going to be guaranteed.
Oh, Mighty's gonna look for a shroud screen here on the bottom side and allow that jump up to happen. Great shots, but not great enough. It's gonna be Chick who goes down. It's an unfortunate loss of a fight. That's gonna allow Space Station to get some more time on the hill here.
Lucid backing his way up. Oh my!
Oh my!
Lucid from the bottom row. He's able to shoot up with the nuke combo, peppers his opponent, and gets a massive kill.
Yeah, it's just lucid things, just lucid things. I love it. Love to see it. Love to see him back in form. Eco though as
Snakebite's having a good game.
I mean, Snakebite is the one that we should be watching though. 13 and 7. He just goes down there, but beautiful work out of him so far in this game too. Or I should say,
There's still a lot of time to work with here. Motherfucker, why does this keep happening?
A lot of pressure coming in from Zero Tenacity right here, and they don't have the hill completed just yet.
Oh, Zero Tenacity. They were able to get those stops, but I don't think it's going to be enough still. Able to get in, Space Station, find their point, and what's so surprising, usually we got to this hill. Remember, we saw it on the main stage. There was 45 seconds left, a minute left. Hyper efficiency so far. We have 3 minutes of neutral time still to play with. These guys are clearly playing for score at the moment.
I love it. Stellar is starting to catch up to Lucid in terms of score here too.
Optic versus TSM about to happen on the mainstream. Probably go towards that after this game.
We'll see if there's any sort of chance for Space Station to continue this run that they're on right now. This is a really good start to the game, 2-1.
I mean, Stellar, look how aggressive he's
That's way too aggressive.
Way into the open. He grapples like there's nothing gonna stop him.
3 dead though.
He got gunned down.
Yeah, it's 3 dead off of that though. Maybe a bit of a distraction. It allows Space Station to get back inside that hill, allows them to stay in control. That trade will do just about the same. And it's basically trades back and forth. 3 down, though, for the side of Zero Tenacity.
I mean, so far, it's been Snakebite and Stellar that have been the strong duo, looking like LeBron and D Wade, 16, 17 apiece. That's the solution for Zero Tenacity. You're going to get back into this game. You must find a solution to the 2 Slayers.
And they're still living.
Lucid, that's the solution right there. Trying to get this hill and finish it off. They're going to push into it together here. Ooh. And that will be slays, and that will be enough for the 3rd cap for SSG.
I love how connected the bandits were. They're looking at the same.
Maybe
thing.
Guildarts.
Running at the same time. These players
it's not a bad shot, actually.
off the map.
They have to continue to get those deletions because you can see Zero Tenacity are holding forward. You know Lucid's gonna deal with them. 2 players on the C side, multiple players on blue pipes as well, sticking down to no shields. It's up to Lucid to make something happen here. Clear these players out from back Hydro. Don't allow them to be a factor. But he's playing it slow and steady. He understands it's a 2v1.
Well, that player's not going to go anywhere. He knows that they're stuck at the back of C. He waits for them to push, and, well, he did enough, right? You get the damage, you get the knowledge, and you let your teammate in the hill gun him down. Eco just doing what he can. Max damage on 2 players, but no kill in the kill feed. No one there to help clean it up.
That Plasma's going to hold him back just a little bit. It's going to be Jimbo that ends up going down to that insta-explode, I believe it is, but Lucy just took
There's still so much time left on the clock, dude.
They're not going to be able to trade out Chick, who's sitting inside the hill. Finally, they do. But it's still hill time here for Zero Tenacity until the push comes in from Stellar, who understands the mission. Get C-Plat. Get back high.
They just want to close this out.
And he's doing just that.
This is by far the longest hill we've seen to get captured. We rotated into this with 3 minutes and some change. Now under the 2-minute mark. This is all the resources being used to get this hill, and Space Station just moments away from getting the secure and lead Come on, you guys, you just need 15 more seconds. There we go. Let's go.
Eco's fucking trolling.
Win the series 3-1.
GG's.
Tenacity with great effort there. It was Space Station Gaming at the very end who ended up winning the series and move on ahead to the winners semifinals. To
Rebellion and SSG, dude.
Shopify Rebellion.
It's scary here. This is rough for Space Station Gaming. I think that they'll.
All right. TSM and Optic, I think, is about to play.
Personally, when it comes to a team like Space Station Gaming, for example, I think they match up a little bit better against Optic Gaming than they do Shopify Rebellion. And that's just stylistically. And I think they would probably say the same thing. And it's interesting to kind of get the opinions to see where you guys are at and kind of how it works out, I think, in terms of
We're not?
who will be
Question mark?
here. But let's take a look at the elimination bracket and just remind ourselves who's in here fighting for their lives. And believe it or not, Optic Gaming, there they are, elimination round 1 against TSM. And then we also got Infamous as well, who have dropped down. We haven't seen much of Infamous right now. Tony, you know, this.
So we're about to have
we kind of mentioned that yesterday.
Z10's gonna get knocked down and play Infamous next. I'm pretty sure.
Maybe a little bit of honeymooning, you could say. How are you feeling about their tournament and how far they might be able to go in this bracket, knowing Optic?
And then loser of C9 versus Nemesis plays Ether.
A rough road for Infamous, but I will say, leading up to this event, I was watching a lot of their scrims, I was watching a lot of their open series, I even got the chance to cast over a lot of the online tournaments, and I've been very impressed with Descendant. I think not a lot of people are talking about what he's been able to do in the Slay department. Like, this man has been absolutely flying. So if there is one player that I want to watch out for on Infamous, it's definitely Descendant. He's that good.
Do you know what? I'm just going to pause right here on the elimination bracket. We'll pick it back up in 1 second, but I did just have an update from the Shurs himself. He actually let me know that Nemesis beat C9 3-1.
Wow.
So it has happened.
C9 versus Ether now.
They will be facing FaZe. They will be playing FaZe. So not to just put a bow on it, but Goof, you kind of called it in a sense. I mean, they did manage to beat C9, and Nemesis will go on. I think based on the way that they have rounded that series out 3-1, I think we're in for a pretty exciting series out of them with FaZe.
Definitely. I mean, don't ever underestimate that.
Or maybe I'm tweaking. Maybe I'm fucking up the entire bracket. Don't listen to me.
Like that, when they catch fire, they just cause a problem no matter who they're playing. And Nemesis has got to be that team this event, right? Specifically, I shouted him out at the start of the broadcast yesterday, but Wutum, man, I'm growing to become more and more of a fan of Wutum. I got to start playing mouse and keyboard or something because, you know, you look at his screen and he just does so much damage. He does so much positive for his team, and we're seeing it right now. We're seeing Nemesis really be that story of the weekend so far. Imagine they go into this FaZe series and take them down. Like, how big of a storyline would that be for the EU scene and just for the Halo scene in general?
I mean, how much kind of, I think, similarities, I guess is probably the best word to use, could you pull from them and the likes of Quadrant and what we watched happen?
I mean, you pull a lot, honestly. I mean, you look at SLG. I mean, SLG, he's a master with the power weapons. And when you have a mouse and keyboard player on your team, lots of times you try to feed him the sniper. But dude, SLG, he's the one going after those snipers in the beginning of games. He's the one making sure he secures rockets a lot as well. I actually really like what he brings to the table specifically. And then, of course, if Wutum picks it up, we saw what he did to Optic. It was a bit scary. I had Team Nemesis as my dark horse squad for a reason. I think they're that good. They've been boot camping. They've been doing their thing. We get to see if they can beat FaZe.
Well, I'll tell you what, they are striding strong right now up in that upper bracket. But back down in the elimination bracket, things are kind of bleak here. You know, we're fighting for our life in the tournaments. Day number 2, haven't even made it to Champ Sunday yet. So there is so much to play for and so much pressure on the line as well. Coming back to the series that we have on main stage, which is Optic Gaming versus TSM, elimination round 1, folks, just to remind you at home. You know, I'm wondering with TSM here how much they can hold on. What have they got in this series to really kind of go by? And it's going to be difficult. It's a lot of pressure, a lot of mental ability, believing that you can do this. And it's like, well, we can either hit them while they're down and try and...
I thought this was going to start a little sooner. What are we looking like for LBT? Okay, they're gonna do this next. Okay, so yeah, we're chilling. We're chilling.
Roster, who have you got a spotlight on? Who do you want to see have a pop-off game where it matters most?
I'm gonna have to go, I mean, just using the graphics here, We have Druck and Talik on our screen, but honestly, I'm gonna have to go with Cherished, right? The newer addition to this group of 3 that we've been seeing going all the way back to Halo 5 Money 8s at 4 a.m. in the morning, right? Talik, Druck, Soul Snipe, these guys have been together for so long. Cherished is that player that they're hoping can help them put the pieces together, but so far this event that hasn't been the case. In this series specifically, if I'm TSM, I always say this when you're the underdog playing against a juggernaut, like, Game 1 tells me so much about what the series can potentially be, right? Trying to win an objective game against a team that is favored in the series can be such a confidence booster, and then against a team like Optic, when they're honestly can be weak in Slayers at time, right? So if you can steal a Game 1 if you're TSM going into Game 2 of a Slayer, you never know, right? So
No, I'm not a monster.
Really need to come out
Sag.
strong, win their opening starts in Game 1, potentially steal a Game 1. That's really gonna bode well for them.
It certainly will.
I'll be back real quick, guys. I'm gonna go make a coffee. You guys want anything?
The rest of the team here, and I think Talik, if he can have a really big game, I've seen what he can do with the Sniper Tony. Actually, I can't remember exactly
Be back.
who it was. I think it was Livefire, potentially, and he had the most disgusting snipe across map. But Talik can do it with some of the best of them.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the more underrated Slayers that we've had in our league for a very long time. Like, he was topping KD leaderboards, even going back since Season 1. And a lot of people weren't talking about him enough. For me, I'm glad that you mentioned that map number 1, but for me, I think it's that map number 4, because I want to say map 4 is a stronghold, and that's going to be a bread and butter of TSM. Okay. So you got to get to map 4, obviously, get to Optic Gaming, and I saw Origin. I'm like, okay, well, maybe that's one of Optic's weaker maps, but then I saw it was CTF on Origin Game 3. And the last time we saw Optic and TSM go at it on that very map, they beat them 3-0 in a minute and 30 seconds. Like, that was one of the more memorable CTF Origins that we saw. So if you can get to Game 4, on that stronghold, that's TSM's win condition.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, I can probably hear you guys yelling at home right now from your couch. Start the game, start the game. My gosh, why are you talking so much? This is awful, start the game. Well, trust me, I would also like to stop talking and start the game, but you know, things happen, guys. And on the main stage right now, we're having a couple of technical difficulties. We've been through quite a lot so far this weekend. We're getting it all sorted so that all of the gameplay is absolutely perfect for our pros. So with that being said, this is your chance to stop hearing us talk. Go get a beverage, go get some food. We're gonna head to a quick break, and when everything is ready, set, and the main stage is ready to go, we'll be right back. So we'll see you guys for Optic versus TSM right after this.
Oh my God, Lucid. Where do we start?
There is no doubt about it. Lucid is the star of Halo Infinite. Every single time his POV is on the screen, in an arena, in a home, people go wild.
He is what most players aspire to be. When people think of Halo pros, I'm sure he's one of the first people that comes to your mind.
He is incredible at his craft.
The level that he plays at is so high. It's MVP form, but he does it every single time.
You know, if you think about some of the sickest plays in which you've seen in Halo Infinite, it probably came from the thumbs of Lucid.
I got my coffee. I got my coffee.
Lucid, take one.
So getting into video games for me was really easy. Like, I think I was just competitive. I've always been competitive. I was just watching the Halo 2 tournaments were being broadcast, and they had like these highlight reels, and I knew of the names, you know, like Snipe Down, Ola, Final Boss, Ogres. That kind of started out early on with those types of things, but the feeling was that I just wanted to get better at Halo. That is distinctly the only feeling that I have is just the love for the game. I just want to get better at something. I want to get better at Halo even more than I already felt like I was pretty good at.
I think he's hungry for more. I think you can see that in his eye when he's on stage.
For him, it's all about winning titles. He has the opportunity to go on and win more titles than most could ever dream of.
When I think of Lucid's personality, it's actually a very particular personality where he's not your normal superstar in esports that's like cocky and arrogant and like showboating. Lucid's rather quiet and he's rather reserved to himself.
He really does have a calm, collective arrogance to him, which you kind of need to be one of the best players in the world in terms of confidence. He's very humble, but the fans go wild for it every time he's on the stage. It's exactly what you need to be one of the fan favorites.
He's very relaxed. He doesn't raise his voice very often. He's very calm and controlled.
I think the quote is, you shouldn't be afraid of the loudest guy in the room, you're afraid of the quietest guy in the room, and I think Lucid carries himself in that manner.
I would say he has the most famous posture in all of Halo that also summarizes a lot about his personality. A lot of players you'll be seeing like right up at their screen, you know, locked in completely, and Tommy's just like this.
Which one? Let's see. Yeah. This one? There. That was on your knees looking out.
Get out of your way. Give me a second here.
You're part of the content
Hold
team.
that. Yeah, right there.
One more row back.
This one?
Yeah, that's fucking hard.
I have known Tommy Lucid for about, since about 2016, so a little over 7-8 years now.
All right, you got to come back, Joey. You were supposed to walk.
Tom and I came up as amateurs together, and we've pretty much been together almost our whole careers.
I mean, Lucid and Trippy have been playing together for years and years and years. They've been a really, really solid duo together.
They play off of each other really well. You often do see that on Halo Infinite rosters. Different players can feed off of each other. Well, Lucid and Trippy, that's a duo you need to watch.
Is Lucid like 7 foot? No.
He and I have been like the rocks for each other because I think he's very similar to me. We can normally comfortably talk to each other in the team.
Yeah, he's not that tall.
About how we need to improve and what we need to improve on, and not necessarily feeling like scared to just be honest. I think that's why we've had a lot of success over the years.
Lucid almost broke a little smile there.
Lucid was the front runner of everything that was Halo Infinite at the very beginning of the game, and I think that if you are the pioneer of a playstyle, that says enough.
He became a master of so many things before anyone else even realized they existed.
If people want to be you, if people want to play like you, that describes how good of a player you actually are.
It is his perfection.
That's actually fucking nasty, the fact that he got out like that.
So incredible to watch.
That ability to kind of put in the work and absorb the knowledge and work out a game so quickly, I think speaks a lot to his intelligence as a player. And from there, he really was separating himself as like being in the conversations for one of the best in the game.
I think for me, the Halo community, it means a lot because I think it's just when you have that passion for something, you just want to see it succeed, you want to see it continue, you want to see it blossom. And I think that's something that, for me, that runs very deep.
That star power, that leadership translates so well into the community. People love to hear from him. They love to watch him stream. They love the interviews post-game. He really does give a lot.
He understands his role as a leader in...
That's just fucking disrespectful, bro.
Lucid is a great kind of archetype for how a Halo player should be away from the game, as well as their behavior within it.
He's kind of a good voice for everyone. I think a lot of people agree what he says, so it's very good for him to like very vocal and try to make Halo better.
Tommy's gonna be one of my best friends forever. Like, we have been through literally everything together.
So I remember it was Worlds 2022. It was my highest placement and I got 3rd. And I talked to Tommy in the after party, and I was upset that I couldn't win because he won. And I remember he told me, like, you know, he put like his hand on my shoulder and he was like, dude, at the end of Halo 5, I got 2nd several times and I could never win. And he was like, you have to...
Suspector is the FFA champion, dude. God damn.
When you lose in order to go out there and win. And like, that kind of goes to show that he's like supportive to like his cast and like the rest of the Halo scene.
360s for style points at this point.
He already has the support, the love from the fans. He already has that stardom. If he could get
The Lucid fan club.
along with that, he will end up being one of the greatest Halo players that we have ever seen.
On the side of FaZe, you're odd locations, and there's gonna be one pick over into dummies.
This is my favorite clip ever, dude.
Wait, can he do it all? Wait, Lucid, you madman!
I love that clip so much.
Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS Arlington Major hosted by Optic Gaming. Now the tech masterminds have been quick at work on that main stage, making sure everything is picture perfect for our pros to go head to head. I mean, after all, this is a really big deal. This is elimination round 1 and it's our hometown team, Optic Gaming versus TSM. A last-ditch effort from TSM to get things done when it matters most, and for Optic to stay alive. Goofy, excited about this?
I cannot wait. The crowd is getting filled up. The hometown heroes are here to make a statement. No more room for
Dude, I can't believe this fucking tweet. It's funny as hell.
Go home. This is what it's all about.
Tony, we've had some electric series so far. Excuse the pun about the electric problems on stage and all weekend, to be perfectly honest. Had to do it, had to say it. Tony, but how exciting is this? Optic Gaming in front of their home crowd once again, having to keep their tournament alive and show us exactly what they're made of.
It really is so exciting. Both of these teams have so much to prove. It's lower bracket round number 1, literally do or die, and something tells me Optic?
No, Red and I are really good friends.
All right, well, that's enough from us. We want more for you on the main stage. We have Optic versus TSM. Let's meet the teams.
In Halo? No, because I'm better than him. Smile. W Ego? True, Dylan, true. How are you doing, bro? Good to see you. Fuck you doing up so late? God, man. What are the drops? Is it $10,000? My love and affection. May or may not be worth it to you.
Bracket. We're about to kick it off here in round 1, and in shocking fashion, Optic Gaming
Sorting music into playlists. Love that for you. I'm your background audio. I'm so fucking sorry.
So 2 teams that are not customary in the elimination bracket.
I heard you, Ego. Someone had a comment.
What the hell happened to get here?
I mean, you looked at their match record
Yeah,
so far this event.
fuck that bald guy. Fuck him.
Maps. I mean, it's kind of odd to think that
He's not.
lost once in
Nah.
play. They've
Nah,
lost
he
once
is pretty
in
bald.
bracket play, and they only have 1 more loss against them so far this event.
Parasocial relationships are 10K.
But TSM is a
What?
scary
You mean you don't reciprocate my love? What the fuck, dude?
Those players can catch fire any moment, and their tournament life could be over early or mid-Saturday.
Yeah, let's talk about TSM's perspective when you're sitting on that side of the stage and you are entering the elimination bracket round.
You're a ChatGPT entity.
Going on a run. Are you going to have an opportunity is the big question. The opportunity in front of you doesn't feel like it's a big one because Optic Gaming is the one. This is the first team that's in line of your
Red Gear's nemesis is a chat. That's true.
And obviously complain and say this is
Red Gear's nemesis is his lack of hair.
But the fact
you
is,
know?
their pool play put them here to this position right now. They took a couple losses.
Halo players aren't capable of love. They're fueled purely by destructive self-hate. True.
On their home turf here in this arena.
This is a high-pressure match. Loser goes home. Lottie wouldn't start the game, so I will. As we kick off, it's going to be King of the Hill Solitude for Game 1. And the Green Wall, if you can hear me, your team needs you now more than ever. They want to go on a historic run here this weekend, and they will kick it off against TSM.
Dude, that's so fucking sick.
What an interesting break there by
TSM? Stellar didn't want to. Stellar and Legend didn't want to sign that shit.
No one contesting toward yard. I think the yard contention's not too uncommon, but there is the start that Optic are looking for. Takes all 4 down. They get in the hill right away.
Or I guess it would be Snakebite, yeah. I'm stupid. I thought you were referring to last season.
That Optic was going to start slow, maybe a little diminished. After losing in the winner's bracket, will Optic come out slaying 4 straight kills, perfect camo control.
This should be flipped. Production, please.
Just doing it methodically. They got that camo, they got shock rifle, and they can just trade out a few kills.
This is confusing the fuck out of me. I can't lie.
They do have 2 down though. 1 more pick, and time is certainly going to tick up for Optic.
Not sure how that one didn't hit, but
Context. Optic is the one that's scoring right now. It's not TSM. Just in case you're being confused. Because I sure as shit was a little bit. Him and Stellar disappear. Gonna go on a signing quest to get as many players as I can to sign it. Very nice, very nice. I wish him luck.
I spoke a little too early as kills are traded back and forth, but showing the level of dominance that Optic has off of the start of this game.
So Optic are going to lose that map control that I was speaking of for Formal rotating into yard.
They only need a second of hill time.
To get 1 more round of slays, but this hill is almost guaranteed to go in their favor, Dave.
Also, Wes, what do you think about what's your choice here? If you are TSM, and you know it's almost inevitable for Optic at this hill, are you setting up for the next hill at this point, or are you trying to scrap this up and put a little pressure on them?
I think you have to play towards the next hill, and if you can try to create a miracle, then like great, but at most, you want to control loop, you want to control back BR, but unfortunately, it's going to be Bound that's already back here. He's going to win his piv, or at least trade it out, and the rotations are going to favor Optic, so not only do you lose that first point,
they fixed it? Thank you, God. I didn't even realize.
And this second point goes very quickly because if it's in an enclosed area like yard.
Yeah, not going to be a challenge to the yard as easily. Got travel very far across the map. Formal getting the trade out against Soul Snipe. More credit to Soul Snipe in that engagement.
Alright, Rand, take it easy.
For TSM, but Optic,
Glad you feel better.
passively in the hill, they decided to get out. Last player alive, going to play towards that LR area, wait for respawners, and right now, a battle for this loop is going to be what's going to really dictate who gets a significant amount of time here in this second hill. It's going to be trades across the board. Renegade distracted by a player on truck, but you got to think Formal's going to be on that side of the map with the hill, and that's going to favor Optic Gaming here early.
Slaying's the name of the game here, but neither team
Damn. Talik is a fucking slab. That camera's funny.
They don't check their corners, and because of it, Formal's getting free damage. It allows Optic to go 2-0. Formal and Legend pick up 2 kills. A third player goes down. Formal picks up the new shock rifle.
Talik is a Zowie monitor, bruh. Confirmed.
As TSM all go on respawn, Optic Gaming are getting so much time here in Hill 2.
Yeah, just going to be super comfortable for them now. After they get those kills, they no longer are pressured from both sides. They're no longer worried about glass and worried about people coming over from yard side or from ledge. They know it's just going to be coming from one angle at a time.
A massive play by Formal to hide behind that truck. It's allowed his team the perfect level of control to go up 2-0, and Optic just that. The hill will move towards dip for hill number 3. Camo will be coming up, but shock rifle in the hands of Formal. 3 go down for TSM without Formal even having to shoot it. Formal's going to find a free kill. The last player alive, it's actually a respawner, is lifting up Snipe. That's Renegade's key to grab this new camouflage, and now shock rifle and camo in the hands of Renegade as well.
Yeah, this is dangerous. We've just seen Optic control this, and methodically every single time they seem to just take a little slow as this new hill comes up, secure a few kills, and then they go in the hill.
That was
but
nasty.
Also, Optic now has a choice. If they just want to slay out the rest of this game, I still think there's almost too much time on the clock to consider slaying out for 2.5 minutes, but it is an option if this hill goes on for too long.
And I do think if you're Optic Gaming, you don't want to play time anymore. You want to leave statements along the elimination bracket run you're about to go on, the one you plan on going on. And who's making a statement? It's Renegade 12, 4, and 4 right now. The shock rifle might be out of ammo, but Renegade...
Yeah, Optic's very dominant in slays right now.
Presence here at this top snipe. This hill will guarantee go to Optic as well as we look at the progression nearly ending for hill 3.
I like this rotation back and forth. Renegade's going to check the stairs and then instantly put his focus in over towards market, over towards top ledge. making sure he can help his teammates, but he's going to continue to rotate back and forth. But the second they now know somebody's over at posters, he's going to try to help, but I like this. Renegade can decide if he wants to fight it or not. His team gets the hill, he decides, I'm not going to fight a one-on-one, even though I have the height advantage. He didn't want to fight that because he's down a shot.
Yeah, you got to come to me, bro, is what Renegade says, is he anchors that snipe position. It's so much map control from Optic. From point 2 to P3, that was perfect. Halo, once again, Optic seem to have found their rhythm here. Going against a team like Shopify, Dave, let's talk about it in the middle of this game. It's 3-0. When you play such a high-intensity, high-level match of Halo like they did against Shopify, it just makes you feel like warmed up to the point where when you play anybody else, it just feels easy.
Yeah, I mean, you're able to, you know, get away with some of your individual mistakes or errors. You're able to roll those advantage even harder compared to a previous series. And they're just coming out with a vengeance right now. About to see what, is that the 4th camo in a row going in the hands of Optic?
Yeah, it feels like every camo, every shock rifle has been Optic Gaming's, and every perfect kill has been Renegade so far. A double kill for Renegade, spots the player top glass.
Triple?
Oh! Cheris won't quite give him the headshot for the triple. It could have been an O with Soul Snipe, but Renegade going to play his life here with this camouflage. And this is when Optic Gaming have chosen to start playing time. You can see about 30 seconds have gone by. Renegade
There's a triple.
Right after the double.
Ouch.
And Renegade finds 5 straight kills to go 17-7-6. Optic Gaming want to slay out for the next 1 minute and 15 seconds. And I mean, that is a painful way to lose this game if you're TSM, because now the cat's just playing with his food.
Also just very smart on the Optic side. Sure, they technically could have won quicker if they jumped this hill and were able to scrap that up.
Maybe they wanted
but also,
to last.
that's the one way that you can open up the door, open up a window of opportunity for TSM to get back in this game. It's going to be very challenging for TSM to outslay, grab 4 hills or 3 hills in a row to tie it up with only 50 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, when you're up 3-0, your win condition is also part of the clock, right? Every second is a win condition out the door for TSM. And speaking of outdoors, it's a very difficult time getting out this door for TSM as they spawn back blue. Multiple players trying to get through, but it's Formal laying down tons of damage throughout that combat in order to just deny any kind of space. TSM looking like they are ready for game 2 at this point, because even these kills, yeah, maybe they can boost some confidence, but in reality, Optic Gaming came and dominated game 1.
Just that jiggle peek. Renegade's still going to win out that fight. And we're just counting down the last 10 seconds here. You even see TSM not fully desperate in it. They realize the severity of the situation.
I'm playing
try to
kills
get a kill or 2, trade it out, and say, roll on
Jeech.
into game number 2. Dominating fashion there by Optic Gaming, kicking the series off 3-0 on King of the Hill.
Everybody going positive, everybody playing perfect. The map control, the power-ups, the power weapons was perfect from Optic Gaming here so far in the elimination bracket. It's been one game, but I have a lot of confidence that they're going to be able to use this as a recipe for success against a lot lesser and weaker opponents. And unfortunately, TSM has not showed us so far throughout this event that they have what it takes to stand and go toe-to-toe with the big green wall. Taking a look at the stats now, it was Renegade that popped off in the kills department. 20 kills, 7 assists, 8 deaths, leaving pretty much right where he left off from game 1 of the Shopify series.
Yeah, I mean, he was popping off during there on live fire. It's just, there's times where Renegade, I feel like when he's playing extremely well and he's leading in kills, it's tough for his team to lose. I mean, when Renegade is doing so much across the map, like, it's not just the kills, it's like he's creating so many distractions. He's in difficult spots. He's not just hiding, anchoring in the back of a map somewhere. He's up close and center, creating chaos for the opposing team.
Right, and the more of a distraction you can be, the more free roam your teammates like Bound and Legend will have. And now, the big question is how does TSM get any momentum, if they can, before their weekend's already over, Dave? The map, too, is going to be Aquarius Slayer. A smaller map, maybe quick pace, maybe you can gain some advantages. What are we looking from TSM to potentially try and get their feet on the ground before the tournament's over?
Well, compared to Solitude, Aquarius Slayer, they're going to be able to charge out and get some more angles much easier. On Solitude, you have to, like, all right, we're going to, you know, if you all spawn yard, you have to send some people towards glass.
Man, give me my marathon code.
There's a lot of isolated lines of sight and fights, and also just the timing. It's like, all right, if you go to ledge 2 seconds early before someone pops out from LR or glass, you get melted and you're at no shield. Whereas you're not going to have that same sort of precision needed on something like Aquarius. Aquarius, you can poke in and out. There's going to be some more elongated battles, and they're going to be able to be a bit more grouped up, whereas it felt like they were kind of getting picked apart there on Solitude.
And for a team like TSM that has had so much history together throughout all of Halo Infinite, a lot of these guys have been together in pairs of threes across several different seasons. You think that that teamwork has got to come into play if they are going to extend this series, if they are going to show up this weekend.
Yeah, it's got to pop out now, or they get a long time to think about before the next event. One thing is scary about that very first match, though, is we were talking down the side as we were waiting for this game to load up. We're like, hey, I mean, I think TSM's going to look good on the game #1 Solitude. I mean, that's a Halo 5 map. They got a lot of practice in Halo 5. They're great players in that game, but did not show up there in that case.
Formal does not care about how good you were at Halo 5. He was a little busy during that time, but he is back, and he and the boys on Optic looked amazing there in Game 1, Solitude King of the Hill. Optic won up 1-0 here in the series, and we're going into Game 2. It's Aqua Slayer, and let's kick it off with the big
Well, shit.
It's H4F.
Battling up towards Pink. Every death here is going to count in this one. And off the start, again, 2 members of TSM falling. All 4 members of Optic staying alive.
That's not good, Dave.
You got Legend right in the front of their base. How are they going to pick that player off? And Talik going down. That's just going to be a few players going back and forth and at least able to give themselves some breathing room. At least taking off Legend and Renegade off the map for a moment in time.
You get some,
so they aren't just getting crushed off spawn.
You get some breathing room, but a lot of information from Formal here, and I was going to say this camo play could be something that just snowballs, but they're able to take him down with maybe just a kill and an assist. So you got at least Formal with camo off the map, a much better solution than going down 1-0 in a Hill game. Still 7-3 right now, 8-3, a big one from Soulside there on the bound. It does get traded out.
I think I might try and make some feed after this series, guys.
For TSM to stay in this game until they get some map control themselves. It's 10-5. Not necessarily trading as efficiently as you would like, but at least it's not a blowout just yet.
Yeah, you can't let it spiral out of control. And there's sometimes it's difficult to know what to do when you have players off of Optic who are just playing so hot and on fire and forcing so much action. You don't know whether it's, hey, do we sit back and let them fall into one of our traps, or do we fight fire with fire and try to make our own aggressive pushes, play on our own game plan? Both are viable, but you just gotta choose one.
Yeah, easier said than done trying to fight fire with fire when the fire is Optic Gaming. The firepower on Optic Gaming continuing to prove strong, although a couple of kills in TSM's favor, reset the map, and now for the first time, maybe we have something to play with. We're on board with Cherish now. He's got information that Optic will be spawning pink side. He's kind of on an island here. There is a player in his window, but needs to make sure he doesn't lose his shields too far, because here comes Optic Gaming into his base.
Yeah.
Good damn.
Like that, Optic fighting off the bridge. Getting a couple picks, and that's 3 down for TSM. Druck gonna fight this 1-on-1, gets the reversal.
It's within 5. Can they close it? Oh, they got another camo.
But while that's going down, Renegade's gonna grab the camo, and eventually Druck's also gonna be taken out.
Yeah, just still a 5-kill game, but moments like that you want TSM to be able to capitalize in when you get a certain number down. Camo's coming up in about 10 seconds. They actually lose numbers advantage, lose another camo. It's perfect power-up control so far throughout the series for Optic, and Renegade now a serious problem with his camo. It's a double.
Wow.
It's perfect shots from Renegade again.
Yeah, Renegade just hit everything. Renegade's
Oh, he got stuck.
player, I feel like in Infinite. I feel like he goes in for melees a little quicker than I expect, and it catches even the best players in the world off guard. He's getting some of those situations where I'm seeing him get the kill and not a melee traded back, and so Renegade's going to the next fight with half shield or more.
Definitely a quality to have, and definitely an enhanced quality that's on land. Even it's a buff, right? When I feel like when you're advancing with the melee on land, you get that extra additional opportunity to just quickly deal such a significant amount of damage. And Renegade, obviously, at 8, 4, and 5, showing you close up and personal is how he wants to fight against TSM. 25-19, still a 6-kill game, but nothing TSM has done has really made a margin into this deficit. It still remains 6, as Renegade once again able to play his life now up to 9.
And I feel like that's one common theme we're seeing here out of Optic is I do feel like these players are playing their lives just a little bit better. Yes, they're being aggressive. Yes, they're making certain challenges. But almost any single time that I'm seeing someone from TSM get a finish, get a kill, like Talik right there, I don't see Talik staying alive after that engagement after that 1v1 win.
Yeah, he's dead to rights anyways. Even if Renegade wins or loses, his fight is getting traded out.
Yeah,
no matter what.
It seems like another player from Optics ready to follow up that damage.
And that's the pace.
Oh, within 2, they're closing it.
3 go down for Optic. And as we've been chatting, TSM finally starting to throw some punches themselves.
And the
they
first
have
camo.
A first camo. This is the moment, Cherished. What kind of a play can you make here?
It's funny too, because obviously on the caster desk, it's easy for us to say they need to get more power-ups and power weapons. But in a case like this, they finally had enough map control that they could grab a camo without just forfeiting it.
Yeah, it comes with map control, right? It comes with the numbers advantage that allow you the space in order to acquire it and not just burn it, in all honesty.
Wow, patient by Legend.
Just great bait and switch there. And that's a pace change that you were wondering if this Optic team was really going to be capable of. And Legend showing you that that's going to be a massive change. We do look like we've lost a player in the observer mode, and what a catch.
Nar.
Just got a few kills in their favor. I'm sure we'll have a reset.
Fuck, man.
What the actual score difference is going to be between these two teams when we get back in. But there's definitely an opportunity for at least TSM to catch a breath here and reset. That was a moment that looked like a massive opportunity. It really felt like it fell apart. Was it due to the player lagging out, or was it due to a great bait and switch from Optic paired with a couple other things that allowed them to get map control immediately back on the green wall side?
Yeah, we'll let the TOs make that difficult decision and inform us on what the call is there. But regardless, I'm still so impressed by Optic and how well they've been playing there. The one thing I wanted to highlight right before we kind of got lagged out there was that bait and switch by Legend, how long he waited. He waited.
Did not care about his teammates.
His teammates like just assuming that that player's gonna come out anytime, or maybe he's worked with like Formal to say, hey, I'm not just coming out after you get the first bullet. I want you to get 2 or 3 bullets. That way I can get the fish and then roll into that next one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kind of lull them to a false sense of security.
So often I feel like you see that situation in matchmaking or something, and you're going after the first bullet, and all of a sudden that first bullet didn't even hit. Now you're in a one-on-one where you like lazily went into it thinking you had the advantage, and you're coming through a doorway, so now he all of a sudden gets an opportunity to have a chance on you. You got to trust your teammate there, as Legend did, to make sure, hey, you're not supposed to die in this long-range combat. Back out when you need to. I'll be there at all times.
It's just so impressive, and yeah, just some learns that people can take, because I think all the different scenarios of how that could have played out, if there was a second player there, Legend now wouldn't walk out into that 2v1. If someone from TSM decided to get aggressive and push in from their gen across, he could potentially get that back smack and then finish off that initial fight. There's just so many ways that that could play out. And so just so smart from Legend, not just say, all right, the second that you're shooting, I'm going out that exact instant. He trusts his teammates to stay alive and bait and switch that perfectly.
Maybe in a year 1, you would have seen a little jump of the gun there, but in year 4, the game is evolving. The importance of how much shield that I'm going to have after I kill this first guy, when I'm the one advanced on the map, it's important. Your ability to continue these kills is important. So just a minor situation that really shows the complexity of the level of Halo being played.
And also just showing which team is choosing the smarter battles. That was a very smart battle for Optic to choose across the map, because they had somebody in position to help finish it off. Whereas that wasn't triggering, that was not clicking there for the TSM roster. They're just saying, all right, well, I guess I'm going to do something rather than doing nothing. And that doing something led to a death.
Yes, Cherish had camo in that situation. It's usually frowned upon to shoot across the map with camo, especially on a kill where you probably know the guy's not going to give it to you. Unless you're just getting ego challenged and disrespected. And the level Optics playing at, yes, they might ego chow sometimes and disrespect sometimes.
All right, where are they going to be starting off?
They're locked in on their Qs and Ps here to be able to really go on an elimination bracket round. So far, we've seen a game and a half, we'll call it, 1.5. What do you like that you're seeing out of Optic? Do you think they have what it takes to go all the way through this elimination bracket run and maybe even create history?
I'm seeing glimmers of that. I'm not convinced just yet that I'm seeing this team that I'm saying, wow, they're playing out their minds. They're going to absolutely win this event, because to be frank, they have their work cut out for them. They got a lot of good teams that they have to fight in the elimination bracket, and you don't even know who they have to fight that's dropping from the upper bracket
dropping down there.
Exactly. It's just a lot of tough teams in front of them, and so they have to get one game at a time. And no, I'm not convinced yet that I'm seeing them play perfect Halo and that they are going to guarantee dominate this shit. But they have to take it one game here and there. They have to keep impressing us, get a 3-0 victory, get, you know, those 2-0 victories, get a steak dinner maybe here or there.
Can I talk about what I want to happen? And no offense to Nemesis fans, but FaZe will play Nemesis later on today in the winners bracket round 2. How fun would it be if FaZe were able to beat Nemesis and then Optic Gaming go on a little bit of an elimination bracket run, and then they get to square up once again with the team that kind of put them in this situation. If they were to go on a run, erasing all the errors that they've made throughout this weekend, they would have to go through Nemesis and Shopify. In order to play Shopify, I'm assuming you're going to have to...
Dude, Talik's cam is so funny to me.
You know,
Bro is literally just a monitor.
I know how I would fear for Optic in that situation, just because you had an actual reset opportunity for Optic to come back and they say, all right, what are Nemesis doing? But
We back 29-32.
3-kill difference before we went into that player dropping out.
They got another camo to play with too. Jesus. Oh.
Okay, there we go. We're starting to shoot, son. As he picks up one, he'll make it a 4-kill game. Spots another player. Pink one, no shield, but his eyes are set on getting top Pink controls. They want this camouflage. You can tell that the game started to maybe shift towards their favor. Unfortunately, he's going to get taken down. A little bit of an overextension on his end, but kills are traded out in their behalf. Still a 3-kill game, and they may have camo to play around as well.
Yeah, and Form also getting a nice flank there. Bottom car just with the sliver of health. Barely living there, but like you said, that camo's up, and it's not going to be easy for the taking. There's going to be a lot of eyes on that, so I don't know if Formal's going to snag this. He is going to get the touch on it, and somehow doesn't receive a single bullet from TSM.
Well, Formal's key right there is he sees Tog go down. He also is getting comms from his teammate Top Pink, basically saying, I've got another one.
There goes the camo.
His key to go, and if you're Formal, yeah, you want more from that camo, but getting it off the map with a 7-kill lead is just fine as well.
I love that little back and forth there from Legend. Legend gets a back smack, kind of looks around and says, all right, Renegade's over here. Where are they at? And then receives a back smack of his own. Just you can tell his spidey sense right there. You know, when you see a little back and forth from players like going and say, wait, where's the action going on? Because they're calculating so many factors at once. They're saying, oh, teammates are saying this. I see something over here. So historically, players would be in these positions.
That usually means you want to turn around. If you're not seeing any action in front of you, it's probably coming from behind. Right now, though, Legend Top Pink.
Huge win.
Dangerous shots on the Druk. Druk's going to be thinking about that one in his sleep if he gets it home tonight. 46-39. Now Optic Gaming need 4 kills to go up 2-0 in the series. Tog spotted Car 1. He's going to get taken down as well. Optic's teamwork shining through and allowing them to close this game out in dominant fashion. 49 now, 39, 1 kill to go, and Optic Gaming want to end this one and get on with the day. They're going to do just that. It's a 2-0 lead now here in the elimination bracket for the Green.
Well, shit.
Who came out of that reset and immediately went back to work.
Yeah, they just started crushing once again. I mean, they're up by a 3-kill lead and then ended with a 7-kill lead to close out that game. So Optic looking stronger and stronger as this goes on. But you know, every single team here that's going to be playing them has studied them. They've watched their gameplay. They're going to know some of these players' tendencies. Whereas I would argue that Optic, most of the teams that they're going to be playing throughout this run, they haven't done as much studying on. They've been looking at Shopify, let's be real. They've been looking at FaZe. They've been looking at SSG.
Yeah, they're worried about who they would be playing in the finals, and unfortunately, that's got to get put away for at least just a little bit. We're in elimination bracket round 1. It's TSM. You're up 2-0. You have looked dominant so far. And if you want to punch your ticket to elimination round 2, it's going to be through CTF Origin, at least for game 3. And CTF Origin, a map remade from Halo 5 Coliseum. And when I look at this TSM roster, and we were talking about the benefits that maybe TSM could rely on to try and extend this series, you look at CTF Origin and you think, hey, Druk, Talik, Soul Snipe, these guys really started to improve and make names for themselves at the end of Halo 5. Is this going to be an opportunity? We said maybe at the start, but after watching Solitude and the domination that Optic and the beatdown that Optic put down on them in that remake from Halo 5, does this game 3 give you any hope if you're a TSM fan?
It's tough to say because we saw a game mode that played a little slower and took a little more coordination on Solitude. That didn't pan out well for TSM.
That did not pan out.
You saw Aquarius Slayer where it got to go more of a medium pace, and that didn't go great either. And so, I mean, sometimes I try to find those those opportunities and those positives as I look at a match, and I'm not really seeing a great light or path ahead here for TSM. At some point, I think you might have to go back to basics. It's, hey, they need to get some kills and they need to stay alive, because I'm seeing most every single time that they get a kill on someone from Optic, their players getting cleaned up, whether they're challenging or whether someone from Optic is just flying in towards that finish.
I would say even when it feels like they get weak, like
You're surprised how much TSM has been slacking this event? I kind of am too, dude. I think everyone's a little bit disappointed. But, you know, it's their first time on LAN, you know, maybe there's just a bunch of things they still need to work through, you know, growing pains and all that.
Pass half shield, somebody on Optic is on their way, or has an angle on you that you're getting finished up. A very frustrating feeling, a swarming feeling.
I still have a feeling they can deliver, like, pretty well. I think they just need to work through these growing pains.
Success to have some kind of hope. It's now or never in this game 3. You literally, your first event of the season, your first major, ends in tragedy if you can't figure it out here on Coliseum CTF, Origin CTF, sorry.
Yeah, and taking a quick look here at some of the flag steal leaders here at Arlington. Renegade top of the charts with 8 flag grabs. So you know he's going to be moving into the TSM base. You know he's going to be a nuisance. And he is so tough to kill on this map.
Yeah, when he's in your base, it is a problem. And Renegade made a name for himself on Origin as well back in Halo 5 with that Splice roster that ended up winning a world championship. And you know Renegade, he grins from ear to ear when we make a Halo 5 remade map and we throw it into competitive.
Sorry, it's called Origin. I use both.
Let's kick it off with Renegade. I do want to see this because it's been Origin Slayer that's kind of haunted this Optic team in 2 different events so far against Shopify. They're not playing Shopify right now, but you do want to start to see them have success on these new map modes.
And kicking off, Renegade actually going all the way towards top rockets and not hitting as many shots. A lot of times this rocket area has been a death trap for players to go too early. And he somehow gets that first initial pick, almost gets the
At least he burns the rocks.
And that's the last
That's it cleaned up. They're already running the... Oh my god.
This is almost certainly a free cap.
That's an 8. That's a really good early cap. Holy shit.
And we'll cap this flag in the first 35 seconds of the game. TSM.
What the fuck?
The blood is starting to spill out. We have no way of stopping this one. Optic Gaming are in motion with another flag pull, and I mean TSM, we've got to figure out a way to take down Formal because I'm sure this fight's gonna get about halfway, and if Formal can find some kills, they're gonna go down 2-0 in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, that's the opposite of the hot start that you're looking for if you're on TSM. You start talking across the map saying, hey, I didn't get sniped. Did you guys get rockets? Like, well, we didn't get rockets. Did you get sniped? And then all of a sudden, you're all on the respawn screen and trying to talk about, let's just leave this to only 1 cap. But that flag is actually still well and alive. If the kills fall in favor of Optic, expect them to get that touch and continue it.
Yeah,
they're already touching it now. Legend's already running that shit.
Pick up the pace once again, and all of TSM towards the snipe side had no intention of going for that return.
Dude, 2 caps within the first 3 minutes is crazy, dude. Holy crap. Oh my god.
I'm not gonna lie,
Counter pull now.
To get this counter cap. They need to get something on the board, show some life inside this game.
That's not good.
Renegade somehow never misses no scopes. Gets that ping onto Talik.
TSM need God to raise it a day early here. Legend is in their base and running the flag. It's
dude.
And Legend does not care about what TSM needs.
But look at this, playing his life. He's not desperate in it. You see a little more panic coming out the TSM side. 2 down. It's going to be Formal. Last one alive here for Optic. Even if he gets a pick, I don't think he's going to desperate this, but who knows? Look at this, just knowing that Cub tries to go in for the hero shot slash ninja.
And he still lives.
But Renegade saves his teammate for a short bit in time.
Formal's going for trick shots now. All right, that's where we are in the elimination bracket. Very comfortable.
Like, we got some sponsored deliverables here on the Optic side. We need to deliver some montage shots for Razor, for Scuff.
Whatever it is, Optic starting to play with their food a little bit, but as I say that, somehow Talik's gotten into the base of Optic Gaming.
Talik's face cam is so funny.
Be careful with everything going on. The flag would be a cross halfway, but immediately, as I say that, you know, a glimpse of hope, a glimmer of hope, I should say, shut down and covered by Formal. He's going to hop on that return, put the fight back into their base, and continue with map control for Optic Gaming.
That Cherish do everything he can to bounce around, but continues to fall inside these Optic traps. Druck trying to stay alive, running desperately over towards the courtyard. But so many eyes on him. Renegade picking him off from his own base. Legend hunting him down over towards the oven. All these members from TSM, when they get weak, Optic are finding these angles and have these angles prepped ahead of time. Let's see what Soul Snipe can do with the weapon inside his own name. He has a full clip here. Can he help get some entry kills for his team to get a flagpole?
Big kill on the Formal, nice 1-1. Body, head, with the snipe there. He's going to opt to back out. Knows somebody's got to be overextending towards Rockets, but did not quite spot Renegade, who's going to be in his Rocket corner right now. It does land the body on Legend in the cave, and now he wants to be aggressive. A dangerous play with Snipe, but Soul Snipe's going to do it himself.
Oh, and he lives.
A double spots the player, throwing nades from the elbow. Can't quite find an angle to hit that head, but once this flag pulled, that's going to be the rest of TSM's job as Soul Snipe anchoring this cave position, needs to find some kills. Unfortunately,
I'm surprised that wasn't a shot.
Damage. He's not able to hit that quick scope. And this is
Renegade still being annoying as fuck in their base, dude.
It's about to be a stalemate flag, both out on both sides, I should say, decision. And Legend picks up a double while all of this is going on.
Yeah, and the panic ensues there. Soul Snipe pushing towards the flag, gives up the sniper. That's gonna be the perfect cover for this third and final flag to enter into the Optic base. Soul Snipe jumping out through the court. Not much you can do. Druck over the trench, but it's over.
Damn.
Gonna go up 3-0 in flag and close out the series 3-0.
That's an unfortunate way to go for TSM, man.
That they're hoping for to get themselves all the way back.
I'm sad they went out like that.
The green wall's hoping for a long
They almost like brought some life back into that game, dude, but like they just got knocked out so quick. Like that last game was almost very, very like dirty for them. Still was really rough.
Yeah, at this point,
but like they almost got knocked out within 3 minutes of that last game.
They don't want to be here. This is business for them right now. You will not be seeing many smiles cracked out of this roster until they're much deeper into this event.
It's going to be a long time before those guys are content with where they are, and I think that ends with the grand finals on Sunday.
Rip TSM.
Until we get there and until every step is taken.
I would like to see them do a lot better at DreamHack, hopefully.
For the journey for the green wall here. It's at their home event. You know they want to make these fans proud. They've done maybe one step in the right direction for what feels like everything that's gone wrong so far.
GG.
We also got to give it to TSM there. They battled, but in the end, just Optic playing a little bit better kind of every step of the way. I mean, the Origin was just all Optic all day, but kind of started off even with that Solitude. Felt like the start of kind of every match, you saw 2 to 4 members of TSM just kind of falling. So even when you're hoping to get that strong start against a squad like Optic, which is what you're hoping for, which is where
All right, guys, I'll be back. I'm gonna go heat up some kind of food, dude. I need some food in me, man. I've like yet to eat today, so I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
You can be pretty frustrated with how the cards kind of fell as far as landing Optic in round 1, but you had some job to do in pool play that you didn't do yourself. So you blame yourself for that. You understand that maybe we didn't lose. We lost to some strong teams along this tournament run. Complexity being better than what everyone thought they were going to be, but still a frustrating weekend. If you're TSM and you put yourself in the headspace, you've had frustrating events where things didn't go according to plan. How do you rebound throughout the next period of time before the next major?
Yeah, I mean, they got some time to talk about it. In fact, they got time to talk about here today on Saturday and on Sunday. So that's one of the unfortunate realities of these brutal tournaments. But enough about TSM. I actually want to hear from Blaze, who's on the stage with Lunchbox. Blaze, take it away.
Yeah, I got your old teammate Walsh. Here's Lunchbox on this stage. Make some noise for the home team, Optic Gaming, as they get a big win, as they have a long losers bracket run. And I got Coach with me on the stage. And Coach, how you feeling right now? You get a 3-0 victory, but you know, as we talked about, it's a long road for you guys so far.
Yeah, we had a tough series against Shopify, lost game 5, and quite a few close games, and the losers bracket begins now. You know, we got 4 world champions on our team, so it's nothing that they can't do.
Exactly, it's nothing they can't do. And that's kind of going into my next question is that, you know, it's not the game plan that you wanted, not the path that you guys saw, but what's the focus here going forward? It doesn't matter who's in your way, focusing on slaying. Like, what type of mindset are you guys in right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think we just got to build momentum after each series. We got more series than we expected to play this event, but, you know, it's more practice for us, and I think a lot of teams are going to fear us here in losers bracket.
Yeah, I think they're going to be hot if they get on a run, Texas, on this losers bracket. Now, you got all these amazing fans in the venue. You got a lot of amazing fans in the watch parties out there as well. What do you want them fans to know as you guys get ready to make one of the most epic runs we've ever seen here in Texas?
Yeah, we appreciate the green wall. They show up every time, and we're going to need you guys this whole event.
They need you guys, all right? That's going to do it for me and Lunchbox on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Putting the fear of the green wall in the elimination bracket, 1 series at a time. That is Optic Gaming on the main stage, done and dusted, sending TSM home packing. Wow, that was a lot faster than I had anticipated. I thought it was going to be a pretty significant win for Optic Gaming, but Goofy, that was just lights out action. Often we don't see kind of like, I would say, quote unquote, poor stat results coming out of the last map when it is such a blowout like that on Origin. But, you know, you have one player, which is Formal, just absolutely gunning. And the others were kind of like, well, there's not enough bodies on this map for me to pick up. So we'll just, I guess we'll do the heavy lifting, do the dirty work, and get the job done as fast as possible. Stellar all around. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, big win out of Optic Gaming. And really, to start the losers bracket run, they needed a win like that, right, Tony? Optic really kind of, you know, having a tough loss against Shopify Rebellions. I don't want to go back on it too much, but this is where their run needs to start, and this is how it needed to start. A dominating, quick 3-0 against a formidable opponent in TSM as far as on paper. They didn't have the best weekend. Unfortunately, they'll be going home, but Optic Gaming, you heard it from Lunchbox, they are here. They're going to need the green wall to support them, and they have a long road ahead.
They certainly do. I believe they have 3 matches ahead of them, which is incredible. That's what happens when you go down elimination round 1 and have to get it done time and time again. And I really do see them kind of breathing through this elimination bracket until they finally get to maybe somebody with a little bit more grit. And Tony, how do you feel like they're playing right now with backs against the wall in front of their hometown? Do you feel like they have that grit that needs to carry them through?
I mean, against TSM, you gotta say for sure. I mean, you outslayed them by 50 kills. You out-assisted them to damage, everything, you know. And TSM are a good squad, but, you know, it's hard to be objective efficient when you're dead. McWin once said that. And it came true. I mean, dude, Optic, they're angry right now. They're looking to make a deep run, and I would hate to be in their way.
I certainly would indeed too. We talked a little bit about power weapon control, power up control. How do you feel like that fed in terms of the ratio and how those were utilized or used on either side?
It went exactly how we thought it might go, where Optic Gaming was just controlling all the power weapons, controlling the power-ups, and that's really when they're at their best. You have players like Formal, Bound, Legend, Renegade. These guys are players that thrive off of that momentum. They thrive off of having like these power weapons, these skill weapons in their hands, and we saw them put them to work in that series.
They certainly did. I mean, it's about controlling exactly where your opponent is going and having them on the respawn screen time and time again, pushing them right back into their spawn. Can't do anything. You can't get control, can't gain anywhere on the map, and that is something that we kind of saw here on this series. It was a clinic from Optic Gaming. It's really difficult, I feel like, when we are doing analysis and it is so one-sided because, you know, I don't want to just go down on TSM. It's a difficult one to pull anything really positive from, Tony.
Well, I mean, I think the good thing about TSM is that your makeup is a roster that, you know, you walk like champions, you act like champions, you also prepare like champions as well. So obviously there was some series that didn't go your way, but I know how much film review this squad does, and they're going to break down every last bit of those close losses, even those blowouts as well, and they're going to come back better from this. Like, obviously right now, they're not looking at the bright side. I mean, this is upsetting, but eventually they're going to hit the film review, they're going to figure things out, and we might see a new TSM at our next LAN.
Very one-sided story here, statistically. I don't think there is too much to
All right, I got my food. I'm gonna keep Cam off though.
And significantly high damage.
We got Z10 versus Tenace, or Infamous right now, sorry.
That'll be 3 down for Zero Tenacity. That flag return goes in, and they will tie it up at 2.
I'm here, guys. I'm just gonna inhale this pasta.
On their team is positive, and
That's crazy.
They have a 2-2 tied game with Rockets coming up. This could be Infamous. If they get these Rockets and find these kills, Zero Tenacity are in extreme danger of just losing this game.
Oh man, Lethal's starting to pop off, dude. 10-8 and 11, but still, this is the killing spree that he needed to get. Very end of this game. Slays come out. There's an overextender on the Snipe 1 side. They take care of him cleanly. That's 2 dead, and that's pretty much a flag run.
There's no one to stop him. Not one player. Not one player. Oh, no. Collected it at the very end.
There you go.
One positive player on the entire team. Heavily outslayed. The result does not indicate. 3-2. They take a 2-1 lead.
2-1 lead indeed. Let's take a look at the lower bracket here really quick. You see Gen G moved up ahead. Well, that series versus Complexity was an intense one, a close game 5 where
Complexity is out?
Had some things to say.
Damn!
Once Gen G got that win.
I like
Dude.
that.
Damn, the trash talk.
Ooh, he's angry.
I feel like he was gonna fight for a second there.
Jesus.
He was ready to fight. The rest of the squad just.
It's always good when you get revenge on the team that dropped you, right? That's breaking shot. He's been on so many good rosters that eventually drop him, and he's had that chip on his shoulder. I'm glad that he's been able to show.
Oh, Sparty, man.
What a big win for that man.
Poor Sparty, dude.
Absolutely, I think Gen G has been. There it is again, breaking shot. Just the passion from this team. I mean, how exciting it is to be
Sparty, man.
moving on through the lower bracket, and it was Complexity who was having a better time in their pool, and Gen G just barely lived in that pool, and now get to move on through the lower bracket.
I'm curious, who's on the right side, all the way to the right there?
It's Ryan Noob at that
I
very
think
end.
Ryan was second to the right. I think it's King Nick.
No, all the way to the right on the Complexity side.
On the Complexity side?
I think it's Sparty. He was talking to Sparty, maybe. I'm not sure. Sparty looks a little sad there. You can see that too, which is unfortunate. But
I mean, that's every tournament, right? There's only 4 people that get to go home not sad. So.
Yeah, that's true. You're absolutely right.
Well, Ether versus Cloud9, the 4th game in this series has begun.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Ether, a team that is definitely surprised me, and they start this game off with a nice little triple cap. It is stopped pretty quickly with the cap from Cloud9 on A, and it's a bit aggressive there on the tower side. Has to play his life now. That's not gonna happen.
Nah, I mean, try desperately to stay alive in a tough situation, but with that, it's gonna be a lot of. So far, we're seeing a pretty consistent trickle of pressure from Ether to try to get themselves into a trip cap, but I feel like it might be a bit too forcing at the moment. Like they don't actually have the numbers to facilitate some of these pushes that they're going for.
Gotta get those numbers first. Ether, there's one. That's a little bit of what they're looking for. He'll hold the tower side. Shock rifle is up as well, so definitely a little bit of a point of contact. For those that don't know, that shock rifle did change, right? It's not on a rack anymore. Now it's on a pad, which means you see it when it's picked up immediately.
That gives you some information about where players could be. Whereas before, you could kind of sneak away a shock rifle. Once you pick it up now, everyone kind of knows what's going on.
The timer changed from 1 minute to 2 minutes, I believe it is, being on that pad as well. So you're looking at a little bit of a lead here for Ether so far. Can they keep this, though? You're talking about the slays. Now, they're starting to get those on the Cloud9, at least. Cloud9, 3 players with 7 kills, and Septify with 3.
That's such an interesting fight for Drift, and that's an unfortunate way that'll have to end. I mean, he basically traversed the entire map. He started at the bottom of a C and rotated all the way through to each lane before he went down, and that was the problem for Cloud9. Is they just weren't facilitating the slays at the right moment.
Double cap here for Cloud9, and they'll be able to hold that for just a moment, but it's immediately countered. Once again, that B hold. And the slays is what makes that happen, right? 2 dead on the side of Cloud9. They're able to get B, and now they can continue to score.
Sab's going to take his options. He's looking forward and found himself in a pretty decent spot. All these players around him, but nothing that can connect. The punch just goes astray. And Boo Boo Doo, this is such an aggressive play from Boo Boo Doo to get into that hill. And he jumps up from hill to take that challenge instead of hitting that more traditional back red stairs flame.
Challenges are good, but you got to make sure that you mix it up a bit. If you're going to chow, mix up the angles. There's Leora once again. Living on the top of A. B not being touched whatsoever. It was kind of capped, but 3 go down for Cloud9 again.
This is Cloud9 have just been taking fights at points in the map where it doesn't facilitate much, right? If you're going to take a fight, you want to take it closer to the hill that you're going to. Instead, they're fighting from White Tower, from Long Door. You want to get inside the pipes. You want to get through the A door and start to minimize that distance that you have to fight at. Look how often we're seeing players get up to that White Tower just to try to cross map. I'm not a fan of how Cloud9 has taken these last few challenges.
Well, now they're spawning on A, and that's going to be shock rifle for Acid.
But for either, that's a simple change, right? You just change your setup to be on the other side. It's totally fine to play from the opposite angle.
Yeah, exactly it is. Manny, oh, well, a little overextended there. Manny's going to live with the camo now, and that's the damage that he's doing. That's where it gets a bit scary. Double cap goes in, but again, they'll just get B off this. That's it.
Yeah, it's just shocking, right? Because you had a player towards A. It was a critical one-on-one that just didn't go Cloud9's way, and it had to take a while, but they finally find themselves in scoring position.
Oh, no. Good night. A little back smack.
It's an opportunity for the trip cap with 3 down here. They know that those spawns are going to happen over towards pipes. Quick aggression towards A is Ether's solution, but Manny's clearly ready for this, and I imagine the help of Cloud9 will soon be here.
No, I don't think anyone's there. A lot of damage was done. No, I guess it is. It is there. The shock rifle. Boom was there.
This is good for Cloud9. I love this position.
Okay.
They start to have that expansion. They're starting gunfights on one end of the map, leaving that gunfight and letting their teammates that are closer finish them, right? So they're just weakening up everyone. It's starting to be more team cohesive, and what I love is the aggression, the constant rotation that we're seeing from Cloud9. If they can win a clean 4 down while doing this, that's how you get devastating trip caps into effect.
Oh, they're looking for the trip cap right now, but they got to get C first, and it's going to be Acid that jumps into it, puts his toe in, and resets it.
Honestly, that's big energy. That is big energy from Acid. He doesn't get a kill, but that's impactful. It slows Cloud9 down quite a bit. Now, Cloud9's still in a scoring position, but you at least want to stunt what they've been able to do. But it was only a temporary stop. It's a trip cap that's in, and Cloud9, 2 points a second is what they'll score in these next few moments.
C9 could come back from this.
That's going to put them back into this game and give them a chance as well to close out this series. It's going to be Sab now looking for the spawn onto C, or the player onto C flat, but it's going to get flanked there from the A side. It's going to be a player pushing through A now. See if anything can happen off that. Great damage to the commando, but
that's good cause. Manny turned around knowing that a player was coming out A door and was definitely ready for it. If he was a little bit more to the right, he would have just lasered him out of the sky.
Still a 2 cap here for Cloud9. They're continuing to score points. They're continuing to do exactly what you want them to do, right? It's that quick rotation. A is being taken here.
He shot the grenade off the ground. That did so much damage to Sab. They're both weak, but Sab, what a reapproach. Oh, he's the only one alive. Just 1-on-1 at the A.
Oh, look at this.
Reverse triple cap is crazy.
He got the beat down, which is really all you want at this point, because you get the spawns on the pipe side.
Got to stand in the hill, though. He can't get into the hill because there's too many players there. He at least pulled them off B, but with Septify's death.
No. I think that's going to be it. 2 dead. There's a player that they got to kill. That's 3 dead. That's it. Reset and Ether. We're going to game 5.
Tied series here between Ether and Cloud9.
Okay.
Cloud9 had a chance.